this. Now, let me start with you people in this. You ladies now. Bride price, sense or nonsense? I think Bumi wants to go first. Booms wants to go first, but
I mean, I feel it's utter rubbish.
what's utter rubbish?
Bride price.
Okay.
I feel it's literally nonsense. I mean, in the past, it used to make a lot of sense, but now it really doesn't make sense again. I feel like people use it as an avenue to get out of poverty now.
Ha.
Yes, to be very honest.
Auntie, calm down.
I should.
But yeah, no.
Okay.
Go on.
But honestly, like I see lists now and I'm wondering what is going on exactly. What are you guys trying to do? Are you trying to ruin a relationship, a life that is about to start? Because by the time you see what they're asking the man's family to bring, it's enough to start the family they are trying
Itself.
to. Do you get like
Open a store.
it's really like nonsense. And the one that upsets me the most is the people that even take it. I mean, an uncle from that I haven't seen in 15 years, or an auntie
or you've never even met before.
do you get? And they are claiming right on, oh, we sent you to school. What? I mean, I saw when my parents were struggling to send me to school.
Right.
So where are you coming from to take? So I feel like it's ridiculous. The money that we spend on these things that other people are going to share, why don't you just give it to the new family to start? I mean, at the end of the day, by the time they share, it's little that comes to the bride and the husband. Except for some very few people now that the money, the father hands it over to his wife and then the wife does whatever thing she wants to it. But I just feel like it's utter nonsense.
Okay, Zanj, bride price.
Nonsense. Like today, she said it all. Yeah, so
Why do you
it's
think it's nonsense?
complete nonsense because I mean, like back in the days, I would have agreed to it. Yeah, a few tubers of yam oil and these 5, 10, 15 naira.
Do you get?
But right now, you're literally trying to open the store. I barely started life. I mean, like, we're just trying to, like, put things together and all of a sudden, you're giving me 4 Fusca paper. Not me. You're giving the man to be. I mean, how do you expect him to survive? How do you expect him? What are you looking for, really? And then you now see, like, a boss with, like, 15 relatives that you've never met in your life. They're all sitting down waiting to consume you. No.
Miles is looking like he's interested in paying bride price.
Okay, we'll get to me. Let me throw it to both of you like this, since you're both on the same side now. Now, what happens, right, if the person you've been in a relationship with for a while and you guys are, okay, let's just move to the next level, and your parents just, boom, they bring out the whole bride price, they're like, oh, this is how much it is, this what, blah, 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 and it's a little bit too much for him, and the guy just feels like backing out. How are you guys going to handle that?
I'll speak to my parents.
What if they don't agree? Like, what's your native name again?
Mwamaka.
Mwamaka.
Don't do that. Don't do that. That's wrong.
I will tell you this. Your fathers before you cannot. This is
My
and they
father,
go all that on you.
I hope you're watching this. He won't do that.
Yeah, sure.
Yes.
Okay.
I mean, because we'll come to an agreeable terms. Like, oh, okay, so this is what's going on. This is what is on ground now, regardless. And this is my partner. This is my life partner. This is how I feel would run. So regardless of whatever it is, I mean, you should cut it down. But maybe to the public, we could make it look like, oh, it was
That
extra.
was the list.
This was the list. But I mean, in-house, because we're family. And then family, we cover ourselves up. We're meant to keep ourselves, you know. So
Do you know how many parents and uncles and aunties are watching this right now, and they're going to like, are these actually our children?
You know, I was going to actually say something as regards that, because this bride price thing, it usually doesn't just come from the angle of the parents alone. The uncles and auntie also have
external
a say in
family
it.
members.
Yeah, so if you say you're going to talk to your parents about it, honestly, trust me, they're not going to listen because they have other voices speaking to them. So for me, I'll pull a radical on them.
no,
Like,
if your parents are vocal enough and they're pretty well grounded, and then they don't allow third parties come into their business, I don't think that even if the rest of the family members will make suggestions and opinions, it really is still what they want for their children that would still be, because the world has evolved right now, and this time,
it just depends on
they're more
families, but
exposed.
I feel like most families have the voices of uncles and aunties, grandparents from somewhere,
And then
speaking as regards
they
their
trap
parents'
them
marriage.
based on tradition.
Yes,
This is
exactly. This is
tradition.
how we have been doing it from way
You
back.
have to.
So if anybody pulls that on me, dude, I'm going to get married to my man. Whatever guy, when
Travel.
you guys are ready for
Jackpot.
bride price, like normal bride
Yes.
price, you call our number.
Okay.
Yes.
That being said, I'm gonna give my 2 cents about this, right? Okay,
Okay.
cool. So bride price has been there before we were born.
Yeah.
Where when we're still in liquid form, wherever it is we wear, whatever, if we're in the right sack or left sack, whatever sack we share, when we're still in liquid form, bride price has always been there, right? So our mothers were paid bride price for them. So what is this new we are woke situation? And people say, oh no, bride price is not a thing. Look, it's just what it is. Now, the price of let's say your timepiece that you're putting on right now is not the same price it was 10 years ago. Right? Now,
Yes.
if it seems like, oh, these guys are inflating things, like look, a tuber of yam now, it's like a normal size tuber of yam is like 3,500.
More reason why they should reduce the amount of things on the
no,
list.
I disagree with you. Now, in some cultures,
Yeah.
in some cultures,
This guy has sisters.
in some cultures they demand 20 tubers of yam. Some will say, oh, 150. Some different cultures will.
Have you seen the new list now?
Wait now.
Okay.
So if for the ones who say, oh, we want 50 tubers of yam, that's what they've been taking. That's what their culture is all about. Are you telling me that? Do you know how much a tuber of yam is? Okay, so do the math, and they are trying to pity you people instead of you people carrying load and bringing load of just. They're calculated and put it into monetary form for you. Like, okay, cool. Why don't you just pay XYZ money? So I don't think bride price is nonsense. I just think it's just what it is. I don't. Okay, well, I have a daughter.
How many?
Now,
how
when
many
I am
sisters do you have?
wait, now I don't have. What's your problem?
You want to collect
Like honestly, I want to see
Like
where
when
this
it's time to give my daughter out in marriage,
Yeah.
like I am definitely going to list it out. This is tradition. This is where we come from. We
15
shouldn't
million
lose.
loading.
We shouldn't lose who we are as Africans.
For real?
Because the white man is saying, oh, blah. Look, if you want to marry as a man, yeah. If you're about to if you're about to go into a marriage as a man, you should be
Yeah.
ready to chest it. It's not for children. It's not a place of management. When we get to one place, so if they're billing you 40 or
But-
40,000
But do you
tubers
also
of yam,
know
get ready.
that this is what has sold some women into slavery? Because some men just feel like I can't pay this much as bride price, and then you will not come down and serve me. Like some women go
Exactly.
into marriage and they become automatic slaves because of what their parents collected for bride price. The man will just
They
calculate
don't have
2
a
times
say
2,
in that
like,
in that relationship.
Wait, are you saying oh, bride price now is what is not making them happy? Say, is it the girl that collected
Well,
money?
I mean,
they feel like it's your family. You are a part
exactly.
of your family.
Like, I already bought you. I paid excess
I
for
paid.
you. So
if
anything
some
I
people
want,
now
you
is
should
like,
do it.
I bought you. I bought
I
your
own
entirety.
you.
You know, some parents
So
even go
you're
as far
literally
as
a
saying that.
glorified house help.
Exactly. Some parents
Why
go
you guys-
as far as saying that, oh, they paid tuition fee, so you have to pay for. So it's like he was
Father say,
paying
yes,
for
I paid for your school
your
fees.
school
I paid
fees,
for
your
your
clothes, and
You're
all. So
not
that's
allowed
what
you
the
go-
husband
No,
is
no,
paying
no,
for.
no.
So he's
No,
like
no,
he paid for what he wasn't there for.
Yes.
And so he's buying you.
So now
No,
he's
no, no,
taking
no.
responsibility.
Exactly.
I disagree. Your parents are responsible to give you a proper education to a particular level, right? And they are not supposed to be waiting on the fence like, okay, I need to get my payback. Now you're getting your payback when your child starts working and your child wants to bless you, like, oh, daddy, I got your car, mommy, I got you your house, blah, blah, blah. That's different. That's from your child, not like, how will I now milk this guy? Bride price is not about milking anybody.
Okay, so
It's
in
just
all
about-
honesty,
So it varies
what was
because
the-
it depends on the tradition, depends on the where you come from, literally, because it's not the same. Every tribe has different ways.
Okay,
and
so
that's
which
what I
just
mean.
brings me to what was the idea behind bride price
from the get-go.
from the get-go?
Yeah.
Okay, now like I read earlier, it's it was just a pleasantry exchange of you're coming to meet. It was like what we do in introductions. Oh, we are coming to your house. So this is what we have.
Exactly. Why doesn't it just end there? I bring something to
I
welcome
think
your
I
family,
think
and
the
you
woman,
bring something
the woman
to
also
end my
brings
family.
something to welcome the man's
That's
family.
for introduction. But for the traditional marriage, there's like a prize on the bride. That's what they call it. They don't call it groom prize. A prize on the bride. Like, I am buying this woman. I am buying this woman to become my wife. I don't feel comfortable with that.
But in other tribes, they put maybe 5 naira, 10 naira, 20 naira. I mean, like that's all you
Do you see
literally
that?
pay.
Do you see that now?
No, they still do it. Depend. I think some Delta State, some other like.
Where are you from?
I'm from Delta State.
Okay, from Delta State. Like, what's the bride price
I do
range
not
in your
know.
side?
I do know.
So, but do you have sisters who's got married?
Yes.
Have you heard? Did you see what was brought? Or did
No,
you
I know. I
an
don't have
idea?
sisters. I have cousins. They're
Okay.
Benin.
Did you
I mean,
have-
it's quite different, because it's still the same thing, but it wasn't as much as that. But you see, emo. Abia.
This guy, Igbo and Abia people are coming for you. You keep saying it. Is it that bad?
No, because I had my friends. Like, I'm sorry, guys, but they were crying. Even for us, like they were literally crying.
Yeah.
Like, how do we do?
You know,
this?
I
like,
have
what
an
do we
uncle
do?
that got married from Edo State, and according to the information, he has to buy a luggage box of clothes for his mother-in-law and for
Wrappers,
his wife,
yams,
like fully
oil.
loaded box.
So what's wrong with that? That's tradition.
What is the
Before
idea
you realize you're only
behind
spending like
tradition?
10
That's what
million
I'm
naira
trying
just
to say.
buying things.
What is the
No,
idea
now, come
behind
on.
this tradition? Like, why am I not
It's not
giving my
fair.
husband something? Why is it only the
Which brings me to that. God will bless you.
Okay.
Now, why are we not we the male folk? Why are we not being paid for too? Why is nobody giving us groom price? Like,
Do you
I
understand
wanna
my
marry this
point
good
In
now?
looking
other
man.
part
So
of
that's
the
why it
world,
feels
the
like
woman-
they're buying
the
the
women
bride.
are marrying men now in other part of the world. So what is your groom price?
Anything.
I mean, in India, you could go get married from
You
India.
know.
The women pay.
They
the
pay.
bride.
They pay
They
for bread.
pay.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
India, here I come.
And
Niger-
that's
Nigerian
why,
women
if
are
you
not even
notice,
trying.
the women in India have more say over their husbands.
Actually,
Because that's what the idea
are you
is. It's literally
automatically
like
saying-
you're buying the person.
So that's what you're saying now.
Yes.
Do you believe that bride price seems like you're buying the person over? Like,
oh no, but it just shows that for me, I feel like it just shows that you're capable and that you are responsible and that you'll be able to literally take care of me
Nah,
or
come
for my
on,
father,
like-
you'll be able to take care of my child. That's what it just shows that, okay, so for the fact that you can provide this, it just shows that you are man enough to do more. Not because that you're buying me off or
I mean,
I
so
don't
if
feel
that's
that
the
way.
case,
but
why
that's
not-
what it's supposed to be.
Why not ask the guy to set up his house and you guys to come and look at it? How are
Of
you going
course,
to take
no,
care
the
of my
house is
daughter?
already set up. sis.
what if the guy went to rent the house and you don't know?
At least the rent is still covered for 1 year. Do you get my point? Some people, the money that they're living in one-room apartment,
Yeah.
and the money they spent on bride price is enough to collect a 2-bedroom apartment,
And then
set
they
it
start
up
running
well,
around looking
buy
for loan.
food stuff, like make the woman very much okay for a year, and then I give it to one uncle and auntie that will not see again.
And
once
then
I
they're
get
struggling
married.
for the first year of their marriage.
Do you understand?
know.
They can't even
They're
go for a
even in
proper
debt
honeymoon
because they borrowed money to make sure things happen. A lot of
Yes.
marriages are like that. Like after marriage, like what next? We're looking at ourselves like nothing to do. We're struggling.
So let him
You know.
set up the house. You guys
Right.
come and look at it. Oh, okay, this
Don't
is what
struggle,
my
Jesus.
my
Amen.
child is going to eat, and it's okay. You are capable. You are good to go. Let's do this.
Let's do this.
Not feeding some people, some ancestors somewhere.
Okay, so let me finish it up on this note with both of you. Again, I'm going to ask. The guy now says, "Oh, he comes to your household
Yeah.
and it's like, this I can't do this," and says, "I can't afford this. I have to go." How will you take that? I can't afford this.
No, baby, you're not going nowhere.
We die
We'll get
there.
to the bottom of this. How? Let's travel. I mean, there are other ways we can do
There's
this.
no access. There's no access. You keep saying jackpot because there's access to it. Imagine there's no access to jackpot at that moment.
Let's go to the forest.
I mean, we
Like-
go
Reveal now.
radical. No, to be very honest, we go radical. I tell them this is what I can do. If you're not ready,
He understands me.
see
You know,
what
he
is
gives
paining me is
stability.
the aspect that
He
we are
gives me
feeding some
time.
God somewhere,
Come
some
on now.
ancestors somewhere. Like what? Why? I mean, I would definitely go radical on them. When you guys are ready to take what we have, you just contact us because I mean, someone that
sis.
I've been trying to.
Cheers to this. Cheers to this. We go radical.
Someone I've been trying to like build things with. We have been trying to achieve some things. We have a plan for when we get married. We'll not squander the money on bride price because we don't do that. No, we will not do that.
Can you
no.
take cash for squander?
For squander on better things, for squander on house and cars because I'll pay bride price finish. I'm using my leg to walk out on the road for what? All that money, put it together.
Now you work come.
We go
That's
to
right.
honeymoon. I want to go to Paris.
Do you
or
understand?
Italy,
Like,
Okay, ignore what I said earlier, but do not ignore it at the same time. I'm just trying to sit on the fence. But really, bride price is part of our culture. We like it or not. It's not going nowhere. But I just feel right now that the parents now are taking it to the
They're
next level.
overdoing.
They are overstretching it. When you see some ridiculous amounts, you're like, how is this person that's just about to start his life
exposed
with your
exposed
daughter
parents don't do that.
They
go
don't.
all the way? How do you expect them to get all this done?
They gave me bride price list. I mean, 2 years ago or about 3 years ago. And immediately I sat down, I dissected it. I said, this is irrelevant. This is... My big mommy was looking at me and was like, David, this is how they've been doing. I said, when it comes to my point, and you guys are joking. When it comes to my point, this is irrelevant. This money, I can use it to do so many other things. This is
Right.
what I can use it.
Right.
They say, okay, they will reprint. I say, I know you people you want to do me behind, but I will do you people behind. We will do each other behind because if you bring this thing and go and give my husband, he will tell me.
Hi,
He's
sis.
going to tell
I'm
me.
married.
Am I married? No, I think it's the bride price.
It's the bride price that
pursued me
chased the
away.
guy.
Well, they pursued you, not pursued the
They
man.
pursue me safe because I'm like, really, guys?
You see, that's the reason why most. Where are you from?
I'm a Yoruba girl from
Okay,
the
I'll let you
States.
say, but most Igbo ladies, you know, they don't marry in
Imo and who
time.
again?
No, let's not do Igbo. Okay, I'm not being tribalistic, but I mean, like, because of this, a lot of people are still
still
there.
single,
still
actually.
I mean,
single.
it feels like you are planning for your bride price more than you're planning for your future.
Yes.
This actually, like I said earlier when I started the show, it actually happens to my friend, and it's not. This is not me just trying to create a story. It happens to one of my best friends. I'm sure when he watches it, he just shake his head like, this guy had to do this. You know, like that's you know. I mean, did you see that meme where they said?
I saw the memo
Like,
when my friend
but
was
you know
on radio
when-
station when he said
mention
mention
it. I mean, I do that a lot.
This actually, I'm sure he'd be like, oh God, Miles had to take my story out there.
It's a
Like, it
hard-
actually hurt him. He was ready. They had done the introduction,
Yeah.
right? They've done the, I think, engagement or something. The guy was ready. He had packed everything he had. He moved down to Lagos from Abuja, got a new place, and he saw the bride price. He wanted to kill him. And this is the girl that he loved so much. Now, girl on her own now goes, don't worry, maybe we should just keep saving. We'll get there. Blah, blah. She didn't fight for him. She didn't. So it really broke him.
You know the annoying part? The guy probably had established the girl in some sort of
Oh, yeah, he
way.
did.
Yeah.
Do you get? And I'm like, shouldn't that be enough already? Like, these people have established to a certain level. All they needed to do was get married and get it going. And then you guys are trying to frustrate that effort. It's really upsetting.
Roshan, why are you thinking all about, where did you go just then? Like, you just look lost, like you're thinking about it, like, oh my
Like,
goodness.
I'm just imagining, I'm projecting myself, you know,
What you're going to
ahead,
do.
like what I would do.
I mean, I've thought
because
about
really,
it. Like, the moment I saw that list, I thought about it.
Talking about what you guys would do now, moving forward now, right? Since this is the generation of the younger, we are the younger generation now. They are still listening to us gradually.
Yeah.
Our voices are heard globally now. We have the internet and everything. Now, let's start with you. Moving forward,
Okay.
you get to that point where you want to get married. Let's start with when you get married. Then, when you start having your own children and you're trying to give them away, what is the way forward for you?
Okay, so the way forward for me is do things.
And if this comes into play, somehow, I'm not saying you're going to marry a mechanic, which there's nothing wrong with a mechanic actually, but if it comes into play,
Okay, so I think before we even get to that point,
Right.
I would have a chat with my
Your
own
folks.
folks. Like, okay, so it's almost that time, and that time is right, like almost
Yeah.
now. So
Yeah.
you guys have to get your thinking faculty straight.
wait, so you're doing like this for your parents?
No. I mean, no disrespect.
Was that just like that?
If my mother was here now,
like,
Tell you,
it is
just have to
quite,
say
quite,
it.
quite.
sorry, I cut you short. You're saying.
Okay, so but yeah, I mean, like, we need to get our priorities straight, you know, because consider me, consider my future. I
Right.
mean, like, I know they want the best for me, so
Right.
they would
Yeah.
not even try to act funny, you know. So yeah, they will come into terms like, okay, so I think this is what we should do. But yeah, tradition will still be played out
Definitely.
regardless. But
sure.
don't come and build house on top of. No, it won't work.
All right,
You know?
cool.
And then
cool.
for my kids too, I would do the same. So
Yeah.
Like, will you even take any money out? Or will you just say, you
I
love
would-
him, you love
I
her,
would do the
just
normal
go.
tradition, but you know the whole 1 naira, 2 naira, all the naira denomination or your currency, everything, all those normal.
All right,
Yeah.
Booms. What about you?
Okay, so for me, let me start with my parents. It's already in play. This is what I want and this is what I don't want. This is how things should get and this is how things shouldn't get. So I think we're almost on the same page now. And for my children, I'll just stick to this tradition of money. Hand the money, the bride price to the father hands it over to the child, and she used the money to build her family. I think that's very much okay.
Understanding.
Yes.
All right, cool. That being said, no cap. We came, we saw, we conquered, we spoke it the way it is. They think bride price is nonsense. I think bride price is not nonsense, but don't hike it too much. And you heard from the people from the streets also, they had diverse opinions about it. But you can reach us on all our social media platforms and let us know what you think. If you think bride price is nonsense, please let us know. If you think it's nonsense, please let me know. If you have a fine girl in your house, I will visit. And if you think it makes sense, yeah, you'll be fine. Don't let me know. Don't reach out to me. You know what I mean? Thank you so very much, Booms. How can we reach you on your social media platforms?
You can follow me at mo_Turaya13
All right.
on Instagram alone.
Okay. What about?
Yeah, you can follow me on Instagram at Rosange_. It is spelled as ROS4NGE_.
Yeah. All right. Cool. Follow her. Don't follow me. I do not have indie money. I'm just saying. All right. We came with Solid Concord. We have to go. When we come back next time, it's still going to be the blast. Still no cap. My name is Miles, the 8th one of the world. Adios.
advocate for upcoming artists to blow in Nigeria.
Welcome to Plus Trending. I am Buki November, your host, saying thank you for joining us on today's episode.
Welcome back. It's tea time on Plus TV Africa.
Practice makes perfect. I'm not perfect yet, but I'm a lot better than I used to be.
He's a king. He's entitled to marry 100 if he wants to.
Can have someone working in the studio creating different things from animation to illustrations to different type of artwork.
Lagos, the commercial capital of Nigeria with 351,861 hectares of land, is the authentic home of every tribe and tongue in Nigeria. The state, though small in landmass, is controversially the most populous state in the country. One of the neighborhoods in the state is Obalende, who originally settled there. The area was invaded for slaves until the mid-19th century. Ikeja, an abbreviation meaning of Ikorodu and Ekpe joint administration, was coined by colonial administrators for ease of administration. It is the official seat of the governor of the state, where the state secretariat is also located. It is also where the domestic and international airports are located. Its population as of 2006 census is 330,196. Ikeja is home to one of West Africa's largest gadget markets, popularly known as Computer Village, and home to a shopping mall known as Ikeja City Mall, which is the biggest mall in Lagos mainland and also has a cinema. These are some interesting places that make Lagos a world-class destination.
Governor Kabir Yusuf rejects appeal court's explanation of typo error in certified true copy, as Yoruba community urges others to intervene in Kano political unrest. I am Bola Oba, and this is Plus Politics. The Kano state government has rejected the appeal court's explanation that the error in the certified true copy CTC of its judgment on the state's governorship election was a typographical faux pas. The court initially declared APC's Nasiru Gawuna as the winner, but the certified true copy CTC of the judgment surfaced on Wednesday, indicating that the court had affirmed Yusuf's victory, contrary to the verdict it had earlier given on Friday. And indeed, parts of that same verdict indicated that it affirmed its position earlier given on Friday. Haruna Dederi, the Kano State Commissioner for Justice, criticized the court's explanation. Meanwhile, Yoruba community members in Kano State have urged all national Yoruba leaders and intellectuals to engage with President Bola Tinubu on a political solution to the state's political impasse. Taufik Olaosebikan, the group's Secretary General, made the request during a press conference in Kano. He called on all Yoruba Obas and leaders of thought to wade into the Kano situation without further delay by engaging President Bola Ahmed Tinubu for a possible political settlement of the Kano logjam. He noted that the Yoruba community is worried that the unfolding political situation will have adverse effects on the community in the state. Take a listen.
It is clear to all that the NNPP won the state. We are very worried that the unfolding political situation have adverse effect on us, the Yorubas in Kano. Kano is a very volatile state politically, and this is the reason why all men and women of goodwill should be concerned about the situation in Kano and rally around towards a collective initiative to save the state from any calamity which will affect us and our livelihood. In this regard, we are using this platform to call on all Yoruba Obas and leaders of thought to wade into the Kano situation without further delay by engaging President Bola Ahmed Tinubu for a possible political settlement of the Kano logjam. It is clear
This issue is an Executive Director, Center for Awareness on Justice and Accountability, Kaja, Kabiru Saidu Dakata, and the lawyer Abdul Karim Mode are both based in Kano. Gentlemen, welcome to Plus Politics.
Thank you very much for having us.
Let me start with you, Kabiru. I wonder what the supplication of the Yoruba group would amount to, given the fact that this is a cause that is already on the machinery of the judicial system. Would you want to help us here? How would you respond to that?
I think we need to appreciate the fact that there are also key stakeholders, and they have every right to contribute to anything that will ensure justice to, anybody involved in the matter. And they did what they did because they believe if the right thing is not done, it will affect, everybody, including their members in the state. So what they did is not in any way against the fact that the issue is still passing through a judicial process. But they know that if justice is not done, definitely most innocent people are going to be affected. So if I understand their message, this is exactly the direction of their message. And I think they did the right thing as key stakeholders.
Abdul Karim, anybody who is familiar with the history of Kano knows that for almost 300 years now, be it succession to the emirship or indeed the governorship of Kano, partisanship can be very, very volatile and violent in Kano. To anybody who is looking at it from outside the realm of the law, maybe this shout is necessary. I know you are a lawyer, you may want to help us from the two sides, the legal view of it and the appeal of the Yoruba group. We may have to go back to Kabir whilst Abdul Karim is trying to tidy the workings of his device. Kabir, how would you respond to the fact that there is a history of rabid and violent partisanship in Kano, even predating the modern system of government that produces governor, even in the area of the emirship? This volatility, this situation has to be well managed, I guess. How would you respond to that?
You are right to say that that history is there, and that will not be unconnected with the, orientation of the Kano people. Kano people are civilized. Kano people know their rights. Kano people can go a different direction from, the direction even other parts of the country can take. So that history you're talking about is because of these factors I mentioned. So in Kano, we speak, with one voice. So anything that will come to, jeopardize that effort, the average Kano person will not take it lightly. So that history is still intact, and that Kano person you used to know has not changed. People can change, but the orientation is still there with the people of Kano State. They don't, take enforcement. You cannot come and impose something on them. You can't come and impose something on them. The Kano people know their rights. They know their economic rights. They know their social rights. And also they know their political rights. So if they express their, interest, and if you attempt to, tamper with that arrangement, so they will not take it lightly. And this is exactly what happened, or what is trying to happen in Kano State. This is a person that contested an election in 2019. This man won his election in 2019. He defeated the then incumbent governor of the state. But it was manipulated, to introduce something strange at that time. That is the inconclusion of the election. The election was declared inconclusive, and on the day of the rerun, thugs were brought into Kano, and they intimidated voters, and at the end, the then governor was declared winner of the election. The man went to court in 2019.
We'll get back to you, Abdul Karim. Abdul Karim will get back to you.
When he went to court in 2019, he passed through the 3 stages of the tribunal, the Court of Appeal, and the Supreme Court. He did not get what he expected to get. He did not do anything. He waited for another 4 years. In 2023, he
okay, Kabir, I'll get back to you.
Hello.
Let me speak to Abdul Karim now. Abdul Karim, can you hear me? Yes, we can hear you now. Wonderful.
Fantastic.
Okay. You are a lawyer.
Yes.
And would you want to summarily take us through how far we have, what it has taken to bring us to this point of very controversial circumstance. You want to give us a summary of it?
Well, you know, at the initial stage, there was a petition against His Excellency Abba Kabir Yusuf. The All Progressive Congress, without its candidate, challenged the victory of His Excellency in Kano, so that is the election 2023. They went to court. They challenged about 83 polling units where they said malpractices and other corrupt practices occurred in Kano State. In that circumstances, during the trials, they were only able to bring 32 witnesses in court. 30 witnesses are the witnesses that have spoken directly from the polling units, trying to confirm or voting and so on and so forth. 2 witnesses, that is the one, that is the total number, the total PBC collected in those 30 polling units. They called agents from those respective polling units was just 22,000, What is the difference between His Excellency Abba Kabir Yusuf and all progressive candidates or its candidates was 128,000 plus. That is assuming without conceding that those witnesses has proved those allegations contained in the petition based on those polling units. They have not breached or they have not been able to bridge the gap that existed between Abba Kabir Yusuf, APC, and its candidates, which is 128,000 as against 22,000. The tribunal, in its own judgment, when it was delivering the judgment, they said now that they relied on the evidence of a subpoena witnesses, who happens to be an expert witness, that 165,616,000 votes should be deducted from the votes of His Excellency Abba Kabir Yusuf. It is rosy and important to note that in none of the pleadings of the petitioners where they pleaded those votes they alleged to have been illegal, they have not equally pleaded the various polling units where those invalid votes was discovered. They have not equally pleaded where those illegal ballots was equally discovered.
Barrister,
yes.
We can't retry the case on a brief TV show like this. At this point, we know that the Court of First Instance, the tribunal, ruled in favor of the petitioner. We know that at the official reading of the judgment of the appeal at the Court of Appeal, the Court of Second Instance similarly ruled in favor of the defendant, because the appeal from the first instance was from the original defendant. Now, the only thing that is stoking this controversy now is the fact that the certified true copy of the judgment has duplicitous passages or paragraphs. On the one instance, 2 paragraphs on a particular page 69, 2 paragraphs speak to the fact that the governor's position is intact. 3 paragraphs speak to the pronouncement that the governor has lost his appeal. So in cases like this, what should be the recourse of the parties? Okay, we go on a short break now, and when we're back, we take it on from where we've left it.
Nigeria's Niger Delta region, from where the black gold fuels Africa's largest economy, where the lines between wealth and poverty has never been thinner. Conflicts, poverty, insecurity, and environmental challenges daily confront the region. How can the Niger Delta story be changed for the better?
Join Mamude Akuga at 9 p.m. every Friday evening on Plus TV Africa as he probes deep in search of solutions.
Inside the Niger Delta with Mamude Akuga, the authentic voice of Nigeria's oil-rich region.
Increase the reach of your events or business services. To advertise on Plus TV Africa, please call 0906 000 5719 or 0909 040 8408, or send an email to marketing@plustvafrica.com. Plus TV Africa. Big stories live here.
Welcome back. To be honest with you, I've been in broadcasting for a number of years. It's been a while I've seen a scammer or hijacker trying to wrestle the system from the engineers. But we're back. Kabil, are you there?
I'm here.
Kabil, we are in a situation now in Kano that is a bit tense, and we really want all residents of Kano to be a bit sober, careful, and know that violence ultimately could be very costly. How would you respond to that?
You're very right to say that the situation in Kano is tense, but I would have wanted you to say what caused the situation. And I know you know the answer. Everybody knows the answer. You see, justice must not only be done, but it must also be seen to be done. And in a situation where injustice, you are bound to see a situation like the one you are seeing in Kano. You are talking of more than million voters that voted for a person and their family members, and also people who did not even vote for him, but they know the truth of what happened, and they are asking for justice for the person. So it's not about the situation of Kano at the moment. It's about what caused the situation and who has the solution to the situation. You understand? In 2019, like I said earlier, Abba Kabir Yusuf contested an election. The people of Kano State gave him more than 1 million votes. He defeated the then governor of Kano State, Abdullahi Umar Ganduje. But the election was declared as inconclusive. On the day of
Kabir, we have to be very careful. Yeah. The last elections, that's the 2019 elections, was contested and was litigated to the Supreme Court, and a winner was declared. We cannot be recontesting an election that has been settled, indeed, that the tenure had elapsed. Let me go to Abdul Karim. Abdul Karim, you lawyers and the judiciary have put us in this mess now. So how do we get out of the mess? Especially given the fact that we don't want to toy, we don't want to play around with the emotions and the mood of the Kano citizenry. These are people who don't take things lying down like that. How do we resolve this? Abdul Karim? Abdul Karim, can you hear me? Oh, the gremlins are out today, really out. Okay, Kabir, okay, you want to respond?
I wanted to conclude a thought, trying to set a background of what happened in 2019. But let me talk of what happened in 2023 and what gave birth to the current situation. The man won his election, you know, and the defeated candidate, the candidate of the APC, came out to congratulate him and said he is not going to contest that victory. You understand? His party went to court. And the first judgment of the tribunal was delivered in favor of the APC. But for the people of the states, that judgment has a sentiment in it, because in the judgment, the name of the candidate of APC, Nasir Yusuf Gawuna, was mentioned as the petitioner in that case, and he was not a petitioner. Abba Kabir Yusuf and his party filed an appeal to the Court of Appeal. At the Court of Appeal, you understand, the judgment was delivered also in favor of the APC. But for every lawyer, thank God we are having a lawyer in this conversation. For every reasonable lawyer, after a judgment, if you ask him, the next thing he will tell you is, let us wait and see the content of the judgment, the written judgment, because it is what he will use, you know, as a guide to head to the next court if you are not satisfied with the judgment. But God in his mercy, God in his wisdom, in that documented written judgment, the victory was given to the candidate of NNPP, Alhaji Abba Kabir Yusuf. So the people of the state now had their, you know, hope revived, because they were not happy with the judgment delivered at the Court of Appeal. So what the situation is telling the world is, the people of Kano State are saying, we are not going to allow anybody to take away our mandate. We are not going to allow anybody to take our mandate.
Karim,
and what we hear from them, they said they are ready for anything.
Abdul Karim, you need to unmute your device. Kabir, the point is that, Abdul Karim, can you hear me? Now the case has been appealed and is going to the Supreme Court. And the lawyer to the governor, Alani Kwekun, I read somewhere today where he was saying that the so-called amendment that the registrar of the Court of Appeal purportedly mouthed that amendment will not stand in law because the jurisdiction of the Court of Appeal has expired, and that they will go to the Supreme Court with that CTC. What would that amount to, Abdul Karim? You are a lawyer. Will that not be very funny at the level of the Supreme Court?
You know, as I told you, the jurisdiction of the tribunal has already been ousted, because 60 days within which to entertain and deliver the judgment has already expired. By whatever means, the Court of Appeal has no any power whatsoever to make, even if it is a clerical error. And in these circumstances, the judgment sought to be edited or sought to be corrected is not even clerical error. It is trying to amend an order, a final order of the court. Because anything touched in that order is like it is completely giving a different meaning to the order granted by the Court of Appeal itself. So I believe, based on Section 285 of the Constitution, the Court of Appeal has no power whatsoever to make any amendment whatsoever because it has become punctus officio. It is only the Supreme Court now that has jurisdiction to make such amendment or otherwise. And even before the Supreme Court, we really have to make a serious argument.
But the confusing situation now, Abdul Karim, is that when this CTC gets to the Supreme Court, the CTC itself is going to lead to a fundamental confusion at the level of the Supreme Court, because this is a document that is speaking two inconsistent languages at the same time. How would the Supreme Court deal with this? This is sad, but it's funny.
This is to even show to an ordinary common man that this judgment, the judgment of the Court of Appeal, especially in respect of the order granted in favor of the respondent, is faulty completely. It is faulty. It cannot stand. There is no any other law that supports the judgment of the Court of Appeal in relation to the order granted in favor of FEC. It is too glaring. It is too glaring. There is no basis. The decision is faulty. And we are challenging part of that decision where it says APC is now declared the winner of the election.
But Abdul Karim, I'm not a lawyer, you are the lawyer here, but from the journalistic end of the divide, one of the reasonings or two main reasonings of the Court of Appeal, or the reason why the Court of Appeal claimed in the reading of the judgment before the CTC came out that they were affirming the decision of the tribunal was because, one, that the governor, as at the time he was nominated as the candidate of his party, was not a bona fide member of the NNPP. That's number one. Number two is the second one that you tried to explain away. That's the invalidation of more than 160-something not properly registered ballots. Now, the situation is such that the Court of Appeal, however, has given a very controversial CTC, and the two parties are claiming victory. When they get to the Supreme Court now, how would the Supreme Court handle this? You are a lawyer, help us.
Well, we already have grounds of appeal. You understand? We already have grounds of appeal, which the party, that is NNPP, lodged an appeal before the Court of Appeal, challenging part of the decision of the Court of Appeal. If that succeeded, automatically the judgment of the Court of Appeal in respect of the version we appeal against, it will be set aside. The two versions relied often, when they were reading the judgment, everybody knows that Section 177 of the Constitution of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, it only forbids the issue of independent candidature, as it has been decided in plethora of Supreme Court cases. Peter Obi against Bola Tinubu, Atiku Abubakar against Bola Tinubu, recently decided by the Supreme Court and the Court of Appeal itself. So by this judgment cannot stand.
Hello, barrister.
The Court of Appeal is appropriating and reprobating. In some other cases, they said it is pre-election matter. Now it is only in this case of Kano that they say it is a secondary election issue, which is not at all. It is not at all. Then the invalidation of those invalid votes, they relied on Section 71 of the Electoral Act. That section talks about the statement of result, not ballot papers. Not ballot papers. The relevant section under Electoral Act is Section 63, sub 2.
Okay, Abdul Karim, I know you are a lawyer. You can go on. You can go on and on this. But unfortunately, hello, Abdul Karim. We really have to wrap it up at this juncture. I am very, very grateful for the two of you, Abdul Karim and Kabir. You have been wonderful, wonderful contributors. One just prays that Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala will let the peace hold in Kano, that we will not have incidents of violence, lives will not be lost, and the peace of Kano will be the peace of Nigeria. Thank you very much. Thank you, gentlemen.
Thank you very much.
We really appreciate you. Today's throwback. Oja Akpomu, the 400 years plus Yoruba market, which is a totemic cultural icon. The historically significant Akpomu market holds a revered place in the cultural and economic heritage of the Yoruba people. Situated in present-day Osun State, southwest Nigeria, this thriving market has been a vital center for trade and commerce for more than 4 centuries, facilitating the exchange of goods, ideas, and cultural traditions within the expansive Yoruba civilization which sprawls over parts of today's Nigeria, Benin Republic, Togo, and Ghana. Steeped in history and tradition, the Akpomu market remains a vibrant symbol of the enduring legacy of Yoruba commerce and cultural longevity. The roots of the Akpomu market can be traced back to ancient times, when it emerged as a pivotal meeting point for traders from diverse Yoruba communities and beyond. As one of the oldest markets in the sub-region, Akpomu became a crucial hub for the trade of agricultural produce, textiles, livestock, crafts, and sadly so, slaves at some point by Yoruba traders, before the legendary Alaafin Abiodun decreed that no bona fide Yoruba soul must be sold to slavery anymore. Folklore has it that it was the defense of the anti-slavery edict of Alaafin Abiodun by the warrior clan Owus, which got the slave trading profiting Ijebus and the Oyo despising Ifes to conspire and wage war against Orile Owu, the aboriginal homestead of the Owus, and led to their eventual dispersal across Yoruba land, with most Yoruba settlements having little Owu enclaves and the sizable rump in Abeokuta after an initial pre-formation of Ibadan habitation of that geographical space. Beyond its economic importance, the Akpomu market has played a pivotal role in preserving and sharing Yoruba cultural traditions. The bustling marketplace became a melting pot of diverse cultures, languages, and customs as traders from different Yoruba communities and neighboring regions converged to engage in commercial activities and cultural exchanges. The exchange of goods was accompanied by the sharing of traditional knowledge, folklore, and oral histories, creating a rich tapestry of cultural interaction and mutual enrichment. In addition to its economic and cultural significance, the Akpomu market also functioned as a vital social and political arena within Yoruba society, serving as a focal point for community interaction. The market was a space where people from different walks of life could come together, engage in lively discussions, and form social connections. It also served as a platform for the dissemination of news, information, and edicts from rulers, thus becoming an integral part of the social and political fabric of Yoruba communities. Moreover, the Akpomu market continues to stand as a living tribute to the resilience and adaptability of Yoruba economic and cultural practices. Despite the challenges posed by changing times and modernization, the market remains a dynamic center of trade and cultural exchange, embodying the enduring spirit of the Yoruba people's economic and cultural tradition. Iloya Onibode Akpom, as they usually say in Yoruba, about time I left. I am Bola Oba. Have a good.
My name is Yetunde Adefolahan Odejayi. The fourth in line from my late parents, Reverend Jacob Adeshoga and Grace Folorunsho Badejo of blessed memory from Ijebu-Igbo. I was born and grew up in Ilesha, the old western region, now Osun State. Exciting days with great reminiscences. First, I am Yetunde because I was born shortly after my late father lost his mother. So, all respects for my father's mother were automatically transferred to me, as it was believed she was the one who came back. I remember I was so pampered by the late Mr. Oke, my teacher in primary 1 at Imesile, to the extent that my mother resisted and insisted I must repeat that class. Those were days when parents were less sentimental in ensuring their children had sound academic footing. Good old days. I think of our unblemished dedication to service, our disciplined lifestyle of waking up at 5 a.m. for morning prayers, engaging in household chores, arriving school early, eat lunch at 3 p.m., serve siesta for 1 hour, read till 7 p.m., and prepare for dinner by 8 p.m. Submit your assignments and essays for my father's scrutiny. Prayer time 9 p.m., bedtime 10 p.m. That was the routine. Good old days. We are who we are today through God's grace and because of those strict upbringing and high moral values impacted on us, not only by our parents, but from schools, places of worship, recreation, and even from our immediate community. I recall when Bami would be passing by and just order any recalcitrant child who had frustrated his parents to start living with us. At some point, we were over 23, living on a meager salaries of 2 teachers, Bami and Mami. Now, I stop to wonder, can we relive those old times again? Will our children believe us when we tell them our salaries at some point were not more than 36 naira a month as a teacher in a modern school in Ijebu-Igbo? The great concern now is to wish for a brighter future for the upcoming ones and join in this drive. Our children must not also refer to this era in future as good old days. We can change the narrative. Our children deserve a brighter and better tomorrow, not the good old days. I join Shemore in this collective drive towards a greater tomorrow. Thank you.
Research has it that working with your spouse has an impact on your personal relationship, as some couples believe that working and building a business together has made their personal relationship much stronger, deepening their trust, appreciation, and making both the business and marriage more successful. But the question is it healthy for couples to work together? Well, we're about finding out from this couple, Andrea and Collins Teke,
who do not only have the same career, but also work in the same organization and as well share office space.
This is how these two on-air personalities resume their dream career jobs together every day. Collins and Andrea Teke were renowned individual broadcasters before they fell in love and got married. Not a few people think that relationships are hard enough to deal with on their own, and when you throw working together into the mix, it can get even trickier. One interesting thing about the Tekes is how seamless the couple anchors the same show together, a first of its kind in Nigerian radio.
Lagos, Nigeria, we want to know how you're doing this morning. What is going on around your area? We want you to tell us and also scream, "What's up, Lagos?" Yes! Yes! Chest alive!
They didn't always work together. Collins used to run a production studio, and it was at work that he met Andrea.
I needed a female voice. The client demanded for a specific female voice that sounded a certain way. And explained it to one of my, staff or team members at the time. And he said, "No, I know this lady. This lady is, she has a great voice. It's fantastic. She's beautiful." So, the boss, you even like the babe self, that kind of thing. And I said, "Okay, let's hear." Before you know it, there was a phone call. Before you know it, and then, bam, it was timely. She came into the studio working. She just stole the presence of the room, And I couldn't do anything. I didn't have anything in mind because at the time I was in another relationship.
What happens at home? Does Andrea take up the role of a traditional African wife and mom?
I'm blessed to have him. I'm not sure that I'll be able to meet up. I'm not sure that I would be able to meet up if he has not been the way he has been, that is being super supportive. I wake up in the morning and the first thing is to take care of my baby because we have a son together. The first thing is to take care of him, have his bath, prepare his meal, cook and, clean, have my own bath prepared, and then we come to work. But the good thing is he takes up the responsibility of bathing this boy in the morning. So he takes that off my duty, so to speak. Sometimes I do it while he cleans or dresses him up. And then I face the kitchen. So we share that responsibility. It's more like sharing the responsibility at home and also sharing the responsibility at work. So it makes it easy for me.
It's a situation of we are going to work together. Yeah. We have to leave at the same time. We'll meet at the same time. Get on time. And then do our show. We have to prep afterwards, do everything together. So I can't go back home and start saying, "Where's my food? Where's my food from where?" You understand? So we plan it together. Yeah. And I think that pushed me to also, rise to the occasion, which is something I would encourage, especially couples, whether or not you're working together, to rise to the occasion when your woman needs it the most.
Thank you. Spending time together may be good for their relationship, but this couple also faces challenges, especially in maintaining their individual identities.
People will call on the show and say, "Hey, Collins, tell your wife." And the wife is right there. They call and they greet him first before they greet me. Some don't even greet me. Some don't even regard that I am on the show with him. Yeah. So it dealt with me when we started initially, dealt with me mentally, dealt with me emotionally, because it felt like I am there, but still not there. Because, it took a while for people to recognize my presence, because at the end of the day, you are his wife. You are supposed to calm down when he's talking. You're supposed to be quiet when he's talking. And, this is my job. I was a broadcaster before I got married to him. Yeah. And so it is my job first. And that's what people took a while to embrace. It's still something I'm dealing with. And I think that people would gradually get used to it. There are no days that we don't have, times where we quarrel, times where he's on a different cloud, I'm on a different cloud, and we have to come on the radio and talk and make Lagos happy.
And do it. Kick a show.
And make Lagos happy. So it's actually challenging where you have to not let the world know that you're dealing with something and come on the air and be beautiful and be excited. We sometimes forget that we're having any issue or there's a quarrel or there's a misunderstanding or there's one problem to deal with right on the show.
Yeah.
And after the show, we're out, we're giving ourselves, that was a great show.
I don't realize, but we're fighting.
We're fighting.
People tend to just make what they make out of the situation. So whatever you present is what you get. So before you know it, your individual brand starts sinking in the joint brand.
Sharing an office space requires this couple having as little time away from each other as possible, as nerves may become frayed.
We have to create the fun.
Exactly what I was going to say.
And make it a fun-filled. That's what we do.
That's what I hear. We create our fun.
Go somewhere
when we're
alone.
Tensed,
yeah,
right, with
each
everything
other.
happening, we call it decluttering. We probably go to the beach side, nobody with us,
No
just
phones.
the both of us, no phones, nothing. And we are sitting, discussing what is going on in our lives as
one after the
individuals
other.
and also as a couple. We just declutter. What I have been having in my mind that is building up to a resentment, I tell it to him. He also tells me we find a way to trash it out.
And it's a no judgment zone.
Yeah, we try not to judge each other. We just say the way it is.
A number of private organizations don't allow their staff get romantically linked. Collins shares his view about this.
It's a world that is changing from, what it used to be, making laws just because you want to make laws, but doing it for the best interest, in the best interest of those involved. So it's a question of, the interest of those involved. I don't think it changes anything. If anything, couples working together has proven, at least in our own case, that it promotes bonding. It also promotes, in fact, I've been a better broadcaster, from the moment she joined me on radio, and even the listener could notice that. I've been a better person, individual, even at work, behaving myself, not doing anything. Because I mean, my family is here. I can't go around messing around. Even if I'm that crazy guy, I have to. So the benefits are countless. So if I don't know what the fears are, but I think I want to talk to organizations who have such policies. I think they should review it and give people the chance. I mean, there's nothing wrong for people to be in love and work together.
That's right. I agree with him.
The couple have advice for couples willing to work and build business together.
Once you can create a great atmosphere when you're together, when no one is looking at you, when there's no camera like this one, I'm sure you can replicate that easily when there's a camera. So, but if you do not have that great life and then you want to fake it in front of people and come in and say, oh, everything is fine, hey, it's a matter of time. The toxicity that's involved in it would show, and then it would affect the work.
The work, yeah.
So it all depends on the couple.
There would be challenges. There are things that you would experience that will make you feel like, no, I can't go on anymore. That's just the way marriage is. There are tough times that will make you feel like, yo, I cannot continue this. It's going to happen even with the business. But if you take it the way you take your marriage and say, regardless of this turbulence, regardless of the challenges, it has to work. We have to get it done. When you have that mentality, trust me, it might just come out beautiful.
From the office of the Techers, we head to the home of another interesting couple that has been into automobile mechanics for many years. Wale and Taya Oshikoya have been married for 10 years and working together in repairing vehicles. This home doubles as one of their workshops in Lagos. Marrying Wale was a dream come true for Tayo.
This work started through my husband. Even when we were during courtship, he has been on the field. I was not on the field, but I love the job. So after we get married, I have to join him so that we can work in together, because it's what I've been willing to do for long. And I just love that job. I just love it because when I was small, it's my dad's field. So I used to assist my dad when I was in primary, secondary school. So to God be the glory, after my school and everything, getting married, God now gave me someone that I love and the field I love most.
Meet my wife, we married together, and I have to tell my wife that this is the kind of work that I'm doing. And I somebody that I love so much, and she loved the work. So I say, well, I have to tell him to go and quit where he's working before. There's one company that he's working and he's managing the company, and she agreed with me. She surrendered. She said, okay. She quit from there, and we'll join the work together. And thank God for now.
The home of Oshikoyas is well managed, according to a lady mechanic, as Tayo is called.
My work did not disturb my home at all. Even we stay behind, maybe we close very late. My husband will tell me very early that you go home, children are home, they are off from school, go home. Then I'll come home, my husband will be doing the job. By the second day, early in the morning, we will go to balance up the job.
You say, Wale, I say, ma, I say, this business, you have to go more forward now. I said, like how? Now you introduced me to one fashionable school in Ikorodu, automobile school, technology. So we went together. Take me to the school. I said, oh boy, okay. So I see some my junior brother that's even my age, my children age mates. I say, you see those ones that will sit down together in the class. I say, oh, no problem now. And I encourage myself because I know what I'm looking for. I know what I'm going. I know where I'm coming from. I know where I'm going. So God give me I'll give God the glory. We'll sit down together. We'll write the exam, and then take me. So and I'll go there. He give me back school. He give me my shoe. Give me my everything, uniform. I take it. I go to the school. I saw some of my age mates, of my class, of my children mates. We sit down together. I say, Papa, I say, how are you? I'm your Papa. Yes.
Personal and marital issue are not allowed to link into the workspace.
We both have our ups and downs, but it doesn't affect our business. Exactly. Our ups and downs is inside our room. Once we are in the same bed together, our ups and downs is off. It did not affect our work. Customer cannot even see it in my face. Rather than for me to now say that, no, it's someone I love. Why will I disturb his business, or why will I disturb my business? If that thing shows in my work, that means our career is nothing.
Normally, as a woman being, as a flesh, we have flesh. Sometimes we fight. We quarrel each other. I told you that, go and do this work. We say, well, I'm tired. I'm tired. Which kind tired? My friend, you have to do it too. You also, I'm your boss. Say, okay. You don't know that I'm tired. I'm a woman now. I say, you have to do it because you love the job. We say, okay. And you do it. Sometimes, like last week now, I said him to go and do work in Ibadan. He say, only me. I say, yes, now. You go and face the work and you defend the work. And you go. Sometimes we'll quarrel, you fight, but you will say, I will hug him back because I know that he's woman. Says some things that I'll say, okay, come outside. Let me come and lose it for you. So we'll have to settle it back.
Wale and Tayo have had to endure side talks from people who think their line of profession is strange.
There's one man I used to work with him. He just called me and said, Wale, I said, sir. He said, why your wife used to follow you up and down? I said, sir, my wife is my colleagues. My wife is my partner for this business. If I want to take a boat now, or I want to do something, I want to buy this, I want to lose this, I will tell him, yeah, go and do this, go and do this. So since I've faced so many challenges on this work with my wife, but so far my wife, somebody like he make courage on the work and she determined on him. There's no how people can discourage him. Even you face so many challenges on mommy's side, on family side issue. They say, why you follow your husband? Why do you tell your husband to open a supermarket for you and do business and selling and do this? You say, Mom, that's your own time. This is my own time. This person, I love it and I love the job. So all the worry people saying is wrong. Sometimes they'll call me and say, Wale, why you don't get money to give your wife? I say, Mommy, it's not that I don't have money to give my wife, but my wife loves this job. So what? Say, okay, after some things, after so many years, they leave us.
If you are a dirty person from your home, you will surely be a dirty person. But if I'm going out now, wash my body, clean my hands, you won't believe that this person is a mechanic. I fix fingers as well. I do makeup if I'm going out. You won't even believe that I am a mechanic. That is why at times if we go to customers' house, before putting on my overall, they will say, you come with your wife. If they not say that, no, she's a mechanic, they will say, the women, they love to see me doing the job. They will say, Oga, go and sit down first. Let me see her, the way she's performing, the whole things. Even if after everything, if the woman will not say, wow, woman does this one. If my workmanship is 2,000 naira, we say, oh, my dear, let me give her 5,000 naira because she encouraged me.
Sometimes I will tell them that, okay, today we want to go out, we don't do any work, we don't have any customers place today. We are going and dress, wear your dress, do your nails, do everything. I will take him out to go and enjoy ourselves.
As a woman, there is nothing hard. If you have the determination, this thing, I want to lose it. It's almost the same thing, the way we handle our husband, our children at home. Any children that's very difficult, you know how to handle those children. That's why the work is.
See people that start before us, that is doing this business, that there is no more again. But we just give the God the glory because we achieved so many things on this work. And we thank God the kind of wife that is given to me. So we achieved so many things.
A work that you are doing, you can be able to train your children's school, and you can be able to cater for your home, and you can even have a shelter on your head, having your own car. What else someone needs on this earth? Nothing more.
They have also faced challenges working together as a mechanic couple.
If you have a space outside there, people see couples working together, we have more customers. But immediately, you go outside there to make your own workshop, government will come and demolish it. It's a big challenge on us, even all mechanics. They see the work as a dirty work and they are going out on their daily basis with their cars. And of which, if the car eventually stopped on the road, they're still going to call we mechanics.
Wale and Tayo believe mono-career couples can emerge strong and fulfilled as long as their values align.
I encourage the people that want to do the business, want to do the work. They should focus on the thing that they want to do. Don't look down on yourself. Maybe you are too big, you are too do this. Just focus on it. And the couples that want to do the business, they have to have trust. Trust your wife. Let wife trust your husband. If you make money today, it's not that the money that you make today, you make sure that you finish all the money. You have to put half for savings or anything, because like this job that we're doing now, we use some our money to run the business.
If you have passion, you have zeal for your husband's work, and you doesn't have anything doing, it's very advisable to join your husband once you don't have any skeleton in quotes in your cupboard. So you have every right to join your husband just to make the business boom.
Our findings point that some couple craft a way to thrive in love and work by understanding each transition and knowing what questions to ask and what traps to avoid.
Yes! Cheers to life!
Good afternoon, I am Shade Uwe, and this is News Update. The Kano State Chapter of the All Progressives Congress has petitioned the Disciplinary Committee of the Nigerian Bar Association over the corruption allegation leveled against the judiciary by the State Attorney General and the Commissioner for Justice, Haruna Isa Dederi. In the petition issued on Sunday by Kano APC Chairman Abdullahi Abbas, the party accused the commissioner of alleging that justices of the appeal court are corrupt on a live television program. The letter was directed to the NBA president, Yakubu Mekau, and chairman of the Kano chapter of the association, Sagai Gezawa, while Dederi was also copied. The development comes barely 24 hours after a pro-democracy group also called on the Nigerian Bar Association to call the commissioner to order and ensure appropriate disciplinary measures are taken against any of its erring members. The Attorney General of the Federation and Minister of Justice, Prince Lateef Fagbemi SAN, has cautioned Nigerians and politicians against disparaging the judiciary as a result of the outcome of election petition verdicts. Prince Fagbemi appealed to politicians that lost out at all levels not to throw caution to the wind because of their losses at the tribunal. He also urged them to stop making unfounded insinuations against the judges, adding that anybody who has concrete evidence against any judge should feel free to bring it forth. The All Progressives Congress APC in Delta State has rejected the appeal court judgment on the state's governorship election. The party said it would challenge the judgment at the Apex Court. The APC said in a statement by its publicity secretary, Barrister Valentine Onojogo, that it was confident that the mandate given to it by the good people of the state who believe in its laudable programs and the capability of its candidate, Senator Ovie Omoagege, would be restored. No fewer than 13 passengers sustained varying degrees of injuries in a crash along the Lagos-Ibadan Expressway in the early hours of Sunday. Spokesperson of the FRSC in Ogun State, Florence Okpei, said operatives of the agency had swiftly responded to carry out rescue operations, while stating that speeding and road construction were suspected causes of the crash. According to her, a total of 22 persons were involved in the crash, 21 male adults and 1 female adult. A construction worker was successfully rescued on Saturday, November 25th, after a section of a building under construction partially collapsed in Abuja, the nation's capital. According to a statement issued last night by the head of public affairs, FEMA, Nkechi Issa, the incident occurred at a construction site located at the Central Business District beside Taj Bank around 3:30 p.m. The victim among the workers involved in the casting process was on the first floor when the entire cast collapsed on him. The team from FEMA and the FCT Fire Service were able to rescue the trapped man with the aid of extrication equipment and the construction company's excavator. As part of efforts to show benevolence to orphans and the less privileged children in society, the Naval Office
to 10 years. Today's visit saw 4 children receiving scholarship and other valuables. The zonal director disclosed that the donation was an initiative of NOAA, as supported mainly by their husbands.
NOAA is a non-governmental organization, and we are majorly being sponsored by our husbands with little or no assistance from corporate organizations, though when it becomes, who are we not to embrace it. So having said that, for years, it's been our focus to ensure that we touch lives. In fact, that is our anchor drive, to ensure that we touch lives positively within our environment. If I mean environment, I mean within the Navy family, then outside too. So that's we've been doing in here. We felt that we should not just come drop food items for them. We also believe that we should try as much as possible to see how best we can sponsor some students through secondary school, and how it's been said that a child trained through the secondary school or given education is a nation that is being trained.
She enjoined the head of the orphanage to be steadfast in bringing up the children who have been brought to the home due to unfavorable circumstances. The founder, Rako Child Initiative Orphanage and Widows Home, Pastor Daniel Nwaka, was filled with excitement and gratitude as he thanked NOAA for the continuous support to the home.
Their coming has been a great blessing to us over the years, but it has been a journey of grace, God's grace. It has been not easy. These children, some of them came when they were 2 years old, 3 years old. Today we have 19 in university. One is serving now in Port Harcourt, and the other university, 411. She came hopelessly then, but now full of assurance.
NOAA says its love for charity will be extended to the weak should not be left out in this Yuletide celebration. Destiny Momo, Plus TV News.
Now moving on to other parts of Africa. Nobel-winning gynecologist Denis Mukwege of the Democratic Republic of Congo staged a rally in his hometown on Saturday, promising to tackle corruption and conflict if elected president next month. Addressing supporters in Bukavu, the renowned doctor said he would use political power to put an end to war, famine, and also to fight graft. Despite being one of the richest countries in natural resources of the world, among which is the second largest rainforest, the DRC is still very dependent on import in terms of sustenance. Madagascar's President Andry Rajoelina secured re-election in the initial round of a contested ballot marked by opposition boycotts, as confirmed by the Election Commission on Saturday. Public opinion is divided, with some happy with the re-election and others less inclined to believe that this election will in any way better their status quo. Rajoelina obtained 58.95% of the votes in the November 16th election, subject to validation by the Constitutional Court. In outside Africa, Hamas is set to release a second group of Israelis as a 4-day truce allows for the exchange of 50 hostages for Palestinian prisoners in the Gaza Strip. Egyptian security sources have received 14 Israeli women and children from Hamas, but Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu has not confirmed the number or timing of the expected release. The hostages will be released in stages over 4 days in exchange for 150 Palestinian women and children. And in business, the Minister of State Petroleum Resources, Ekperipe Ekpo, has restated the commitment of the President Bola Tinubu-led federal government to support the West African gas pipeline project to realize its full potential and objectives. A statement signed by the spokesman for the Minister of State Petroleum Resources, Louis Iba, said Ekpo stated this in a speech at the WAGP Authority Committee of Ministers meeting in Cotonou, Benin Republic, assuring other members countries of uninterrupted gas supply from Nigeria to meet their domestic needs. Some of the initiatives listed by Ekpo included developing and monetizing over 5 billion cubic feet per day of gas for the domestic and export market, auto gas initiatives such as the Presidential CNG program and the Nigerian Gas Expansion Program, chaired at encouraging the switch from liquid fuel to gas for automobiles and many more. In entertainment, The Origin, Madame. And in sports, strikes from Alex Grimaldo, Jeremy Frimpong, and an own goal lifted Bayer Leverkusen to a 3-0 win at Werder Bremen on Saturday and a return to the top of the Bundesliga. After Harry Kane scored the only goal in Bayern Munich's 1-0 victory over Cologne on Friday night, Xabi Alonso's men started the match in second place, but won comfortably and will end the weekend 2 points clear at the top of the table. The win continues Leverkusen's stunning run this season, with Alonso's side having won 17 and drawn 1 of their 18 fixtures in all competitions. And that's the news update. For more stories, please follow us on Facebook, X, and Instagram, and do subscribe to our YouTube channel at Plus TV Africa and Plus TV Africa Lifestyle. You can also view us from Limex on limex.tv and Glow TV apps anywhere in the world. I am Shade Uwe. Many thanks for watching.
Nigeria's Niger Delta region, from where the black gold fuels Africa's largest economy, where the lines between wealth and poverty has never been thinner. Conflicts, poverty, insecurity, and environmental challenges daily confront the region. How can the Niger Delta story be changed for the better?
Join Mamude Akuga at 9 p.m. every Friday evening on Plus TV Africa as he probes deep in search of solutions.
Inside the Niger Delta with Mamude Akuga, the authentic voice of Nigeria's oil-rich region.
This is it. for upcoming artists to blow in Nigeria.
Welcome to Plus Trending. I am Buki November, your host, saying thank you for joining us on today's episode.
Welcome back. It's tea time on Plus TV Africa.
Practice makes perfect. I'm not perfect yet, but I'm a lot better than I used to be.
He's a king. He's entitled to marry 100 if he wants to.
International donor agencies on the forefront of a high-profile commission to eradicate it. The unique dynamics of child sexual abuse such that it's often committed in secrecy with only the victim and the perpetrator as witnesses. And it's a crime that is very difficult to detect. And it takes a long time before the abusers, before the crime is revealed. And the grooming strategies of the pedophiles include, number one, engagement of the child, overcoming the child's resistance, inculcating secrecy into the child, and intimidating the child, suppressing the child to maintain control over the child. There are 5 key steps you need to know as an adult, as an educator, to be able to provide child protection to any child within your vicinity. Number one, you need to learn the facts. Child sexual abuse can be contactual or non-contactual. It can involve actual defilement. It can involve exhibitionism, touching a child inappropriately, or exposing the child to pornography. And you need to know the different ways children disclose. They can disclose to you directly if they trust you, but even in that, they may not give you the full details. Then there could be accidental disclosure in normal day-to-day conversation. Then there can be indirect disclosure. The child may pretend that it happens to another child because it's ashamed. He or she is ashamed and should be shamed and should be blamed. And then you need to reduce the opportunity for it to occur. You don't leave children alone physically or digitally. These days, the world has turned to a global village. You need to monitor their internet spaces. You need to know about digital empathy as an educator. A child may be innocently browsing to do the homework and the pornographic site may drop in, and the child will be ashamed to seek for help, which may traumatize the child. Then you need to know children's digital footprint. You may give your child a name and get another name online, on Facebook, TikTok, on Instagram. And then you need to know how to talk about a sex education. You don't wait for a child to be grown. From age 2, you tell the children about their private parts. Call it the way it is. Tell the boy, this is your penis. Tell the girl, this is your vagina. Don't call it wee wee bum bum. Don't give it names, because a lot of children will be taking advantage of. And then you know these pedophiles, they crack risky jokes and say, my wife, they dabble into favoritism. They can be treating the child as an adult. Then you need to reduce the opportunity for it to occur. You need to learn the signs. There are short-time signs like bruises, wounds, rashes in the mouth and the genital areas. You see teenage pregnancy, unwanted pregnancy. You see sexually transmitted infection. But the long-term consequences that schools of thought and adverse childhood experiences is what is affecting the nation as a whole. It's the children that have been abused that did not receive help, that are in conflict with themselves, with the society. You see suicidal addiction, you see depression, you see poor interpersonal relationship skill, poor academic performance, occupational failures, compulsive eating disorders, hormonal imbalance, infertility. You see depression, post-traumatic stress disorders. And above all, you need to know how to react responsibly. If a child confides in you, you don't react vehemently. You don't go and confront the perpetrator. Otherwise, you contaminate evidence or endanger yourself. You need to know about the Lagos State Government Witness Protection Policy. You need to instill confidence in the child. Tell the child, thank you for telling me. Psychological first aid, I'm sorry this happened to you, but I need to help you. And you don't ever promise a child, I will not tell anybody. But you need to tell the child, number one, we need to get you medical attention for medical treatment and evaluation. And number two, you need psychosocial support because you are you are traumatized and none of any families are traumatized. And then we need to inform law enforcement, the police, because pedophiles are criminals. Their security risks, they need to be taken off the street. They do not pose dangers to other children. Access to justice is part of the healing therapy. And if both parents are not able to support the child, let the child know you need shelter services, safety plans. You need to be relocated from the offending environment to regain your sense of safety. We have the very first children's telecommunication number, 0800 801, through which children can call to receive professional counseling, information, care, emergency intervention, and referral pathways. The Lagos State government is committed to ensuring child protection. We have the Quality Assurance Department of Ministry of Education. If it happens in school, we have the Ministry of Youth and Social Development, who are interested in the welfare of the children for placement in shelters and orphanages. We have the prosecutorial unit, the Office of the Director of Public Prosecution. We have the Domestic and Sexual Violence Agency, with a formidable interagency collaboration among all the agencies. Our belief is that adults are responsible for protecting children, not children protecting themselves. Children cannot protect themselves because of their cognitive and vulnerability. And there's no way a child can give his or her consent to sex, and there should be no shaming and blaming. Parents who don't have time to listen or to take care of their children are guilty of child neglect, which is an offense, and it opens the door for pedophiles because there are no benchmarks or indices to identify a pedophile. Pedophiles' strategies include earning the trust and respect of parents. If a child is hungry, they offer food. If a child is lonely, they offer companionship. They are like the wild animals in the safari who will study the children to look for a loophole in that life of that children, fill that loophole to maintain control over the child. Some even blame the child, it's your fault. It can never be a child's fault. And a child is anyone under 18 years of age. It doesn't matter if she's already in the university or she's big or whatever. Every child needs protection. Every child is important. Not just our biological children, not just our students, even our domestic staff. They need to be protected. Defilement is life imprisonment, sexual assault by penetration. It's about 7 years. We have a range. Touching appropriately, we have 1 year, 3 years, depending on the offense that can be established. But the rock bottom is that child sexual abuse is unacceptable and it is preventable. No longer should we allow perpetrators to go on with impunity. And no single agency can do it alone. We need interagency collaboration, the support of community-based organizations, religious and traditional rulers, all to ensure child protection.
Nobody go ask if you don't chop. Nobody go send you free money. If you not get now, you sabi. Adulthood na scam.
Adulthood na Scam is a popular song depicting the travails of being an adult and the responsibility that comes with it. There is no time the enormity of the responsibility dawns more than after graduation. After graduation is the time to make use of and put into practice the knowledge gained by students. However, the current higher education system is still struggling to bridge the gap between school and the workplace for students. The needs of the workplace differ, and something as simple as writing a CV is not taught in the classroom. How to apply what you have learned in school in the workplace is usually a knowledge gap that most graduates struggle with after graduation. Studying a particular course and deeply understanding the career paths available, the jobs available, the way companies and organizations operate, how to get hired, getting the relevant experience needed to get hired, knowing how to sell your skills are all parts of the puzzles that needs to be figured out by the young graduate. Abiola Ogunleye is a final year student of the University of Lagos, and he shares that he expected being in the university to be much more immersive.
I was expecting to, be in a department where aside theory that I would learn in class, of course I expected to learn theory, history and all of that, and how to go about things, but I expected university to be like how I saw it in the movies, where you'd have real life projects to undo, you do practicals, you do carry out. So for someone that was going to mass comm, I went to the mass comm with the mindset of possibly being on radio or TV and also journalism. So with the mindset of, okay, being part of the press club, producing newspapers, covering stories in school, producing shows and hosting them in school.
Even in terms of as simple as terms, media terms, like we didn't learn media terms, like even courts, we don't know what courts means. You understand? We don't know what, there are some terms, I'm just talking about terminologies here, like the most basic thing. So when I'm on set for a movie shoot, or because I did some radio listening, there were some terms that I did not understand, and when you check the terms, like there's some even workshop, they make use of workshops. So sometimes I was like, what's that? And then like people are like, you don't know something as simple as your workshop or the studio or headshots. Terminologies, just terminologies.
With a constantly evolving workforce and without a corresponding update in the school curriculum, the young people who win are those who go out of their way to learn skills required to be employable in the marketplace.
For example, in my school, we have we have the newspaper, we have the radio and TV, but for most of it, you have to be the one that will take the extra effort to be intentionally involved in them. You can just decide to do your coursework away from all of this and just factor it. Except in a few cases, like with the newspaper, where it's actually a course and you have to take it, but it's not compulsory if you don't want to take it. So, and mostly for folks in the print, in the public relations and other departments, there really isn't much of a way for them to practice in school. For now, it's just the newspaper, the print segment, and the broadcast segment that is in school.
TechCabal reported in 2020 that 58.9% of HND graduates are unemployed, 49.55% of OND graduates are unemployed, and 39.75% of BSc holders are unemployed. With the current Nigerian curriculum, there is an even lesser emphasis on soft skills that have gained prominence lately in the workplace. According to Rohan Rajiv, Director of Product Management at LinkedIn, in the Forbes article said, foundational soft skills have become even more important given the rise of remote and autonomous work, and are growing in importance across industries, levels, and work environments. Abiola explains that there is no room for soft skills in the classroom during his university education.
I don't think the curriculum or the course itself prepares you for all of that, for soft skills. It's just mostly, what happens is that they mostly focus on the course itself and not the soft skills. Yeah, they try to implement it in terms of maybe when you are doing group projects, you have to collaborate with others. That's teaching you teamwork. You have to do research on your own. You have to do a couple of other things on your own. To learn all of that, it's going to be more of personal development on your own. And I think that's what, so little associations here, like student associations, will now take up all of that and introduce other aspects that the school is not entirely focusing on. But when it comes to the core academic content is what schools are majorly focusing on delivering.
As many universities strive to update their curriculum and arm students with the skills they require to compete in today's labor force, the onus lies on students to take the extra effort to research, learn, and put themselves out there to get the required knowledge to survive. Some of the ways to prepare for life after school are extra research. Apart from the required coursework, developing an actual interest in what you are studying and researching the career opportunities are important. Having the right knowledge of what is required of you is the first step. This knowledge can help you make informed decisions about the right opportunities to look out for. Consider internship while in school. Even if your coursework doesn't require it, meet professionals in your industry to give you internship opportunities so you can have an experience that will help you both in your academics and when you graduate. Volunteer. Part of exposing yourself to experiences that can expand your network is to volunteer. There are many organizations, bodies that need people to volunteer. When you do, you can meet people, learn skills that will help you in the next step. Bridge your knowledge gap. There are many avenues, centers, online resources available to learn both hard and soft skills to make you more employable in the labor market. Apply for jobs while in school. Even if you don't get them, the experience would challenge you to write CVs and have an understanding of what is required in the job market when you are finally ready. Besides, who knows, you might land one and that would be the start of your career.
Hello and welcome to Plus Events, your #1 diary show that brings you the best and biggest events to your screen. I am Uime Elijah, and on today's show we have interesting events that you would absolutely enjoy. First, I am so excited about this event. It's a book launch. The role of women in nation building has been re-echoed through a book titled Belewura. The book, written by Associate Professor of Psychiatry and newspaper columnist Dr. Femi Olugbile, was unveiled in Lagos. Let's go see this one and we will be right back.
It is the launch of the book Belewura. It reveals the untold story of gender politics in early colonial Lagos and Nigeria. The book encapsulates the historical foundation of Lagos and Yoruba land. It beams a searchlight on a woman, Alimotu Belewura, a heroine in Yoruba land. Dr. Femi Olugbile is the author of Belewura. He shares more insights into the content of his book.
In the course of my work, I met Elijah Abibatu Mogaji, and I found her to be very powerful and very inspirational, despite the fact of her limited education. And then when I read history further and I discovered Belewura, who is actually a true historical figure, I found some commonalities between those three characters, and I decided to look further into the character of Belewura. And that's what I found was that many things that happened to her were emblematic of developments of Lagos in her time, and she had a very major impact. And a lot of those things can be transformational if the present generation can imbibe them.
The book is captivating and compelling as it offers a fresh perspective on lesser-known aspects of Lagos history. Dr. Olugbile believes that Belewura would deeply impact its readers.
All the children of Lagos should read about Belewura. They should read this book. I think it will help to connect them with their past and help them to recognize that they have within themselves great power that they need to tap into, they need to connect with, and they need to carry forward to help. There may have been some difficult things happening in the recent past, discouraging people and making them feel low about themselves. If they read empowering testimony about their actual past, then it can make people connect to their inner selves and lead their children to have great discoveries and open new vistas for better living for all of us. Again,
the reviewer, Bashorun J.K. Rondo, recommended the book to all and sundry, describing Belewura as brave and combative.
She, Belewura, was a powerful woman who had been groomed in the port by her illustrious mother. That was lost on me. And there are so many others that I couldn't feel. And if the Lord did not speak in. To further compound matters, the author occasionally lapses into racial profiling.
Olugbile has authored
women and men then. Abba Macaulay was practically the
the leader of the political leader as at then, and they both contributed a lot to what we now enjoy as our Lagos. So I'm very happy with the author for putting it down, and we also encourage other Lagosians and some other people that are very knowledgeable, they have experience, to share their experiences by putting it down so that generations yet unborn can go back to those books and read.
And this book will just complete history. And there are many more books like this that should come out to show the role of women. As for the author himself, I'm not surprised that he's such a wonderful author, because even as a psychiatrist, he's one of the best psychiatrists Nigeria has ever produced. So whatever he does very, very well.
Good morning, distinguished, very, very distinguished ladies and gentlemen. It is indeed a fine morning in Lagos. Let's just assume that we are on a flight to Abuja and imagine what the captain will say. We have very good weather, a little drizzle, but definitely the flight is going to be smooth. So in case you experience any turbulence, please relax. We have very capable hands who are in control. And that brings me to welcoming very, very distinguished personalities that we have. When I look at the area, I see names that when I was still in the primary school, also I had them. They are trailblazers when you talk about the development and progress of Nigeria, and in particular, Lagos State in particular. I'm not here alone. I have also a colleague of mine that we will make sure that we have a very good outing today. I have Dr. Leke Oshuniyi, who is going to be my co-anchor. Please come on the... Dr. Oshuniyi, please. Yeah, thank you very much. Somebody wrote, he said, if you are going to be great, you need to do 3 things. You need to plant a tree. In those days, we used to say, you need to have a son.
Finally, on this episode of Plus Events, excellence is not a standard but a journey. It's a continuous process of striving the school premises in Bariga, Lagos. Don't go anywhere. We'll be right back.
Grammarians from within and outside Nigeria are well represented here. The Venerable Adelaja Hall was filled to capacity with the old grammarians accompanied by their families, friends and loved ones as they relished the moment. And quickly, they settled down to the day's business. First was a citation of the chairman of the day, Senator Akin Odunsi. Senator Odunsi commended the commitment of members to excellence, which he said has remained the driving force behind the growth of the school.
As we come together to recognize and celebrate excellence, we acknowledge the toil and remarkable achievements of individuals, sects, chapters, and branches who have demonstrated exceptional performance, ingenuity, and a tireless commitment to preserving the great legacy of our alma mater.
This was followed by an opening remarks by the President, Old Grammarian Society, OGS, Cyril Ogbekene. The President said the concept of the Merit Award was ingrained in the reward system culture of the CMS Grammar School as an institution.
In hindsight, most, if not all, grammarians present here would agree that the concept of the Merit Award we run today is ingrained in the reward system culture of the CMS Grammar School as an institution. And there's no saying the fact that the ever-invigorating lyrics of the world's best school song resonates in the enduring culture of our alma.
Now, the awards proper. The Outstanding Grammarian Award went to late Venerable Dr. Yinka Omololu. In the Individual Merit Awards category, Adesonya Laide, Madweke Chike, Iyonda Olujide were among those honored.
On behalf of the operators of CMS Grammar School, Bariga, Lagos, we present this award to our distinguished grammarian, Professor.
Awardees spoke with Plus TV News. With so much nostalgia, they relieved how CMS Grammar School helped in preparing them for the future.
Awards like this are very significant because it encourages others to follow suit and to let you know that you are not a fool giving to others. So it kind of energizes you, it gives you more energy to do even more, So, and I pray by the grace of God, we have not started, we have only just begun.
With an air of fulfillment, the president of Old Grammarians, Cyril Ogbekene, spoke on the significance of the awards.
What we are celebrating today is excellence, is consistency, is focus and determination to be the very best that you can be. And that is what we are celebrating. We celebrate it for those who have left school. We celebrate it to inspire those who are still in school. There are people from the UK, Europe. There are recipients from OGS America, and in point of fact, OGS America has got a class or this branch set award. So that's as global as it is.
The first documented Old Grammarians Merit Award was held in 2001.
With the passage so far of what is my divinely predestined lifespan, I could never have dreamt of the opportunity to speak to a gathering of colleagues, friends, and relations in my alma mater before the bell tolled. My scholarly heritage started from this school 76 years ago. It was here that I learned that the molding of my life would be an exercise in futility, except it has a divine core. That was what Nisi Dominus Frustra means to me. In 1954, 69 years ago, I passed out of this school to face the realities of the wider world, armed to the teeth with all my might and determined to fly with my wings blue. I was to sum up courage and scorn defeat, but never to forget Christ as the sovereign Lord as I press on with eager feet to climb up and on. I thank the global president of the Old Grammarian Society for recognizing that I and my colleagues must have done something these past 76 years to have kept the flame burning brightly ever. I cannot but remember some of my classmates of like minds, like Emeritus Professor Prince Samuel Adetola Adebonojo, the patron of the OGS Americas and UK Europe chapters, and High Chief Akike Disu of Eagle Paints, also a grand patron of the OGS UK Europe chapter. Among those in eternal rest are Venerable Shegun Bamishebi, Lieutenant Colonel Dr. Dako Majegodumi, clinical pathologist, Professor Festus Oshieni, biochemist, Professor Olabode Akindele, psychiatrist, Bolaji Akinsanya, surgeon, Chief Bola Ogulewe, Colonel Olu Akiyemi, Chief Babatunde Benson, SAN, and High Chief Ernest Adegoye Shonekon, the former President of the Federal Republic of Nigeria and grand patron of the CMS OGS Americas in 2017, the position he held until his demise in 2021. May their souls rest in peace. Amen. I was the school prefect and the cricket captain in 1954. Without the arrogance of self-adulation, I have remained loyal to the ethics of school in my scholarly pursuits with a sense of responsibility to my alma mater.
He has done a lot and is still doing a lot. He's a very distinguished grammarian, and it's good to be here because I thought when the members of our OGS UK Europe are getting the Merit Award, I have to come and support them. And that's why I came here. I flew in yesterday night. Thank you so much for Dr. Babasola and the other members of the OGS UK Europe.
Alright, what's going on to every single person out there from the east, west, north, and the south, wherever it is you're watching us from, you're welcome to Plus TV Africa, and today it's Plus Events. Guess where we are? We're at the GC Fashion Weekend. It's amazing. GCB is known for doing this every year, and I can tell you one thing for sure. They come with all the designers, all the people, all the influencers, and every person that is making it happen in the world of fashion. Like, if you're talking fashion, GC Fashion Weekend brings it to you annually. Now, we are here to bring you everything that's about to happen here on the, I was going to call it a red carpet, but it's kind of a black carpet, right? Look around you, you'll see the amazing people. Everybody's here. Everybody's trying to make it happen. Everybody's buying something. Apart from buying, we're also networking. We're making things happen. And we're talking to people, basically. So if you are a fashion enthusiast, a fashion entrepreneur, a fashion designer, or a fashion fanatic, this is the place to be. GC Fashion Weekend is the place to be. My name is Miles, the 8th wonder of the world, and I will take you through this amazingness today, where we're talking to everybody and everybody that loves the world of fashion. Guess what? We are at the GT Fashion Weekend. It's amazing. Now, GCB is known for doing this every year, annually, and people, fashion designers from all over the globe, all over the continent come around together here and make things happen. So, hey, we are here to have fun, to talk to some of the best designers in the nation and some of the attendees and see what they think about today's event, right? So do not go nowhere, don't move, don't stray. We promise to bring all the excitement, all the entertainment, all the fun, all the gifts, and all the glamour to your TV sets. My name is Miles, the 8th one of the world, and let's go.
Wow, it's a beautiful atmosphere. You can see it's everywhere. Everybody is busy here. You can see all different fashion houses, different fashion brands are here doing their thing. Come on, it's just beautiful here, man. I'm looking forward to an amazing
different brand, different. Honestly, I want to improve on my dress, so I'm coming here looking out for more. Well, now I'm going around, I'm seeing different exciting things, so I'm really happy to be here.
This is my first time attending this, and
What do you think so far?
This is marvelous. This is marvelous. Like they are very, they meet my expectation. Fashion to me is anything you do that you are not afraid to showcase to people.
Wow, it's amazing to be here. I'm coming all the way from the mainland. Every year I come to make this up. Yeah, I've been banking with GTB for a very long time. So I always get this special invitation. I used to think I'm the only one. I don't know, it's a lot of us banking with GTB. So
what are you expecting this year from this event?
it has been amazing every year. It keeps improving. The place is like Europe, man. It's like I'm in Europe. It's like I'm not even away from Nigeria. So I always expect greatness from GTB. The G for them is always greatness for me, including my banking app and transactions. Everything about GTB is always extraordinary. So I expect the best all the time, and I know they're always going to give it. Me, fashion is everything. I'm a record producer, and I encourage all my artists to do fashion. Not just about the local wear, but any trending aspect of fashion, we encourage it, because music, fashion, design, lifestyle is all the same. So fashion for us is 100% like what we should be doing every day.
Fashion to me, what is fashion to me? I mean, just yourself, fashion to me, the way of life, just your attitude, your life, yourself. I mean, just be what you want to be in fashion, yeah.
Wow, all I can say, the fashion week is awesome. I really like what I'm seeing. You guys, thumbs up. Fashion is life. I'm fashion itself.
What about you? What is fashion for you?
Fashion is my personality. Whatever you see, that's what I am.
All right.
Fashion is, fashion is personalized. Yeah, fashion is a way of interpreting who you are. Because when people see you, they can tell who you are, the kind of person you are by what you're wearing. So for me, I would say fashion is personalized.
So this is a great platform for brand visibility. I believe being here is going to take my brand to the next level. I'm going to interact with other designers. I'm going to meet customers from all over the world, because a lot of people are coming here out of Nigeria. So this is a very good platform to showcase my brand. Fashion is what you tell yourself it is. Fashion is how you feel. Fashion is I don't know how to put it, but fashion is what you feel is right for you. Like, I'm wearing this dress, I like how it feels on my skin. I feel it's just the best dress to wear for this weather. So fashion is how you express your feelings.
So why am I here exactly? Of course, to show off fashion. I'm a stylist, a fashion designer, an entertainer as well. So I'm here to meet people who are also fashionistas, fashion designers, people who are in the game. And what am I expecting? Just fun, man. Fun, a good time. I get to attend the masterclass. I'm looking forward to the runway. And I'm looking forward to all the people who are here to exhibit their talents. Big ups to GT for putting this together every year.
Oh, actually, okay, so my definition of fashion is actually expression, how to express yourself, basically.
Okay, I literally came for the masterclass. Yeah, but I was late, so.
Why are you here?
I'm here for the freebie.
For the what?
For the freebies.
Oh my, yummy. You are yeah. Anyways.
Okay, so this is actually very fantastic. Like, I like what I'm seeing around. They don't usually disappoint. Trust me, GTCO is always the best. And my outfit is inspired by... Oh, okay. It's inspired by Tiwa Savage, so you can check it out. Okay. All right, and that's it. In one word, fantastic.
Hi, I like the idea that GT is putting this together. Use a platform for people that have fashion and lifestyle ideas. I feel like I like this, and I think that more brands and more organizations should give platforms like this across board, not even just fashion, to other sectors of emerging industries, because things like this give people opportunity to network and assess people that are leaders in their industry. That's some sort of example and motivation for them to even do better. So I feel like this is a very big one for GT Bank, amazing one. I beg, GT Bank, I used one POS one time. They never refund my transaction. Thank you. I was just joking though. Amazing stuff. Amazing. Fashion is expression. I think the easiest way to make people know what you feel about yourself or who you want to be addressed as is what you wear and how you look in public.
All right, so it's just not fashion, right? It's fashion, it's GT Co Fashion Week, and everybody's here. It's just not fashion, it's also about the masterclass. We're teaching people how to connect with their brands, how to make their brands bigger, how to put their brands across the whole world. And we can see across the people here that so many people here about to go in for the masterclass. It's GT Co Weekend. It's fashion at its finest, it's entertainment at its finest, it's connecting and networking at its finest, and we'll be talking to a whole lot of people here today.
Talking about wanting moments like this. So, commercial that played in the United States that I did with Ulta Beauty when I was pregnant with my second son. And it's just full circle now. And the fact that I can be in Africa and Lagos here talking about the work that I do is just magical. So thank you so much again for having me. And we can talk about this life. You can see some pictures of my family, my husband, my sons up there while we talk. I was a doctor. I quickly realized that I didn't like blood. So I was like, I'm not gonna be a doctor. I don't necessarily want to be a teacher or lawyer, but I love words. I love putting together words. I love stories. So it was like, let me do that. So I did a lot of internships at Vibe Magazine.
Do you guys know Vibe Magazine?
Vibe Magazine, Condé Nast Traveler Magazine, all of these places to get my foot in the door.
Essence, can we say Essence? Just you know, worked at Essence. You guys know Essence as well.
Yeah, Essence. Shout out to Essence. And so, for me, the problem with publishing is they don't take the best and the brightest of the class. Like you don't just like, oh, I'm gonna be a banker. Like the bank might hire 100 people a year. Magazines have a masthead. There are positions. You have to wait for someone to leave in order to get that job. So it's very hard to get a job at a magazine.
Turn by turn.
Yes, girl. Like it was like you're too big, you're too black. Like it was too much. So I started to get more into beauty, and I loved it.
And we also know that Black people, in the abroad, Black people are somewhat of a minority. So to have someone who is
everything,
okay,
everything from head.
Well, that's a wrap for today. I hope you enjoyed the event on the show today. Remember, if you want to showcase your events to the world, Plus Events is the place for you. Subscribe to our YouTube channel at Plus TV Africa Lifestyle. I am Uime Elijah. Enjoy your weekend.
Hello, welcome to this edition of Timeless Conversations. And it's going to be a very interesting conversation today because I have a very dear brother, friend, and personality that we all know, Dede Mabiaku.
Thank you very much.
Now, Dede and I, we go back many years.
Too many years.
Now, he is somebody who shoots straight, who doesn't know how to hold back, but he gives information based on his understanding. So, Dede, again, you're welcome.
Thank you very much.
Now, let me ask you this question. You read theater arts, you practice, as you say, theater arts, but in a different way. You're using music as the propellant for that
the
practice.
art itself, yes.
Okay. How has life been for you as a musician and entertainer?
It's been very interesting. If you take a spectrum of it from whence I came, to me, it's been a journey worth its salt. It's been a journey worthwhile. From the era where because prior to my time into the field itself, artists were seen as ne'er-do-wells in the society.
Yeah, true.
So it was difficult to have parents accept, even in my time, that a child would want to be an artist. They would call you all kinds of names. You know now.
Yeah, I know.
And but you had to rebel in one way or the other, especially if you come from families like the one I come from, to get into this field itself.
Yeah.
And for us to see that today, the spectrum has changed comparatively so, because some of us have paid the price for it. You know, for the new generation to have a freer sphere to operate in the arts sphere as a whole.
Yeah. Okay, so you're successful. You're known. You're a known brand.
Well, I'm a known person. I don't know about brand.
Well, you see, there are no two Dede Mabiakus.
Oh, yeah. You know.
So that's a known brand.
Okay.
All
Let's put it that way.
Shortly before we came on now, one of my people was asking you, Uncle Dede, when are you coming on another show? Right?
Another reality show.
Yes, that's recognizing you as a brand because you shoot straight.
That's right.
What had been those things that prepared you for it?
Would I say, first of all, the grounding I received from home.
Okay.
Prior to that, or added to that.
Grounding you received from home prior to your rebellion?
Yeah, prior to my rebellion. But within that sphere itself, I mean, when I was in secondary school, I was in the musical society. Okay. I was in the cultural society. Yeah. I was in the school band. Secondary school.
That's Federal Government
College, Warri.
Okay.
When I was in the primary school, I was even among the people playing the drum for
your school band?
Yeah, school band.
Yes.
And I was in the cultural society also. So it's like my life has been more or less entwined within. But family-wise, you know the usual things that happen. They will kick against, they will fight against, and you have to prove that you are deserved of being within this sphere. Okay. If not, that wouldn't have worked. Okay. But, you know, for me, I would say it's been a very open-ended journey. You know, best way to put it.
Okay.
Because you cannot say that it's one angle you want to look at particularly. You know, coming through the journey, primary, secondary, I get into the university. I was in the school band.
Yeah.
In the university, I was in a band,
as well.
Sonics. When I got to University of Benin, when I was in University of Jos, in every cultural activity in the Department of Theatre Arts, I belonged. I was also in the I was drum meet to self in the Power Drinkers Club.
Okay.
You know, way back 78, 79, you know, stuff like that. And it was fun because then it was just about music, fun, and more fun. You know, and I never knew that I was preparing myself for the journey to be this way, this time. Coming forth, working through with the NTA era and all of those things, you know, I found myself comparatively unfulfilled at a certain stage. And my mind was searching, reaching out for that thing that gave credibility and credence and value to this that I profess to be handling. I did stage, lots of it, in the National Theatre, which you are aware of.
Yeah.
And I did television also, and won that award as the, I think I was the first person to win that award in this country.
There are many
the
firsts.
best actor, yeah. Best actor in the country. Then we never had
There was
so
no
many
formalized,
awards.
process
It was
like
the
that.
Naifetep Telefest thing. It was just one. It was like our Oscar.
Yes.
And I won the best actor then. Well, I did. And my script with Roland Henshaw
Yes.
won the best script also.
Script, yes.
You know, and so that was value. But I only gained the essence when I moved finally into the sojourn I went into with the great one, Fela Nicola Kukuti.
Yes.
I wouldn't lie about that. I need to give that to him.
No, you have to.
I know, come on,
You have
nobody
to.
can take that
Now,
from him.
You see, it's 25 years after Fela passed, right? That's a quarter of a century.
Yes.
What has that been like? That vacuum his passing created.
Well, the vacuum was just his physical presence exiting. Because it was, to me, it was a marker of his ancestorialization. You know, Fela transcends the physical. If 25 years after, he is the most sought out, talked about act from this part of the world, the whole of Africa, then that tells you the strength and the essence of the being he carries. So Fela classed very easily. That's the heavy Orisha.
Okay.
And to sit there and learn at his feet is a blessing that I don't know why Olodumare put me there, but the journey is still on.
Okay.
So saying 25 years after, it's a spiritual thing. And I am still within it. He's still within it with me. I know so. I feel so always. Because everything he says, everybody attests to the fact that it's true. It's coming to pass.
Yes.
That's prophetic. For you to be within a unit that is so prophetic 25 years after, that is so sought after now by the entire world, 25 years after physical exit, tells you the power of what that represents.
You know, the impact of Fela's music, locally and globally, was such that when he coined and created Afrobeat, you know, that Fela had played a bit of high life, a bit of soul, and all that until...
And jazz, lots of jazz.
Lots of jazz, yeah. And he settled for Afrobeat, and particularly now using the music form as a platform for sensitization of his people.
Yes.
Years after, music from Nigeria by the younger generation now, everybody now, is no longer called Afrobeat, but Afrobeats.
Well,
what's your take on that?
My take on that is simply this. For want of a better way to place what the younger generation are doing, some group of people, a Ghanaian and some British, decided to act a name coinage. And it stuck because of the present day social media.
Ghanaian and what did you say now?
Some white.
No, there are also Nigerians.
No. See, the Nigerians came into the picture later.
Okay.
Came into the picture later. Let's be frank. The picture here is wanting to harness benefits from the root source itself. So the only way is to retain the name, just put an S at the end. So that there's more focus towards what they're digging into and digging out from. Listen, the young ones, the present day generation are tapping from the root itself, from the source.
Yes.
But the value of what they do is not within the realms of what the source created. Fela's genre of classical African sound was very serious, very dogmatic, very pragmatic, very studious. Fela remains the most atonal master as far as music is concerned in the world. It took so many discordant notes, fused them together to create harmony. And it's something you cannot take from him.
Yes.
Fela created sound based on bands.
Yes.
So the essence of what he did was live. And so it's standing the test of time. The reason why is because he did it for real. There was more of the spirit essence in it. The arts is a very spiritual medium. So many of the younger generation now who are coming into it as a means to an end need to wake up and start to readjust what they've been fortunate enough to benefit from. Because they did not know the works that went down to create the pedestal under which, on top of which they stand today. Musicology, musicianship, artistry is dying. There's a dearth of musicianship in the system. And it needs to change a little.
I was coming to that.
Yeah.
See, this is it. When you look at what has happened, Fela laid a foundation, a credible foundation.
Solid.
A younger generation came into it, saw it, and copied from it, took from it,
Yes.
and let's say expanded a little bit of it. When I say a little bit of it, I mean that, for instance, they don't have they couldn't replicate the showmanship of Fela. They couldn't replicate the political side of Fela.
Even the musicianship.
No, wait. The musicianship stands alone. However, the traits that they've been able to take from it cannot be denied.
Good. Be that as it may, because concretizing on that,
Yes.
it just shows that they just picked some parts and it is blooming because the present day world of the social media blitz creates a situation where the modern trend makes it possible for thoughts to happen that easily. Why? The computers are there where you can loop sound.
Yes.
Right?
You sample.
And you sample it, sing upon it, auto-tune if that be the case,
Yeah.
to adjust and correct, and then throw it out quickly.
Yes.
And people receive vastly.
The world
Very
is-
unlike how it used to be in
The
those
world
days.
is yearning
Yes.
for something.
Yeah, so give them a little, and they think it's a lot because of the way it is pushed forward. to
Many
them.
of today's performers are not performers. Many of them are not singers. They're just vocalists.
Well, they're not
No, wait.
vocalists per se, they're entertainers.
Eh, well, they vocalize.
Well,
but, right, the real dearth is that they are not musicians.
Musicologists are missing. And they, see, look, those days.
They're not instrumentalists.
Yes.
Few of them. A few
Yes.
days ago, I saw someone's YouTube performance, and I was thrilled that he was performing alongside a live band, and that was Burna Boy.
Yeah.
You
yeah.
understand me?
He's
I was
metamorphosed.
So thrilled.
He's
that
metamorphosed
he was-
into playing with a live band.
Yes.
And he's also learning instruments.
Yeah, that's good.
He's playing the guitar now.
Yeah.
And very soon he's going to come out with things like that, which is good. The more they listen, the more they learn, the more the system earns, because the more we generate more of the value of our sound, our culture, our essence to reverberate a lot louder, stronger around the world. Because doing it live is what our ancestry has taught. And there is power in doing it live. You know, that means you are committing to it.
Yes.
It's about committal. Most of them are not committed, which is the truth. They rather just do the skip and flip, go to the studio, loop, as far as they can just drop the voice there. Oh yeah, how you sound now? Hey, good, you like him? Oh yeah, put this on small. Sample something there, you know. And they keep moving because they will get on the stage and do DJ, track 1, and it will come. Track 2, it will come. Those days we couldn't do that.
You couldn't even do that.
You couldn't even do that.
Well, maybe we had a more discerning audience then than now.
See, and added to that, which is one other thing people have not really looked at credibly. The generation before our generation was more patient than our generation. The present generation is so hyper impatient rather, about everything. The time of Beethoven, time of the great old masters in Africa of music. You see them, they start the music, it has its beginning, it has the sub-middle, before it gets to the middle, gets to the crescendo, then starts to descend to the point where it gets to the end part of the song. It takes time. You know, you build a song and let it ascend and gain its essence and value. But nowadays, their attention span is limited.
Very.
3 minutes maximum, they are tired.
Yeah.
So what they do is just go in there, loop something quickly that they can listen to and just dance quick and let it go. That's how their life is being micromanaged by the Western system.
Well, you know, we're going to take a break now. We'll come back. We'll still be talking to Dede Mabiaku. Thank you. Stay tuned. Welcome back. It's still Dede Mabiaku as my guest on this program. We were saying something about the impact, the influence of micromanaging of the music scene or the entertainment scene by the Western world. I don't think that's really fair.
I think it is.
No, wait. If we want worldwide recognition, the standards of the international community would have to be taken into cognizance. Or how would you explain yourself with that, your statement?
I would.
Oh, go ahead.
I'll break it down a little for you.
Yeah.
If you let the essence of one people's culture thrive and be propagated the right way, the values therein will come out. The reason why the Fela factor reigns dominant today is because he forced his way into letting the culture he was trying to build out for the world to see thrive.
Yes.
So he built the musicianship, he cultured the sound, he cultured his principles and dogma, and he wove around that essence of values, which he could carry anywhere, undermining whose ox is God.
Yes.
Now, and he did all of these live. The present day generation, they just want them to quickly bring something that can hit the dance floor. So they made music much easier for them to access and dispense or disperse to the world out there. So people will not take it that seriously. They want to sit down to learn instrumentation for quite a while because they believe there will be a studio there they can press one note, the computer just gives them, they say, I like that sound, loop it. Our people believed in principles that we needed to follow for quite a while. Mentorship, very important. The mentor and the mentee have to groom over a period of time the essence of values they need to create. For that reason, the present day generation does not, they want to make it, but they don't want to learn it. They want to earn it, but they don't want to learn it. They want to gain it, but they don't want to train in it. You see, so there's been a big marked difference because of the way it's been thrust upon, because the West will grab it. But don't tell me that it is because the West wants it. No, it is because we need to put our feet down to be able to establish it the right way, for them to now finally accept it. This is the way it must be. Because that is how, you cannot tell me that the Mpokiti dance, for instance, the Atilogu dance, for instance, or even if you go to Western culture, the Yoruba land, where you have the Bata drummers and the Omele and the Gongon together coming to preempt the arrival of the singers and then get the dancers to come into fray and express the culture with the value it has. Then you say, for instance, that I cut all of that out and just do something from the studio that sounds like Gongon and do something for the studio that mimics the Bata and the Omele and get just one person to come and emulate, and then they use the cameras and then put figures and different points. It will represent the culture the same way? Hell no. The essence of us is people. We are people-oriented, and we are driven by the essence of the values we create. The African value is what we are losing. We need to reculturalize their mindset based on what they say they need. They need to see our values, not their values.
But you know, the internationally, there is the threat to cultures everywhere.
Thank you. But you are the same person who attested to the fact that you are very happy when you saw that now you saw Burna Boy playing live.
Yeah, I said
Thank
so.
you.
I said so because
here we go.
Also, as a professional, I know the essence of a live band.
People-oriented, people-driven sound,
a
not
performance
machine.
that is based on reality, not an assumption of this is what the sound is. Because in the long run, right, the musicianship that is not exhibited is what we yearn for.
Thank you.
Because we had seen it before.
See, if you look-
However, what I'm saying is, I don't agree with you that it is the international community, the international controllers of music or the entertainment world that are making our people do that. I think it's a situation of people finding an easier way to produce sound, right? And then when they go for live performances like shows that they have, right? And then they can't perform with a live band. They now have Mr. DJ, roll it.
We just said the same thing.
No, I'm telling you.
If
what
they
I don't
learned
believe
it,
in.
if they learned it,
Yes.
the way the rudimentary style, pattern of the African format cometh, i.e., you are mentored, you are trained, you learn. When you learn, you earn the knowledge.
Okay, let
you
me
earn
break
the
your
values.
thoughts. How would that be possible in today's world?
That's why I'm saying attention span is patience, tolerance. Look, listen, every world that you see comes with its own cliches and dogma. Right? There has been an erosion of certain values from the system. Tolerance, patience. Those things are very important.
I'm saying, how do we make the younger generation learn it?
Simple. By starting from the base like it used to be done.
So
in those days, please bear me this.
I'm bearing you.
In those days, in primary schools, you had music lessons, you had music teachers.
They still
In secondary
teach it.
schools, you had music lessons and music teachers. It's not going on anymore.
Many
you don't have
schools
them.
still teach it.
No, sorry.
That they do.
Except you're talking about the school you are able to afford to send your children to.
No, I'm talking of the school that I attended.
No, bro. Look, your time is long time gone.
No, it's
The
there.
present
It's
time,
there right
not
now.
there.
It's there. Go to CMS Grammar School. They're doing it.
My brother, how many schools are like CMS Grammar School? CMS Grammar School is doing it now because the old boys came into the picture
Yes.
to make sure that some of the things
that we benefited from
are reintroduced. Now you are
Yes.
coming to my point. You
Yes.
see, the system has to be recalibrated to make the present day generation fall in line. If it is done in CMS Grammar School and it can be replicated in other grammar schools
Even
and in
your
other
Federal
secondary
Government
schools,
College,
Federal
Warri.
Government College Warri is not doing it the way that we used to do it.
So what's your old boys association
They are
doing?
struggling to make sure that these things are put in place right now.
You see, Dede, what I'm trying to show you is that we can't just leave it to the younger generation alone. All of us have a responsibility
That's
to make this thing
what
happen.
I just said.
We have a responsibility.
It is our responsibility to make sure that
Exactly.
we push the powers that be plus us ourselves, being part of the powers that be, to make sure that these things work.
Dede, you are also part of the powers that be.
I've just said so.
No.
I said we need to push the powers that be.
No.
And
You just said we as
also.
those.
I said, and we also as part of the powers
Do
that
you
be.
know how the younger generation see your generation, which is also my generation? Do you know how they see us?
Omo, the story different too.
Oh.
Like I knew.
And so we have to admit that we have not done enough.
That's what I'm saying, that we need to retrace this back.
No.
You cannot let what is coming from the West be a total dictate to what the present is receiving. We need to reculturalize the
For
mindset
instance,
of
we have
the generation
phones.
we
We
have.
have phones. They come from the West. We use the phones.
I'm not saying we shouldn't. I'm
Uh-huh.
saying we need to recondition, reposition the mindset of our own in the present. There are examples beginning to come into fray. I'll give you this. Okay, many years back, we are thinking that it's just only of recent that people are tapping into the fella thing and the rest. No. Very, very many years back. Look at people like Missy Elliott.
Yes, sir.
Song like What You Gonna Do. If you listen to it, da-da-da-da-dum,
Yes.
dun-dun-dun-dun-dun,
Yeah.
that's authority stealing now.
Yes.
You know, and these things have been there, but people did not really look at it the way we need to start looking at it. They were taking samples and looping. Whereas what we need to do is training the people to know how, so that they can handle these things the right way. We're giving room to the phone to control the children instead of making the children understand that they should control what they seek and use the phone for. We're leaving room for the children to be looping instead of teaching the children how to be the instrumentalists that will take control.
Fine.
So at the end of the day, the control is left in the hands of the person who holds that. Your chip is just the access. They hold all your documentation. They are your storehouse. But your storehouse, which is live, cannot be taken away from you if you culture it. That's what I'm trying to say. The fella genre, fella generation taught all this to so many. Don't cave in to what they will give you in totality. Use the essence of those values, but it should be based on what we are culturalized, our ways of life, our cultural attributes. And this goes across all spheres, music, because fella is not just music.
Yeah, sure, certainly.
Oh, it's
Certainly
a culture
not.
which is bigger than music. You and I
Sure,
know
sure.
that, you know, because he transcended music, politics, economics. He was into
all over.
All over.
He was all over. Yeah.
Medicine,
Yeah.
you know, and everything you want to talk about. Because, you see...
No. In fact, let me break into that. You know, when you mentioned medicine, I recall that for a long time, forever, he actually kept singing about and talking about the need for us to go
back to African medicine. Herbal.
I remember that song. It's a herbal medicine. That's the solution. Why didn't we go back to herbal? Well, we're going back now, I think.
Yeah, isn't it funny now
Yeah.
that in the present day and time, some people seem not to even realize some certain facts. For too many years, that Oyibo queen went there for yonder, Iyachali, Queen of England, Oniwayo, she has been on herbal medicine for donkey years. During research, we found this out. And they have been pushing to us synthetic drugs for so many years, to the point that Nigeria as a whole is dependent on China and India for medicines.
But that's more of a business.
Thank you. It's the same thing we're talking about, your cure. If we cure ourselves with what we know are natural, that man from outside will not pump in the synthetics into us, because that is not us at all. The truth of the matter is, the essence of what we live as human beings must be reappraised. For everything that afflicts man, Olodumare has left an answer in plants.
Yes, you know, herbs, plants, generally have a therapeutic impact on the lives of humans.
It's nature for nature, nature to nature.
But there is also the need to be able to measure what doses or dosage would work.
Therein comes the problem of what the system has been faced with for too many years, the dogma, i.e. the health scheme put up by the governance over the years. Because commonsensically, when you look out there, you find that in nearly every major stores you see, even pharmacies, you find Chinese herbal medicine in every nook and cranny.
Even Indian.
Even an Indian.
Yes.
In every nook and cranny, and people dive for them.
Yeah.
People go there.
Yeah.
But this is Olodumare's natural bed, God's own natural bed. If you take a trip, for instance, like we were talking some time back, from Lagos and say you're traveling to Benin, look left, look right.
Yeah.
Omo, what will you see?
Yes,
Untouched, untapped,
rainforest and all that.
Unhindered, uninhibited natural resources. And in those places lie these things. But what has the Ministry of Health over the years done? What has the policy on health in the country been? Look, arguably, about 80% of Nigerians cannot afford to patronize the orthodox medical centers. So what has been keeping them alive? Has the health principles in the country been able to juxtapose their findings based on these, so that at the end of the day, you bring your pharmacologist, your health scientist, your biophysicist or scientist, and sit them together with the Ilewe Omos. Take data for data about their claims. Do a recce on these findings. Do a test to find the efficacies therein or otherwise, so that we can now have a concrete database of what we know is proficiently patent to cure. We can cure the world.
But I can say this, that the policy has been evolving. All states in Nigeria, for instance, have boards of traditional medicine. Yes. And then some universities that I know of also have programs in traditional medicine.
How many universities?
It will start somewhere.
But
maybe
you see,
we just want to mainstream it now.
If you want to start anything in this world,
yes,
it has to start from the grassroots.
Yeah.
Okay. When you say grassroots, it comes from base up.
Yes.
We start from the primaries. Start to teach the children. We need to go back. See, those people went down there 18 and above, you go hard to teach them new things. So those people went there for down. We go there, start to teach them the essence. This one is dogoyaro. This is lemongrass. This is why these people are using okpain. This is why they are using.
But that is being done even in villages, in towns, in hamlets, and all that.
It is not done the way we need to make it nationalized.
That's why we need to, allow the evolution of the study aspect of it.
See,
of the codified aspect of it.
We cannot leave it, because this is the time for them to have even tapped deeper into it. Why do I say this? There are certain priests in Nigeria, somewhere around Edo State,
that
are carrying out researches on herbal cure.
Yeah, and they're producing a lot of solutions.
And they're working.
That are certified even by NAFDAC.
Thank you.
Yes.
Now, I remember during when the COVID outbreak started.
Yes.
They came out with 2 principles. And what were those principles? 1, wear a mask. 2, social distance.
Yeah.
Good. In Ajangbadi, Idi Arere, Idi Okpe, Idi Mangoro, Mushin, Agege, Isaleko, Apo, Ogwanja, Isapele, urban area, all those areas. Can they social distance? No. 2, when they stay 10 in a room, 20 sometimes in some room, they feel wear mask when light not day. Not be die be that. No. But we saw these people wake up in the morning, struggle to survive, go to any work they could find, look for the small food they could find to eat, come back in the night and sleep. Don't forget, dead body, no, they hide. And there were not many cases of fatalities during that period. As the World Health Organization done themselves a favor by showing the world that this happened within the period of the so-called, in quote, pandemic. Hold it. I'm coming to my point here. Did they show this to the world? That these people, how did they survive it? There were no hospitals. All we saw was that they kept some isolation centers that were like poster centers. And then in no time, all the isolation centers, nobody there inside again. Now, amala, ewedu, rice, mama, dodo, and the rest. And they give those people, they bring people coming, they're smart and they faded everything out.
Yeah.
Right? And the people were living steady. The major problem the people had then was what? Hunger.
Yes.
Next, the West propagated some certain theories medically. If I walk into the Western world today, or to Americas, and I stand in their midst and say, it looks like I have COVID, they will tell me to self-isolate for 14 days, max. But if I walk into their airport today and I say, it be like I get malaria, right there they will quarantine me. Instantly, they won't let me move. Which means that the efficacy of that so-called malaria, which they fear so much, is higher than the one they just brought in now from their laboratories. Bobomi, Rora.
No, you too, Rora. First, the World Health Organization, I know they are researching how it was possible for Africa generally
to survive. But
that.
I want to postulate
you understand
to them.
And I'm waiting for the publication of their findings.
But you and I know some certain truths. That one, our ancestors coded this from the present day from knowing that they made us take our medicines as food.
You see,
check this out, brother.
Humanity generally did that.
No.
Generally did that.
No.
See, for instance, I have read and I have found information online concerning the fact that our eating habits were okay up until the 70s. And the 70s is just like about 50 years ago.
No, 60s. It started in the 60s.
Yes.
When they started to talk about...
you could eat like about 4, 5, 6 times in a day. The human body is not designed to eat like that. It's designed to work a bit, eat a bit, rest, then
regenerate,
work again.
recuperate.
You understand?
Let the system itself.
So, and that's when we started having issues of obesity, so quote and unquote pandemic of other stuff.
That's not when we started having obesity. Obesity has it's been a way of life. Look, see, obesity.
Go read. You too go read. You find that up until
my brother, go look back to the ancient days. Many of those people when they say they're affluent, Calabar, go to Calabar land from way back. to marry the girl, they go take and go where? Fattening room.
Fattening room. That one is a concept.
It's a concept. It's a dogma. It's a culture.
It's a concept.
It's a culture.
As part of the culture.
Thank you. It's a culture.
Right? But we're saying humanity generally, right? Until the late 60s, early 70s, we didn't eat so much. We'll take a break now. It's Dede and I today. Stay tuned. You're welcome back to Timeless Conversations. Dede is my guest. Now, Dede, yes. The things we do off the air is what we're doing here.
Very precisely.
Right? But that's how knowledge is shared.
That's the only way we can do it.
Now, as humans, we need to get a good control over what we eat.
True that.
And the purpose of eating.
True that.
Then what we even ingest into our system, either by way of drink, eat, or smoke.
Or knowledge. Ingestion is multiple.
Okay, knowledge.
So important. You see, if not for the knowledge cast down, the other will not understand what came before.
Yes.
Others will stumble across some certain things. And by stumbling, they try to research and find out how and why. Yes, but passed down knowledge is power. Because it gives you a base first to start from.
Yes.
Now, when we talk of ingestion, I remember that they used to say in those days that if you chop so many discs, cholesterol this, cholesterol that, only for them to come now and debunk all the so-called cholesterol.
Oh, yes.
And they had made so many
plenty money.
Hundreds of trillions of dollars from this hoax.
Yes.
Now, you see, it is the big pharma at play.
Yes.
When they came with AIDS, they made us believe that it was green monkeys.
Yeah.
And it came from us as a people. Only for them to come and reveal now that it was from their laboratories. When they came with Ebola, they came with the same talk. Only for them to reveal by themselves that it was from their laboratories. They have now come with COVID. And not to Bewa. What is the intention? Is to see that which can it's biological warfare, biologically eliminate a group of people from this world. Because it is not us that have been doing it, it is them that have been doing it. And they have been using, in quote, wanting to use us as guinea pigs. Waiting they take cure Ebola, for instance. Ewedu, last. That the common man wakes up in the morning in the whole of the Western region, and is the first thing he goes for. Unknown to him, he has been curing himself and preventing himself from any of such.
Yeah, but that is the impact of knowledge.
That's why I'm saying this is the time.
The knowledge of food and food types.
As medicine.
Yes.
You see, people must accept this fact or come to understanding of these facts. That things like Ofe Onugbu, Ofe Oha, Ofe Owere, Edikaikon, Afang, Ikokore, Ekpankukwo, and herbs like Ewuro, Efiri, Begiri, and all these things are very, very useful to the human. They are medicinal.
Yes.
Why do I say the time is now? The time is now for the health policy of this part of the world to change. Because they're beginning to find out that what those people claimed in the past, they are debunking by themselves in the present.
Yes.
The medicinal claims they are debunking. Now the same Oyibo people come all of a sudden, they begin to package bitter leaf into capsule.
And because people cannot tolerate the taste.
No, that's what they claim. The point is this, what in people, they don't take and power now.
Yes.
They don't take and power. Now the thing when we know, we don't use them as a way of life. Our people don't chop them as their own mainstay that has been rebuilding and regenerating them over the years.
You know, we need to be careful not to stigmatize research into modern medicine.
No, I've just said that those who have gained the knowledge of the research methodology of modern medicine should now come and sit down and take details and dossier from those who profess the knowledge of the herbal.
Yes.
So that we can now carry out directly.
Exactly.
And we start to make the trillions or more that the Chinese and Indians are making today.
I think more of making more people healthy.
That is the whole idea now. If you make person healthy, you know, you're not going to end for the...
not just the money.
You sell amala to me, you know, collect money now free. My Uber boy, you know, they see all the yaw them adults, but they don't make money. Now, every day, they don't do money. All those people, they sell paraga or pie and the rest, one pawuni.
Yeah, they do.
So
they
that's
do.
the
But
whole
then,
idea.
but then there's a need for regulation of their
That's
trade.
why I said...
There's a need for regulation.
That's why I
their
said
trade.
we should get our pharmacists, pharmacologists, health scientists,
Yes, you said so.
biophysicists, in conjunction with NAFDAC and the Ministry of Health to correlate this together so that we are coordinated in
Yes.
a very organized manner.
A further reason is because sometimes, in fact, oftentimes, what is good for you may not be good for me.
True that.
So we need to regulate it. For instance, you have a lifestyle that I don't have.
Yes.
But it has not affected our friendship or
How?
relationship. Right?
Can it?
You take
If after 35 years we still relate the way we relate,
you take your Igbo. I have never taken it.
Yes.
But you are still my very good friend.
Till tomorrow.
You understand me?
And you see, coming to that point of the Igbo
Yes.
factor again, whoa,
Yes.
hold. All those years they will be stigmatizing us, castigating us, hey, I'm bold, this, that. Now, uncle, 80% of the hospitals in America, Europe, and the rest of it, once you walk in, the first thing you see, CBD oil, THC available. That's not Igbo now.
That's the
that's
the oil from it.
No, you see, here we go again now. You start to tell me that's the oil from it.
Of course
what
it
else
is.
will it be again?
Of course it is, because for years, for ages, they
Excuse
had
me.
always they had always used hemp, or what is it called, from it, the
Yes.
derivatives of it,
Yes.
in medicine.
Thank you now.
They had always, but then what was frowned upon was the smoking of it, because a lot of the people who did it then didn't have even your own persona.
Okay.
It didn't affect you.
No, but you see,
Yes.
there we go again with something else.
Go.
It is the level of use and abuse that we need to you need to paraphrase in anything.
Mm-hmm.
Look, abuse water, wahala dey. Abuse ogogoro, wahala dey. Abuse even eba, gari,
Yeah.
wahala dey. Abuse anything for this world, wahala dey. But tell you what, most of the guys who were, well, the poster stigma for things like the use of cannabis, where maybe some of those people who they go wake up in the morning, they never eat, they go drink ogogoro. Small time friend tell them, say, you go drink stout. Say, give me that because it's free. He drink on top. Then he can't go smoke Igbo. When they smoke the Igbo, go smoke one full big jumbo all by himself. Smoke and finish. Waka go. He never eat. What will happen to that person on the street?
He will misbehave.
Thank you. At the end of the day, they will say, but
that's the truth.
But the real picture, it's not that.
Yeah.
Because there are many other paradigms that he had crossed before getting to that last stage, which is the use of the weed. Tell you what, the Jamaicans have always called it the herb. Back at home, we always call it the herb.
Which home?
Every home.
We didn't call it herb, but we didn't call it Igbo.
Kinigbo. What is Igbo? Herb, the bush. Everything that is
Igbo
within.
bush, oh.
It is the strongest, most ethical plant. That's why they gave it the name of the bush as a whole. Abo Rinkan. See, come on, is it not amazing that in America, the whole of America is legalized now?
No, not the whole.
No,
not the whole.
most,
no.
When you have 75%, when you have 75% of the country,
some parts.
When you have
yes.
75% of the country,
there is still no federal law legalizing it. So
I say when
not
you have
the whole.
75% of the states
They
in America,
waste time. Let's not waste time.
No, the whole of Canada, uncle.
I don't know about Canada.
Ghana,
They're in the process.
They have started exporting.
They're in the process. Even here, Governor Akeredolu said sometime ago that, and even Showore said it. But you see, that's the thing about
it's reset. Back to that same thing, my brother.
It's about the evolution of society. It's the truth.
We are too slow in this evolution. That's what I'm trying to make you realize.
But you can't rush it.
No, it has been with us since. We're not rushing it. We are saying that this is the time. They are using it for many things all over the world now. We have the natural bed. Take seed from your mouth. Just remove and throw it. It will grow.
Mm-hmm.
So in essence, it is time to paraphrase the policies and principles, because we need to start now building those paradigms that make us producers of the essence of life and living. It is through the things we have as natural God-given gifts, the herbs, the foods. Starts from there. The culture. It's embedded within. The tradition is built within. We culturalize how we build on our own heroes. Instead of flashing everywhere other people's heroes, we flash our heroes. We're sending the message in. Look, the first African ever to be represented in the height of theaterdom in the world is who? Fela Anikulapo Kuti. And we are not tapping into the resources of Fela Live on Broadway went.
Yes.
Money spinner. Yes. And they made a lot of money from all kinds of things, memorabilia from all kinds of things. That would have come home here. To the extent that, well, our people are also guilty. Some of our people. They did not allow for our people to be embodied within that, to lead the trend of that. We would rather sell out than sell in. But we need to re-acculturalize our mindset from outward to inward.
But what if money comes from outward? You have to go there.
No, you can build the essence of letting the outward come with the money to collect the value from inward. That is all I'm trying to say.
Retain the essence.
Retain the essence because the value is therein. You trained in it. You were mentored in it. You learned in it. You are now well versed in it. So you are the authority in it. So they would need to come here to get it because the value therein lies within. So the returns will be commensurate with its value because you will dictate that which is the value, not them to dictate to you. Because they just come here, lift off your raw materials, carry your cocoa, go, bring chocolate, come.
Yeah, but that's because you have not taken the concrete steps towards making it happen.
It is not about you
No, wait now. Wait. For instance, you have a situation where, whilst we were growing up, the imported finished goods wasn't so much in our open markets. We had more industries working in this country then.
And the industries were from where?
Yeah.
Doing what thing?
We had industries.
No, give me the examples. I'll start coming in for you.
We had industries that were local, producing local products and selling within the Nigerian and West African markets.
Give me the products you're talking about. Let's go in.
I don't want to go into...
Yeah, you want to talk about USC products?
Yeah, well, USC too.
Don't you know what USC is?
No, that's historical.
Historical?
At the point they became indigenized.
They did not.
They did.
No, they looked like.
No, they did.
Bro, see, when you tell me that something is indigenized, it means it is in its embodiment, its principles, its policies, its dictum, it's local. But when you do not do that, and the last base is Western, then it's not indigenized.
No, it is.
No. MDs for too many years remained Oyibo to start with. Hold on.
Go ahead.
Cadbury Nigeria Limited.
This is how we always...
The era of us wanting to want that should die finally. We should start acculturalizing the present day generation with that empowerment process in the mindset.
That era would only die when we stop craving imported stuff.
Precisely what we're talking about.
Yes.
It's not imported stuff alone. You see, look, when we stop not training ours to value ours, it is our responsibility, like you said, and we must always keep doing this. We must teach them to understand the benefits, values accrued therein, and returns if need be. Because many of them, their mindset has been tuned. Look, in our time, you would take your time to go through a process. And through that process, you learn. From that process, you grow, right? Why do you think, for instance, the economic order in the world is understudying the Igbo mentorship system?
Yes.
In the business schools all abroad, they're studying it. Why? Because they've seen that it is a very, very strong model that works.
It is. It works.
Now, good. That is our cultural way. We as a people, we need to start going back into understanding the rudiments of what our cultural trainings were meant to have given to us. True enough, we talk of interregnum of 40 years of whatever, where they forced by force, that we turn our eyes away from that which is ours and focus directly on what we want to feed us with. That time is gone. The time is now where the world has been taken from where it was to where everybody is singularly reconnected.
Yeah.
Now, in those days, if our auntie open calabash with water inside, come clean, come say, hey, come talk to your brother for London. I say, come talk to your brother. Then you come look inside the pot, you go say, now witchcraft. Yes?
Yeah.
But today you go hold your phone, press button. You talk to your brother for London, you go call on technology.
No. One is technology, the other is metaphysical.
No, brother,
It's
look.
true,
No. See, come. We must start to understand that everything in this world is spirit-driven. It's spiritual. It's an essence. You call it metaphysical?
Yeah.
That's a spirit zone.
Yes.
That's a spiritual zone.
Yeah, but then,
everything in this world, we must empower ourselves with the essence of the African spiritualism and spirituality
I don't have
to know the values therein.
Did it? I don't have anything against the metaphysical aspect of our lives as Africans.
It is about repackaging.
Hold on, no. But technology, we must admit that technology is technology.
Technology and witchcraft.
Well, you may choose to describe it.
How you want to describe it? When person just press button, light come. According to fella, technology.
Yes.
You just dey here, you sit down, you dey look me for television. You just dey there. Before you go, you don't enter motor, you kick him, he move.
Okay.
You do. Oh, now winch.
No.
The man will make like
okay,
go
so
school.
which kind of which you could describe this one as? We are recording a program that will become content for a television station.
Yes.
Oh yeah. So is that witchcraft? No.
Big time.
No.
Because you are using what we have. No, listen. We are using what we have within stored, the knowledge we have stored within, to share with the world out there, for them to gain the essence of what this world coming should be better thereof.
But what we are doing is we are deliberate. We are preparing something. So the metaphysical thing is different. Yeah, the metaphysical thing is different, and the technological thing is different.
Can I tell you something?
No, don't tell me anything. Let me ask you a question.
It had to come through that to get to technology.
Don't worry.
And what I'm trying to say is that the power of what we saw of our mothers doing or our ancestry doing, we could rechannel that. Look at what they did in that movie, the Wakanda. What do they call it again?
That's
Black Panther.
Yes.
Right.
Yeah.
If you study look at the Black Panther world, you will see it's just an expression of what we had been doing as in our mindset as children.
Yes.
Those kind of ideas that came
as African children.
Thank you. So they now brought it and built a persona around it, putting essence and value in movie format.
And for commercial purposes.
For commercial purpose. What that has just told us is that there's so much untapped within us here that we have not packaged.
I agree.
And we need to now start reorientating, re-educating, and reinvesting into building that ground-based knowledge development.
I agree.
That will now take from here the power and essence to sell to the world.
The difference is your characterization of it. But let me go. Don't worry, let's do this.
Because I know your mama do all like this. Now say, look, your brother talk to her.
It's like
you go say that wish, but you go take phone, you go say that technology. No, Papa about me so yeah, man. It's which?
No worries. Say now winch Abi.
Now winch.
Okay. Now, you know that within our culture,
yes,
there are different types of foods. And there are some people who will say, okra, for instance, we need to chop them for my family.
Because they can do jazz for their family.
Yeah.
Yes, and they take self their juju. The essence of spirituality is about the value you calibrate according to the area you come from. It resonates with everybody.
Exactly.
Muslims, for instance, typical Muslims will tell you, they chop pig.
No, it's not typical. That's just it.
No, not many of them they chop. And they see them. But wait, I know they want. See, look, this is not about mentioning names.
You don't need to mention anybody's
It's not mentioning names, but
yes.
I'm confirming to you that I know some of my Muslim friends.
Yes.
Who eat.
Well, maybe they have eaten. Yes.
They eat.
Okay, go ahead.
I'm just telling you. But the point is, some are liberal about what is requested. Well, just like those same people you talk about. Their family tree not go green, made they chop snail.
Yes.
But many of them, they chop snail.
I even know a gentleman who is an Igbo guy, very close to me, who said, in my hometown, in my village, right, you can't kill a snake.
You see now?
You understand? So those are the metaphysical parts of our ancestry, our culture, our ways of life.
We
and
need
we
to
need
now
to understand it. I agree.
Modernize our approach to it by researching it the right way.
Okay,
so it can gain essence in the present.
Yeah, so now let me ask you a question about food types. What food types resonate very well with you?
Natural foods. I cook.
Yeah,
You know,
I
I'm a
cook
good
too.
cook, you know, so for me, I do foods like our typical Nigerian dishes. I know how to cook plenty. True. Not many people do it. I dey cook banga soup like crazy. I dey cook gbagbo fofo, gbagba kogiri. Those are Shekiri foods, you know.
yes.
I dey cook owo well. I dey do epuru, like the Robos call it.
What is epuru?
Ukodo.
Ukodo, okay.
That is yam and pepper
Yam
soup,
and
you know,
pepper soup, yes, yes.
with the typical pepper soup, traditional pepper soup ingredients, you know. I dey cook 5 different types of egusi.
Yeah.
I dey cook
Tell
ofe
me.
oha, ofe owere, ofe onugbu.
No. Tell me the 5 different types of egusi.
Oh, gbagba kogiri, which is the first, the
Yes.
Shekiri style.
Yes.
You know, there is the Cameroonian style,
Yeah.
where you pack the balls.
Yeah, that's
And-
true.
Yeah,
I've seen that.
There is
And
the
okay, go
there
ahead.
is the efa elegusi,
Elegusi, yes.
which is the Yoruba style.
Yes.
And there's the Igbo style.
Yes.
You know, and these are everything have their own.
Yeah.
You know, then like the okra we talked about also. I dey cook about 4 or 5 different types. Shekiri type first. Yeah. You know.
Why you
Gbagbo
always
fufu.
putting Shekiri first?
Because that's my roots, man. Hello. Sell not yourself and then you are nobody.
I thought you wouldn't proclaim it easily.
No. Emi. Hey, Otoyeme. No. Don't go there. You must find the essence of where thou art from.
You have to be comfortable in your own skin.
You must
because
be before
you
you
can
can't
project.
give what you don't have.
Before you can project.
You can't give what you don't have.
That's true.
So from home first.
Yeah.
You know, gbagbo fufu. Then I dey do the Igbo style where you go cut the okra in a different style, then come mix with different vegetables, in particular like bitter leaf,
yes.
and if you like,
yes.
then they do the ila sepo,
yes.
Yoruba style.
Yes.
Then they do the ila separate again
Yes.
with crayfish,
Yeah.
with our you know, that you can use with stew,
Yes.
you know, by the side. You know, all these things are, and they are medicinal. It's proven.
So how much of foreign foods do you eat?
Of recent, I never see myself really eat foreign food. So
these things we just talked about, especially as it relates to food and locally produced stuff, resonate with a song by Fela.
Buy Africa.
Buy Africa. How much of Africa should we be buying now?
We should do more. We should propagate more. We should signal and symbolize more. Look at you, African fabric.
Look at you.
It's an African T-shirt, please. It's a Nigerian T-shirt, Nigerian-made cotton, with Fela as an insignia, as a symbol.
Don't worry.
And I'm proud of it.
I caught you.
Very proud of it. I don't want to join the rest of them.
Let me thank you so much.
But you see, let's be frank.
Yes.
Before you round up,
Yes.
let's be frank. I think it is time that the governance, whoever they will be that will coming, will look deeper into what we have, so that we start to regenerate from ground up the values we hold. Because through this source, we shall feed the world, we shall heal the world, and we shall show the world what true power means. It's not money, it's value, it's essence.
Thank you, Dede. It's been Dede Mabiaku as my guest on this episode of Timeless Conversations. It's been wonderful, Dede. Thanks
Thank
for
you.
coming. Thank you so
Pleasure
much.
is mine.
Thank you.
Chop your knuckle,
Thank
big.
you. Yes.
Nice one, Bobo.
Thank you.
One love.
Until next time. See you.
Welcome to The Advocate, the program that keeps you educated and informed on current events around you. I will be talking about multilateral relations, the lifeblood of a country's survival. Victor Onyekere will be discussing about NYC at 50, and Stephen Agiode will be giving us lessons from Sudan as usual. Expect interesting conversations. We will be back after this break. Multilateral relations, the lifeblood of a country's survival. Adolf Hitler once said, when diplomacy ends, war begins. On the other hand, Fareed Zakaria, CNN international correspondent, said, foreign policy is a matter of costs and benefits, not theology. Nigeria has always been a prominent figure in African politics, forming alliances with various countries and international organizations to promote peace and stability in the continent. However, the ongoing crisis in Sudan has revealed the need for Nigeria to strengthen its multilateral relationships to better protect its citizens in diaspora. Many Nigerians are currently stuck in Sudan, facing various challenges such as lack of access to basic necessities like food, shelter, and healthcare. Unfortunately, Nigerians' efforts to bring its citizens back home have been slowed down by diplomatic difficulties and bureaucracies. To address this issue, Nigeria needs to strengthen the diplomatic image in Africa by working more closely with African Union and the United Nations to ensure the safety of Nigerians abroad. Inclusivity and progressivism should be prioritized in the approach to foreign policy, much like the new British monarch, King Charles III, focus on strategies that promote selfless service, growth and prosperity for all. This will foster unity and development between African states. Foreign policies and ethics are integral to a country's survival in international system, and Nigeria needs to put its best foot forward to achieve this. The recent example of the peaceful fight between ambassadors of Russia and Ukraine in Turkey during a peace negotiation highlights the importance of diplomacy and the need for mutual respect between countries. In conclusion, Nigeria needs to strengthen its multilateral relationships with other countries and international organizations to protect its citizens in diaspora. Through a focus on inclusivity and progressivism, Nigeria can foster unity and development between African states by prioritizing diplomacy and mutual respect. Countries can achieve a peaceful and stable international system benefiting all. I'm going to start with you, sir. You know, I actually raised 3 case studies here. Case study 1 is the current situation in Sudan. But before we talk about Sudan, let's just quickly say something about the new British monarch. Just something nice. You know, for the past 70 years, of course, Queen Elizabeth reigned after her father. The father tried to take UK out of depression following the Second World War, right? And then Queen Elizabeth came on board as young queen now, and she presided over League of Nations, including Commonwealth, you know, trying to foster prosperity. And then her son, King Charles III, is emphasizing selfless service for all. Selfless service and inclusivity. That's the only way the monarch can be sustained as influential in this. So I just want to hear one thought from you, and then Victor will delve into other issues.
Well, the royalty in England has played a big role in the Commonwealth when we are talking about diplomacy and ability to impact nations. Many Nigerians have taken advantage of Commonwealth scholarships and all that. We have benefited a lot from that. And indeed, sometimes in the economic sphere, it has been useful for us and all that. We come from the background of the fact that they were colonial rulers.
He was good there.
And but then we have evolved over time into becoming partners. The situation is really unlike the one you have with the French and assimilation, where some will say that when the French left, they left colonies they didn't live independent states. I mean, you have countries without central banks virtually. They rely on France to dictate the value of their currency. Sure, yeah. But with Britain, we have virtually become partners. We have evolved to the extent that the constitution we run today is not even the one they left for us. We use the American constitution to show the extent of our independence. In 1963, we left the jurisdiction of the Privy Council, so we became fully independent. So since then, we have virtually become with them partners, equals. Although under the Commonwealth, we have gained a lot. And all that. So it's a point to say to the British, congratulations.
Congratulations to the British.
On the coming into being of a new monarch. And to hope that it will usher in a greater period of cooperation between Nigeria and Britain.
Okay, Victor, your thoughts?
Yeah, I think I would just piggyback on what King Charles III said about selflessness and inclusivity. I think it's very important because when you look at it, it's that word selflessness is something that we're very akin to in Nigeria. And I think that if leaders, right, can emulate that certain virtue, which is serving, knowing that when you are in any position of leadership, right, is actually the position to serve people. And selflessness is really, is really about thinking about the highest good of other people and not just, what I want to do with this power, right? But what change can I effect? Where can I take the people to? How can I make things easier, better, more progressive for the people? And then also inclusivity is also very important. We must now shun, like Stephen said, right? Lesson for African leaders. How can we be more inclusive, getting everybody carried along, right? Somebody once said that when you look at people who are quote unquote disabled, they are not. They are just abled in another format. Sure. So it's ability in another format. So, I mean, there's the non-inclusiveness of women, and things like that. So we need to bring everybody together. We need to build, societies that are all inclusive. So, I mean, kudos to the British, kudos to, I mean, it was a very wonderful ceremony.
No, you watched it.
So I can only wish...
I couldn't help watching it.
I can only wish them all the best. Good one.
Okay,
Good
I'm
one.
going to talk something now. I want us to say something else. The next issue on ground, talking about, according to Adolf Hitler, and I just stated it as when he said, when diplomacy fails, war begins. And you saw what happened 2 weeks ago. That was, I consider, quite inhumane and disturbing and perhaps disgraceful. Two ambassadors fighting. You saw it like, let's say about 2 weeks ago, the Russian ambassador and an ambassador from Russia and an ambassador from Ukraine involving in a physical fight. Like it was like a kind of ugly situation considering what is happening now in Ukraine. So I want to hear your thoughts on this. How do you think world leaders can garner and to solve the problem? There are a lot of persons have died in Russia and Ukraine. So what do you think? I want to hear your thoughts on this, from the diplomatic angle.
There are a lot of issues on the ground in Ukraine, and there are a lot of geopolitics that is going on. You remember Russia is a successor state to USSR, which was engaged in Cold War with the West. What we are seeing, it's an evolution of that, what was going on at that time. Putin is trying to restore the Russian state as it was. The gradual collapse of the Russian state is what led to the emergence of states like Ukraine, Belarus, all these states, is their collapse. But Putin sees the world in terms of that time. Is, in my view, unable to reconcile himself with the collapse of the Soviet Union. What you find in these ambassadors fighting is a physical embodiment of what is happening between their
Between
nations.
Russia and Ukraine.
It's a conflict that it would not be easy to solve. I don't envy any diplomat trying to solve it, because in order to solve it, you need to know that these things go back a long way. The history between even Ukraine, how Ukraine came to be part of USSR in the first place, and all that, the history, the cultural differences and all that. You have to delve far back into their history. And then the position of Russia vis-a-vis the West. The different values in terms of democracy and autocracy and all that. There's a proxy war going on between values of between different values and different ways of seeing the world. That's what we are seeing.
But humanity is suffering.
A clash, you may say, of civilizations.
Humanity is suffering, despite the views, theologies, philosophy, whatever. Humanity is suffering. How do we help humanity?
Well, the truth is that when war has been part of the existence of humanity, I pray that there can be a truce in the conflict between them. Just that while the principal parties ruling the two nations and ruling on, why the principal characters in this conflict remain in power, I really don't see it. Why the principal powers remain, principal characters remain in power. Putin remains in power, and the American president remains who he is. The Ukrainian president remains who he is. I really don't see how diplomacy can really change things.
Okay, before I come to you, Victor, I'd like us to go to the next topic on our regarding diplomacy and the Sudan crisis. Some people said it's not time for Uhuru. I don't know, I think you've read that book. It's not yet time for Uhuru. Mr. Stephen, you must have heard of that book. It's not yet time for Uhuru.
Yes.
Yeah, it's not yet time for freedom.
Yes.
Not yet time to celebrate. You know, recently the President-elect Ashwadu Bola Ahmed Tinubu, he has been on several, he's out of Nigeria now. They said he's in Europe for is it state visit or working visits?
Yes,
working visit, right?
Yes, yeah.
And some presidents of some countries have, or some top people, including organizations, in different countries, have shown interest in wanting to see him or wanting to have his presence because he's a new elected president. And then what happened last week or so, while he was in, is it last week or last 2 weeks? While he was in Port Harcourt, Governor Wiki invited him to come and commission projects. And but some other persons are of the school of thought that we can only have one president at a time. Wait for your turn. Wait for your turn. It's not your time. Wait, relax. Why some other person said, okay, it's a good thing, hits the ground running. So he's trying to prepare himself. So when he lands in Nassau Rock, he hits the ground running. But more importantly, whichever way, I'm concerned more about Nigerian perception. The administration of President Buhari is almost over. It's almost time up. So let's talk about going forward. What better ways do you think Nigerians can strengthen their imagery? We don't use the principle of reciprocity here. You saw what happened between Nigeria and South Africa. Xenophobic attack and all those things. I'm not trying to whip up sentiment here. I'm not trying to cause any problem. I respect South Africans. They are nice people. They have good people. However, some unfortunate things happened. And this issue has not been addressed properly because one way or the other, Nigerians are suffering. And the government of Nigeria has not been able to say, suffering in mostly African countries, image problem. The same, during the period of Sudan evacuation, a Nigerian business, I think a Nigerian businesswoman that deals with selling wigs or something, she was in Ghana for a trade fair. And what did they do to her? I don't know that you follow that news. They asked her to leave or they asked her to shut down. They actually came to destroy her trade fair. That, look, you are coming to spoil market for we Ghanaians. Yeah, it happened. Yeah. So these things, I can go on and on and on. Is it the fact that Ethiopians shut down their borders against Nigerians and say, no, we need visa to cross, or Egypt trying to, the President Buhari had to call the President LCC before they could open their borders to Nigeria. So is there something that we can do, we can advise the government to do? Because we are talking about promoting African Union, strengthening African Union, promoting free trade agenda, and making Africa a strong economic bloc in the world. But if you are having this fragmentation in Africa, it can't happen. So what do you think about it?
Yeah, you see, I think that it's even important what we are talking about now, because after African free trade is about to take off, which means that Africans should prepare. We've signed the agreement. We are going to have to get to the stage where we start trading with ourselves. That's what the new government should actually be preparing for, linking up with other governments. Whether we like it or not, borders are going to have to be relaxed. African head of states will have to meet with each other more. And then African trade will have to boom. Nigeria should be preparing itself for such an eventuality now. That's what we should be preparing for. That's what other African countries should be preparing for. Just like Europe has shown. With a united unit, you can go far. Africa should be, our coming head of state should be strategizing along those lines. The problem we had with the South Africans was simple. The average South African does not know how much Nigeria contributed to their liberation struggle.
And being a refugee to Mandela.
Yes, and at the time they first saw Nigerians, they saw perhaps the worst of us. Unfortunately, our economy was bad, and then many Nigerians went there that were perhaps not the best representation of Nigerians. But it is not strange what has happened. What has happened between Nigeria and South Africa actually happened between Nigeria and Ghana. You remember?
Yeah,
in 69, the Ghanaians deported us, and we deported Ghanaians. They first deported us.
And they were deported under Shehu Shagari.
Then later, in the 60s, they deported us. We then deported them. So then the South Africans are like this. Maybe it's a lack of awareness. Maybe our military governments too, the way they pursued diplomacy. When you pursue diplomacy, it's like the relationship between you. You must always remember also your own self-interest, so that when you are doing something, you think of what is in it for me.
Cost and benefits.
The way America goes out and does things for countries, they always think, what is in it for America? How can America benefit? You see what they did for the Koreans, but they ensured that American companies benefited from that. When they even when they did Afghanistan, they ensured American benefited from it. When we do foreign, we went to Liberia and we didn't get anything much from it. When we do our foreign policy, we are not thinking in terms of what we will get from it. It's something that needs to be changed. There's no Father Christmas in the world. Just like an individual, you can't just be giving people things and without thinking of what you get from it. It's a basic concept in international relations. We need, with South Africans, to forget what is happening at the moment. We need to forget and forgive, because it happens between nations. What we need to do is, how do we start a new relationship with them, in which we show that we can trade together, and these two countries can partner to raise the profile of Africa. Sure. Because these are the two powerhouses of Africa today.
You know, it's quite unfortunate that Obasanjo contributed to the peace deal in Ethiopia. Mm-hmm. He was the one that actually chairman on behalf of the African Union, and ending 2 years civil war in Tigray region versus Ethiopian government to a halt. Then Obasanjo is the former president of Nigeria, and then Nigerians were fleeing a war in Sudan to Ethiopia, and this same Ethiopian government shot their doors against Nigeria. That's quite funny. I know you want to say something, Victor, as we round up.
Well, I mean, as we wrap up, it also piggybacks back to, what I said earlier, which is really about, you mentioned something around African Union. If we're trying to build a lot of solid ties, who are trying to build something that will be transgenerational. Because if we just assume that we'll be here forever, right, you would not be, you're going to play the ball is going to pass to you, you will play in your own time, and at some point you won't be able to play. What legacies are we leaving behind? You know, why should I even require a visa to go to any African country? Why are we doing this to ourselves? And I mean, you go to the UK, I mean, you just wake up and you travel to the next neighboring country.
Scotland.
Do you understand? But you can't even try.
You can't do free trade that way.
But the thing is, we also need to, I think something is wrong with us internally. And it's this thing that's also happening with, when you come down to Nigeria, where, you know, I mean, this is not even being tribalistic. It's certain, the Igbos are not united. I mean, that's just, is a strong, but that's the thing, right? So there's also this thing of, you know, you are Yoruba, but you are a foreign Yoruba, I'm a deeper Yoruba, you know, all of these things. So if Africa must come together, exactly, so we must begin to see ourselves as one. You know, I should wake up and pack my bags and go to Ethiopia without having to worry about anything. And Ethiopians should be able to come to Nigeria. We should begin to, I don't know if you watched that video that's been trending on Twitter, but I forgot, I think the president of Kenya, you know, he was talking about the fact that they treated us like kids, put us into a bus, you know. He was trending.
Okay.
Yes, it was trending. So I want to censor some things he said, but it was really profound. But again, he piggybacked the fact that even amongst ourselves, we don't value ourselves.
Oh, I get.
We don't carry ourselves with dignity. You know, so in a way, I mean, the colonization happened many years ago.
Exactly.
But somehow there's still a mental slavery.
We are even worse off to ourselves.
Exactly, exactly. So I'll wrap up with this. It's almost like that king, right? That king that wanted to forgive debtors. So he sent for his, you know, servants, get me the debtors, you know, book list. And say, you know what? I forgive every one of you that's owed me so much money. And a certain man was owing the king the largest sum of money. He was forgiving that debt. Guess what? The man stepped out, right, and went to grab the truth of somebody that is within his environment that is owing him just 1/10 of that bigger debt that the king forgave him, you know, for. And so he couldn't forgive that small. The thing he heard about it, the king got angry and threw that man in jail. So it's this thing of within ourselves, we don't look after ourselves. We don't see ourselves as valuable. So how are, you know, those that are not of the African descendant, how would they see us as valuable? I mean, it's a deep core of reflection for us.
Yes.
We need to start seeing ourselves differently. We need to start seeing ourselves of high value. Let's put up a solid front. African Union, we must be solid. Put up a solid front such that when these guys come in, right, we can say, oh, this is how we want to do things. We are united. But when you say, let me go to Ghana to do this, and say, no, don't worry anyway, I will go to Nigeria, they will accept. So you see, so when you say, oh no, these guys are united. So if you try to enter through Ghana, it doesn't work. You go to Ethiopia, you're not going to work. Oh, we've given you one voice. We are united on this matter.
Exactly.
But when you say, oh, Ethiopian president is saying no, let me go to Liberia, let me go to Senegal, they will say yes. There's no united front. We need to have that united front. That's what I'm advocating for today.
That's very good. That's fair. That's fair. Thank you very much for your input, gentlemen. Victor Onyekere is next after the break.
It is engagement we need to have.
Those who suffer miscarriages are never taken into account.
Members of the National Assembly are also influence peddlers.
You are sitting on Nigerians' money.
From the barbing, I pay my rent. On the barbing, I send my children to school.
A consultative engagement.
No any tangible notification before they ban us.
It's one thing for people to be at your back and the heat of the moment, and another thing for them to still be with you when push comes to shove.
NYC at 50. Many social media platforms have been flooded with image memories from people who have successfully passed through the National Youth Service Corps program in commemoration of NYSC at 50 years. Amidst the different images from people, brought back, some nostalgia. Many people shared their NYSC experience. There are several key lessons to draw from these experiences, and if we're to make progressive headway with the NYSC program, we must go back to the drawing board. The NYSC program was created on the 22nd of May 1973 as an avenue for the reconciliation, reconstruction, and rebuilding of the nation after the Civil War. It was established based on the Decree number 24, which stated that the scheme was created with a view to the proper encouragement and development of common ties among the youths of Nigeria, and of course, the promotion of national unity. Some years ago, there had been a movement to scrap the NYSC program, and it had more negative impact than the intended positive impact for which it was originally designed in 1973. It stems from the fact that many young people wasted 11 months of their lives sitting in a remote village where they were literally incapacitated. I mean, if we think about it deeply, we all know that the NYSC program needs a lot of facelift. I personally do not hold the opinion that it should be scrapped, but we can do so much to revamping it into something much better. The program affords the government an opportunity to get real-time feedback from core members, but I doubt that the government has explored this opportunity. These feedbacks will become the necessary tool to rebuilding and restructuring the NYSC program. The program also reveals how much broken our educational system is. There is very low premium on education. There's also the issue of, national safety and national security, which has always been there. I strongly believe that the NYSC program is a massive opportunity for cultural awareness and integration across board. People shouldn't have to influence their deployment and posting, but it's happening till this very day. We won't pretend that we don't mostly know why people influence their deployment. There's a lot of untapped potential with the NYSC program. And I am especially calling on the government this very minute to invite relevant key stakeholders to take another critical look into the program. So I'm going to start with Elijah. You served, during the National Youth Service Corps program, right? What was the experience for you?
I served in 2017, 2018.
Awesome.
August 2017 to July 2018 in Anambra, specifically Onitsha. Well, aside from the nice food, ofaku and rice, I don't joke with that.
Yeah,
aside from
that's
the
like
nice
cultural
food,
integration,
yeah,
right?
Cultural integration.
Yeah.
I am able to go and test my Igbo understanding. Actually, I understand Igbo language to a very good extent, and I can write to a very good extent. I may not be able to speak fluently, but it was an opportunity for me to test my but the good thing is, during the period of my service, I met people from different parts of the world, Nigeria, that came there to serve, and of course we learned quite a lot of things, meeting people and the rest. But the service itself, the scheme itself, I think there's supposed to be some overhauling. Let me give you an example. They want to emphasize skill acquisition because of trying to give us this idea that don't expect the government to provide job for you.
Yeah.
You can actually acquire skill and use this for your own economic advantage. But the process by which they recruit people to give you such kind of number one, the trainings are not sufficient enough. Timing, and maybe some people are not really in tune with what they're aiming for.
Yeah.
So I think they can work with stakeholders to make it more meaningful. Over the years, NYSC had, I wouldn't say it has outlived its purpose. This period that we're having problem of, I don't want to use the word national disintegration, but you know what I'm saying.
Exactly.
People saying, oh, this, you are from social tribe, you don't marry this.
Yeah.
I think NYSC scheme should be fostered to help national integration, but it should be revamped
True.
It should be revamped because I remember a case where, you know, when you go to when we're in camp, you know, we learned quite some things. But if you check, these things they are teaching you, is it relevant to today's markets? Now, those days, if you go for and serve, it has served this purpose. They need teachers in villages and all those things. Yeah, it's okay. But right now, Nigeria should not be dragged to that level. Just being a rural teacher, that's all. You want to help the government in helping educate children in a rural environment. What will the government do for you? How can you be able to key into the 21st century business-like era or recommended skill? So I think the government should look into it.
Fantastic.
And it's a good thing that some other countries are copying, I wouldn't say copying us, but they're emulating us. Countries like Niger Republic, I think that was the time their president came to Nigeria, I think some years back, where they wanted to launch their own national service. Even Ghana does same.
Awesome.
Ghana does same. Other countries like Israel, South Korea, their own is more military-like.
Yeah.
But I think whatever is worth doing at all is worth doing well.
Wow,
That's my
awesome,
thinking.
Elijah. So let me come back to Mr. Stephen. So basically, right, it's been a long time you served. I don't know if you can remember your experience.
No.
But hold on. You know, so I'd like to share your experience and also what do you think? I mean, it would also be good to glean on, you know, several decades since you served and then looking at what it is now, right? And how can we really tap into the full potential of this program?
Okay, so I served in the last year of the 80s. And
where?
In Niger State, Mina.
Okay, Mina. Oh, interesting.
Now, my experiences, well, I think I found in the ordinary Nigerian there a fellowship, a welcome. I mean, on a broad look at it, I was welcomed by people I did not know. Once it was recognized that I was a youth corper, amenities were made, accommodation was made for me. Oh, he's a youth corper, let's see what we can do and all that. So on that level, just imagine if people like us had not gone there, that just seeing people from another culture, just seeing other people would not have happened. So on that level, there's much to say. It's progressive about youth corps. But then we lose a lot when, like we mentioned, you have these manipulations of you transfer, you are doing redeployment and all these things. You miss the purpose. And these days it has become massive. Even that essence of mixing up with cultures that you don't know, we miss it a lot.
But you can't blame them now, considering what happened in 2011 in Kaduna, where core members were killed following the re-election of, or should I call it re-election? Okay, following the election, it was actually not a
very unfortunate
of Goodluck Jonathan.
Very unfortunate.
Security concerns.
Very unfortunate. Also, on another level, I want to take it from the management level. Over the years, I think also what has not been looked at is how NYSC itself has been managed. Has it been prudently managed economically, and all those factors need to be looked at. When you embark on such huge projects, there should be time when you come back and reflect on what you are doing. I don't think that kind of reflection has gone on with NYSC. NYSC is an offshoot of something old. America used to have what they called Peace Corps, but they use it as an instrument of diplomacy.
Yeah.
They take a young person who has graduated and bring him to your country to teach and all that. We, in Nigeria here, we receive such people. They managed it up to the point they realized, okay, are we getting the bang for the buck? And they gradually did away with it. Like you said, other countries do military service. What other countries do with military services, they look at it and say, we are not constantly at war. Do we need a standing army of this proportion? Can we use young people coming up to be stopgap and to keep them in the army as people who can be brought back? America does something like that. South Korea does something like that. And some other countries, Switzerland does something like that, where the bulk of the army is the youth. They are trained. They are part of the army for a number of years till they are 40. But they go to work. If there's a war, they could be called back. In that way, you are managing your resources in terms of you are not wasting money, which is where I go back to what I was talking about fund management and all that. Because what they are doing, they are killing two birds with one stone. They are having an army at the same time.
Working class people.
Eh?
Working class people and the army.
Working class people and the army and all that. So those help their security along the line and all that. The issue of insecurity across the country is a big issue that will need us to reflect on the value of NYSC. Nobody wants to train anybody and send him defenseless to a place where he's endangered.
And come back in the box.
Yeah.
Imagine how many people left their father's house, but they were brought back to their father's house in a box, called a casket.
So they can't defend them. So if to say they were sent into to be like in a military outfit, they will defend themselves. They will have things to defend themselves. They will be part of an army. But here, they are just sent there and they are left at anyone's mercy. But
there was a time one senator proposed the idea of military training for NYSC, and it was turned down. Remember that? That was under
there's still the 3 weeks.
Right from the beginning, right from the beginning, it was raised. Right from the inception of NYSC, it was raised. We were a military rule at that time, and the military did not like it. Although, ironically, every NYSC station is headed by military men.
Yeah, by Brigadier General.
Brigadier General still. But they didn't like the idea. So we need to look at the insecurity in the land and ask ourselves whether, in the light of the insecurity that is going on, we may not need to adjust, because insecurity is not going to go away easily. You have a situation where Boko Haram, ISIS and all that are growing. Above us, you have all kinds of things going on in Mali, Chad and all that and all that and all that. So we like I said, you don't have big projects like this without sitting back after some time and reflecting. Come back, sit down and reflect on what you are doing. What are the challenges? What is the future? What is the forward way forward? I don't see, at 50, you should expect, I don't know whether there's such a colloquium of them coming back to seriously talk about what's the future of NYSC, given all the challenges that it's facing.
What's the next 50 years going to look like?
Are we going to move forward towards a paramilitary something, or is it giving us bang for the buck, or is it not? And with these redeployments, what's going on? We need to sit down and think of it, reflect for the future, plan for the future. Other nations which progress, this is what they do. There's no perfect anything. Every time you come and you fine-tune and you think about it, but you must always do it honestly for your own progress.
Fantastic.
Profound.
All right. So I believe we can do great things within these 12 months. We only need to intentionally create the enabling environment to make it happen. Stephen Agiode is next after the break. Please stay with us.
Nigeria's Niger Delta region, from where the black gold fuels Africa's largest economy, where the lines between wealth and poverty has never been thinner. Conflicts, poverty, insecurity, and environmental challenges daily confront the region. How can the Niger Delta story be changed for the better.
Join Mamode Akuga at 9 p.m. every Friday evening on Plus TV Africa as he probes deep in search of solutions.
Inside the Niger Delta with Mamode Akuga, the authentic voice of Nigeria's oil-rich region.
Hey, what's up, guys? You're welcome to another edition of Plus Event, and I remain your host, Ifeoluwa Oshukeye.
Your absence isn't an excuse anymore, as Plus Events is all you need, as we bring you the glitz, the glamour, and loads of fun.
Oh, definitely, right? No question. He's a living legend.
Oh, God forbid, Holy Ghost fire, I know.
I just want to be blown away. I want to be wild. This is 11 years of doing it.
I'm surrounded by so much positivity.
No, it's okay.
Yo, what's up, my people? It's your boy Starboy Terry. You're watching
Plus Event on Plus TV.
Stay glued to Plus TV Africa every Saturday and Sunday, 4:30 p.m. West African time.
Lessons from Sudan. In the morning of the 15th of April 2023, the world woke up to the news of open armed conflict in the city of Khartoum, capital of Sudan, between rival factions within the government of Sudan. The conflict is escalating and threatens to explode into a full-scale civil war. To be sure, Sudan is no stranger to war. It seems to have walked into conflict soon after its birth in 1956, when its then southern parts, unhappy with lack of autonomy, went to war. Many years after, and at the price, amongst other things, of an estimated 2 million dead, Southern Sudan eventually emerged as an independent state in 2011, and its own internal conflicts promptly began. Nigeria has a human stake in the happenings in Sudan. Many Nigerians go for their education, sometimes sponsored by state governments. Beyond this, technically, Sudan has always been a refuge for Nigerians. If Section 25 of the Constitution is soberly read, it must not be forgotten, for one, that the children and followers of the last Sultan of Sokoto, before the conquest of the Sokoto Empire by the British, Mohammed Atiru I, lived there and called it home. In many respects, our pre- and post-colonial histories are not dissimilar. There are lessons to be drawn from their experience. The first one, many years after independence, the fact is still not recognized that our nations were arbitrarily cobbled together by our colonizers, leaving ethnic fissures that require understanding and careful handling. There can be no sustainable development without peace. But sustainable peace will not be guaranteed by fiat and the martial boots. There must be a continuous and sincere discussion and bargains for the best arrangement of power that will move our nations forward. Here, there have been much discussion on restructuring, some sincere, some in contempt. But what we must say is that serious attention should be paid to it. Secondly, in general, we must do everything to limit foreign interference in our domestic politics. Every nation, like every human being, has its own interest. Implicated in Sudan's crisis is the UAE, Saudi Arabia, Russia, even the EU, which provided funding to a faction there to police a fence against a wave of immigration. This is, of course, not a license to roll out the artillery against citizens who seek foreign aid against oppression. To the contrary, it is an admonition to leaders to avoid creating the conditions that promote helplessness and the sense of oppression and injustice that leads to these interventions by constantly and sincerely taking into account the desires of all their people and not only some. Thirdly, there is a need for African nations, including Nigeria, to develop the capacity of their states to assume full control of the mining and trade of natural resources. One of the factional heads involved in this crisis owns gold mines. The oil bunkering now prevalent here is the cousin of the illegal mining of solid minerals. Sudan teaches us we should not thereby allow ordinary citizens and even foreign bandits to become de facto states unto themselves. Lastly, increasingly, the muscles of the African Union have grown flabby. Since the Arusha Accords that played a part in ending the Rwandan conflict, African leaders have largely stood by as the conflicts in DRC, Libya, Cameroon, Ethiopia, South Sudan, Mali, and others have festered. The EU needs to rediscover its mission, especially in the area of mediation and peer-to-peer review of its leaders.
This is really... You know what caught my attention there was the African Union.
Yes.
The conflict in Cameroon. I remember in 2019, I traveled to Cameroon via the sea from Oran. Took a speedboat to Cameroon. When I got there, it was not really very pleasant. The people are generally nice, but the situation at that time was there was war, civil war.
Yes.
So,
between the English-speaking parts.
The Ambazonian, what they call them, the English and the French.
Exactly.
So at that point, at some point, I was harassed at the border, close to the border, because I was trying to have conversation with a French-speaking military officer. She's a woman. I think one of the gender marine. Yeah, gender marine. She was not very fluent in speaking English. I was not very speaking French, and I was trying to talk to her.
Gender.
She could not understand. She didn't really understand where I was coming from.
Okay.
And I was going back to Nigeria, and I was rough-handled just because of that.
Yes.
And you know what? The excuse. You look at one silly thing they said that really broke my heart was that. You know, the country is at war. We can just label you as one of the troublemakers. I was like, what's the meaning of that? Like, as we Africa, have we gone to this level? Killings in Cameroon.
Yes.
And they won't allow foreign press, especially, not even the press, to even capture anything. And yes, African Union will sit down there and be having general assemblies. What are they discussing in the general assemblies? The conflicts in Ethiopia was one. And thank God, Olusegun Obasanjo was able to chairman the peace deal. But, you know, we should not wait for outsiders to come and solve our problem as Africa. We can do more. Let's muzzle up. African Union has a lot to offer.
I agree.
Muzzle up.
The conflict in DRC, for instance, for me, is very shameful. I mean, and this is one of the misgivings I have about Kigami, because you virtually have one small African state twisting in its thumbs a bigger African state.
Yeah.
You know, and all that. You have other regional countries involved. These are countries controlled by the same leaders in the African Union that should be making the peace. At a point, you remember there was a point in their conflict where even South Africa was involved. It's a shame.
Yeah.
It's a
Very big shame.
Yeah. It's a big shame. These are the things we should see down in Africa. As we go into NAFTA and all that, and we are trying to do free trade, that we should think about and talk about seriously. We can't go on like this. This can't go on forever.
The assignment we are giving them is African Union, try to foster unity and peace amongst African nations.
Yes.
Real integration, economic integration. You know, we can become a very strong economic bloc to the world. It's not that every time there's problem in Africa or there's problem in the world, you see different world powers, Russia, US, China, they will come and start picking different states and start giving them something. I want to use and influence you. So
in fact, I'm happy you've mentioned it, because actually that's what's happening in Africa now. You see above us in the Maghreb, you hear the Russian Wagner group is always there. Some say it's even in Nigeria here, and that some of the clashes you see for all these bandits and all that.
Even
are motivated by them because
they were accusing France that they
yes, because where there's confusion, they can mine more. You see what happened in Sudan. The man owned a gold mine.
One of the generals.
The general that is causing the...
Is he the president or the vice president?
No, the vice president.
The vice president.
He owns...
And he's fighting the president.
Exactly.
You see, the problem with Sudan was that both of them connived to remove the president then.
Exactly.
And what's his name again? His name was... He actually set up these two generals so that he will remain in power. One will fight one in case if they want to remove him. The team teamed up and removed him. Now they are fighting themselves.
So what I'm saying is, the point I was making with that was, look, don't let individuals be bigger than the states. We see
government
also,
should be of laws.
We talk of privatization, but let us be careful. And that's one of the lessons I was saying we should draw in Nigeria. Let us be careful that we don't move into oligarchy.
Yeah.
Where
that's the
few
privileged
exactly where the state is actually controlled by individuals, and the individuals are stronger than the government.
Yes, we should build strong institutions that will outlive any human. Not the other way around.
Not the other way around. No. So these are the lessons. You can have states. If, for instance, someone corners the oil in Nigeria, you imagine what that person virtually owns Nigeria. It's a cautionary tale that may be happening.
What I'm going to say in all of this is, I think oftentimes the enemy is within.
Yes.
Right? The enemy that we're fighting is within,
yes,
and not without. If you can conquer the enemy within, then it's easier to, again, picking back to what I said earlier, putting up a solid front. We must conquer the enemy within. We must conquer ourselves. We must conquer our self-centeredness. We must come together as much as, politics is played everywhere virtually, even in the United States and all of that. But there's an approach, right? There's always that, I've been seeing some of these US government political series on Netflix, right? When you see how they govern, there's always that thin line they are not going to go beyond. This is where we draw the line on this, right? So there is this balance, in their political approach, well, most of them. But, when you look at Africa, we don't even value, the value of a human life is almost next to nothing. The value of a human life. What do you say?
It's a piece of bread to some people. Give them a piece of bread and they kill some people.
So the value of a human life is like this, it's just like any, you could just throw it away and it doesn't matter, right? So we need to come back again to our values.
And I also want to go to one extreme. If you look at the past history of Europe and wars and all that, you'll notice that the wars were fought by leaders to benefit not themselves but the state.
The state, yeah.
If you look at Napoleon, if you look at Bismarck, even if you look at the Hitler you mentioned, he was not fighting so that he could become rich.
Yeah.
That's the problem in Sudan.
That was leadership, but of course in the reverse. But that's leadership.
Yeah, that's leadership. There's a negative
Osama bin Laden is a leader.
Exactly. So they are fighting for their state, not for themselves.
For something bigger than
them.
Yeah.
This is what Africans need to develop.
We must think beyond our pockets ourselves. And of course, like you said, build a global institution, something that will outlive.
If Napoleon was fighting for himself, he would probably have been the richest man in the world. But he wasn't. That was
something I still want us to drop in our consciousness and to our viewers out there, including government listening, African Union members of member states of African Union. How come we have beautiful countries like Egypt? Yeah, Egypt. They always call them Middle East and North Africa. Middle East and North Africa. Why? I'm not saying it's wrong to form. Anybody can form their own economic bloc, but notwithstanding, can we associate more with Africans?
Morocco too is also.
Yeah, they're always wanting to be referred to as Middle East. We want to associate with Saudi Arabia.
Well, they will come and play African.
But when it comes to Africa, they don't want to be associated. Let me say something good. We are Africans. When it's something bad, we are not Africans.
Once free trade becomes fantastic here, everybody will once free trade becomes fantastic,
everybody has to play their part. President of Egypt,
yes.
Mohammed El-Sisi,
yes.
right? He should play his part. Every other president, including our own president or the incoming president.
But you know, right now, what is going on is that every African wants to go out. But perhaps when we are trading together and we see the benefit of trading with ourselves and moving together in a collective and helping to solve our own problems. I mean, sometimes you see a country want to borrow money. Some of the money they want to borrow is not something that cannot be raised in a prosperous Africa. You want to raise $8 billion. If we come together, are we really saying $8 billion is not something we can borrow within ourselves? You know, so
awesome. We'll get there.
Anybody can do whatever they want to do.
I think Ruto made that point.
Meet with whoever they want to meet, but more importantly, your home.
Yes.
You should also make your home strong as much as you want to explore other continents, other countries, other states. Make your home strong. Africa is our home, so make it strong. So that's the idea. The end always seems to come too soon on advocates. However, the advocacy continues on our social media platforms. On Facebook, Plus TV Africa, hashtag TheAdvocateNG, or on Twitter and Instagram at Plus TV Africa, hashtag TheAdvocateNG. To catch up with previous broadcasts, go to plustvafrica.com/TheAdvocateNG. Don't forget to subscribe to our YouTube channel, Plus TV Africa. Till next week, same time on this station, let's keep advocating for a better society.
What we do not understand, we will stigmatize.
What you can see is the remaining of the tanker that exploded.
The suspect equally confessed.
A 500 naira they collect them. If you no talk, then go beat you. Now 2,500 and they pay.
Praise God, from whom all blessings flow. Welcome to your favorite program, The Moment of Truth, brought to you by the Citadel Global Community Church, CGCC, formerly known as the Lateran Assembly. Today, all across the world, there are rumblings. Nations are plagued by perplexing situations. Societies are drowning in unprecedented upheavals. Cities are grappling with complex problems. Families are overwhelmed by seemingly insurmountable challenges, while multitudes in the valley of decision and people are in dire need of hope. At the same time, there is a stirring in the hearts of those who know their God and are said to do exploits, those who understand the times and the seasons and know what their nation ought to do, those with a compelling call to respond to the mandate of God in this decade. Brothers and sisters, this decade is a decade like no other. It's a decade of the designated favor of God upon his people. To accurately position ourselves for this current move of God and to be adequately equipped for the call of the hour, we must shape the decade by the word of God, which is why I'm so glad to welcome you to the Moment of Truth, a life-transforming time in the presence of God and under the influence and power of the Holy Spirit, as well as the Word of God. So invite your family, neighbors, and friends as you sit back, relax, and receive the engrafted Word of God, which is able to save your soul. Be diligent to show yourself approved to who? Unto God, a workman that need not be ashamed, rightly dividing the word of truth. In our study today, we'll be looking at 8 compelling reasons why we all must bid goodbye to Egypt forever and why we must get Egypt completely out of our system. 8 compelling reasons why you and I must bid goodbye to Egypt and why we must get Egypt completely out of our system. The Bible says in Exodus 13, from verse 6 to 9, that the Lord brought Israel out of Egypt with a strong hand. Somebody say strong hand. Listen to Exodus 13, 6 to 9. It reads, and I quote, 7 days you shall eat unleavened bread, and on the 7th day there shall be a feast to the Lord. Leavened bread shall be eaten 7 days, and no leavened bread shall be seen among you, nor shall leaven be seen among you in all your quarters. And you shall tell your son in that day, saying, days is done, because of what the Lord did for me when I came off from Egypt. It shall be as a sign to you on your hand, and a memorial between your eyes, that the Lord's law may be in your mouth, for with a strong hand the Lord has brought you out of Egypt. How did the Lord bring them out? With a strong hand. In the same Exodus chapter 13, verse 14 to 16, the Bible confirms that by strength of hand, the Lord brought Israel out of Egypt, out of the house of bondage. So it shall be when your son asks you in time to come, saying, what is this? That you shall say to him, by strength of hand, the Lord brought us out of Egypt, out of the house of bondage. And it came to pass when Pharaoh was stubborn. There are still stubborn pharaohs. It came to pass when Pharaoh was stubborn about letting us go, that the Lord killed all the firstborn in the land of Egypt, both the firstborn of man and the firstborn of beast. Therefore I sacrifice to the Lord all males that open the womb, but all the firstborn of my sons I redeem. It shall be as a sign on your hand and as frontlets between your eyes, for by strength of hand what happened? The Lord brought Israel out of bondage. Now you can gloss over strong hand or strength of hand and thought it was just by some, what's the name of that wrestler? Power Mike. It was some Power Mike. God flexed his muscle. No. that strong hand or the strength of his hand manifested in 9 different ways to desecrate Egypt, devastate Egypt, and to set Israel free. Deuteronomy chapter number 4, 32 to 39. What devastated Egypt liberated Israel. There were 9 manifestations of that strong hand. For ask now concerning the days that are past, which were before you, since the day that God created man on the earth, and as from one end of heaven to the other, whether any great thing like this has happened, or anything like it has been heard. Did any people ever hear the voice of God speaking out of the midst of the fire, as you have heard, and live? Or did God even try to go and take for himself a nation from the midst of another nation? And that would take another day to decode. How did he take Israel, a nation, from the midst of another nation? Let's start counting. By trials? I can't hear your one. This is Bible study. You should be involved. By trials? By signs? By wonders? By war? By mighty hand? And an outstretched arm? By great terrors? According to all that the Lord your God did for you in Egypt before your eyes. Let's read on. We have counted 7. There are 2 more. To you it was shown that you might know that the Lord himself is God. There's none other besides him. Out of heaven, he let you hear his voice, that he might instruct you on earth. He showed you his great fire, and you heard his words out of the midst of the fire. And because he loved your fathers, therefore, he chose their descendants after them, and he brought you out of Egypt with his presence. I can't hear you. With his presence, with his mighty power. Those are the 9 manifestations of that strong arm. Driving out from before you nations greater and mightier than you, to bring you in, to give you their land as an inheritance, as it is this day. Therefore, know this day and consider it in your heart that the Lord himself, the Lord himself is God in heaven above and on the earth beneath. There is no other. Please note that the Lord did not do any of these things because of Israel's large number, very few, or because of their righteousness or the uprightness of their hearts. No, the Lord did everything he did for them because he loved them and because he decided to keep the covenant, the oath which is swore to their fathers. Deuteronomy chapter 7, verse 7 to 8. The Lord did not set his love on you, nor choose you because you are more in number than any other people. For you are the least of all peoples. But because the Lord loves you, and because he will keep the oath which is swore to your fathers, the Lord has brought you out with a mighty hand and redeemed you from the house of bondage, from the hand of Pharaoh, king of Egypt. Deuteronomy chapter 9, we read verse 3 to 6. Deuteronomy 9, 3 to 6. Therefore understand today that the Lord your God is he who goes over before you as a consuming fire. Imagine anybody who is your enemy, and they are coming in the opposite direction, and God is leading your camp as a consuming fire. What will happen to them? Therefore understand today that the Lord your God is he who goes over before you as a consuming fire. He will destroy them and bring them down before you, so you shall drive them out and destroy them quickly, as the Lord has said to you. Do not think in your heart, after the Lord your God has cast them out before you, saying, because of my righteousness, the Lord has brought me in to possess this land. When people give testimony, sometimes I'm angry. He said, and when it happened, I began to pray. And I prayed, and I spoke in tongues, and I pray again. And the thing happened. I said, oh yeah, it's your prayer. Prayer warrior. Do not think in your heart after the Lord your God has cast them out before you, saying, because of my righteousness the Lord has brought me in to possess this land. But it is because of the wickedness of this nation that the Lord is driving them out from before you. It's not their righteousness. It is the wickedness of those people. So if it's not what their righteousness, what did they have? It's not because of your righteousness or the uprightness of your heart that you go in to possess their land, but because of the wickedness of these nations, that the Lord your God drives them out from before you, and that he may fulfill the word which the Lord swore to your fathers, to Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob. Therefore, understand that the Lord your God is not giving you this good land to possess because of your righteousness, for you are a stiff-necked people. I like the Baptist song. If you've ever been in Baptist church, when they sing their song, it's like, Bami bimo tiri, Bami bimo tiri, Jesu kufumi lebemi, Bami bimo tiri. Just accept me as I am. The only plea I have is that Jesus died for me. Your righteousness is like filthy rags. But thank God, even if no sin became sin for us, that we might be made the righteousness of God in him. You'll be wondering, where is Pastor going today? Despite God's amazing love, despite his huge investment and unparalleled kindness toward Israel, these descendants of Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob displayed such crass ingratitude in the wilderness to God by contemplating severally to return to Egypt. Several times, they showed their preference for Egypt. This implies that they were taken out of Egypt, but Egypt was not taken out of them. Time and time again, Israel expressed their profound preference for Egypt, despite their 400 years of affliction and oppression in that land. Let us see at least 6 instances where they express such. And I've lived with people, I'm not talking my family, I've met people, I've lived with people who, despite what God has done for them, they still prefer the garlic and the onions of Egypt. The first time Israel showed their preference for Egypt was in the 2nd month of their departure from the house of bondage. They left in April. By May, but instead of God being angry with them, he gave them bread from heaven. Exodus 16, 1-4. Murmurers and complainers, if God were to deal with you, you'll be history by now. Because you never appreciate what God has put in your life to be a blessing to you. Exodus 16, 1-4. And the journey from Elim, and all the congregation of the children of Israel came to the wilderness of Sin, which is between Elim and Sinai, on the 15th day of the 2nd month, after they departed from the land of Egypt. Watch this. Then the whole congregation of the children of Israel complained against who? Moses and who? Aaron in the wilderness. When you complain against servants of God, you complain against God. You're going to find out soon. And the children of Israel said to them, oh, that we had died by the hand of the Lord in the land of Egypt, when we sat by the pots of meat, when we ate bread to the full. For you have brought us into this wilderness to kill this whole assembly with hunger. And the Lord said to Moses, behold, I will rain bread from heaven for you, and the people shall go out and gather a certain quota every day, that I may test them whether they will walk in my law or not. If you are God, listening to these people, cursing their blessing, and blessing their curses, I wish you were back in Egypt. You remember that full pot of meat? This Moses and Aaron had brought us here to destroy us with hunger. God said to Moses, he didn't respond to them, I will rain bread from heaven for them. Second time. When they were thirsty, instead of learning from the provision of bread from heaven, they showed their preference for Egypt again. But God gave them water from the rock. Look, whenever God is pampering you like this, I'm scared. It's a setup. Be careful. Exodus 17, 1-7. Then all the congregation of the children of Israel set out on their journey from the wilderness of Sin, according to the commandment of the Lord, and camped in Rephidim, but there was no water for the people to drink. Therefore the people contended. They complained before, it's now contention. Contended with Moses and said, give us water that we may drink. So Moses said to them, why do you contend with me? Why do you tempt the Lord? And the people thirsted there for water, and the people complained against Moses and said, why is it you have brought us up out of Egypt to kill us and our children and our livestock with thirst? So Moses cried out to the Lord, saying, what shall I do with these people? They are almost ready to stone me. And the Lord said to Moses, go on before the people and take with you some of the elders of Israel. Also take in your hand your rod with which you struck the river, and go. Behold, I will stand before you there on the rock in Horeb. And you shall strike the rock, and water will come out, that the people may drink. And Moses did so in the sight of the elders of Israel. So he called the name of the place Massah and Meribah, because of the contention of the children of Israel, and because they tempted the Lord, saying, is the Lord among us or not? Did he give them water? Of course, water gushed out. They drank. You would think, haven't given them bread from heaven, haven't given them water from the rock, they will no longer complain. Number 3, at a point, the children of Israel, influenced by the craving of the mixed multitude among them, actually were before God, saying, why did we ever come out of Egypt? Because the mixed multitude began to crave for crazy things that would not satisfy or fulfill. The children of Israel now began to weep. Who is influencing you? Why are you pursuing what you are pursuing? Who is making you an ingrate before God? Numbers 11, 4-6. Now the mixed multitude who were among them yielded to intense craving. So the children of Israel also wept again and said, who will give us meat to eat? Bread came, water came, now they are demanding for meat. We remember the fish which we ate freely in Egypt, the cucumbers, the melons, the leeks, the onions, and the garlic. But now our whole bin is dried up. There's nothing at all except this manna before our eyes. Verse 10. Then Moses heard the people weeping throughout their families, everyone at the door of his tent, and the anger of the Lord was greatly aroused. Moses also was displeased. So Moses said to the Lord, why have you afflicted your servant? And why have I not found favor in your sight, that you have laid the burden of all these people on me? Go on. Did I conceive all these people? Did I conceive all these people? Did I beget them? That you should say to me, carry them in your bosom, as a guardian carries a nursing child to the land which you swore to their fathers. You don't know how much anguish I'd suffered from men that I trained, that I fed, that I stood by, who would turn around and call me names, not just behind my back, they would even publish it in a book. And I refused to answer. I'm just praying the Father not to answer them, because their answer will come. Where am I to get meat to give to all these people? For they weep all over me, saying, give us meat. that we may eat. I'm not able to bear all these people alone because the burden is too heavy for me. If you treat me like this, please kill me here now. If you have not walked with God up to here, you don't understand what ministry is all about. You won't believe this, but Mrs. B is a living witness. Several years ago, I tapped her in the dead of night. I said, let's pack our things. I'm leaving this ministry. I'm tired. You will not get to hear that. When men will bring loads of discouragement to you and you are pouring your life out, I said, just let's leave. I'll leave for a season. If they scatter before I come back, so be it. But God didn't let me go. If you treat me like this, please kill me here and now. If I found favor in your sight, and do not let me see my wretchedness. Just do it neat. So the Lord said to Moses, gather to me 70 men of the elders of Israel, whom you know to be the elders of the people and officers over them. Bring them to the tabernacle of meeting that they may stand there with you. Then I will come down and talk with you there. I will take of the what spirit? Is that Moses' spirit? I'm going to take up the grace, the Spirit of God, the anointing, the dimension of God's grace upon your life. I will take up the Spirit that is upon you and will put the same upon them. If you don't catch the spirit of a leader, you can't walk with him. You'll be full of suspicion. You'll be full of all kinds of nasty things. Then I will come down and talk with you there. I will take up the Spirit that is upon you and will put the same upon them. And they shall bear the burden of the people with you, that you may not bear it yourself alone. Then you shall say to the people, consecrate yourselves for tomorrow, and you shall eat meat. For you have wept in the hearing of the Lord, saying, who will give us meat to eat? For it was well with us where? In Egypt. Therefore the Lord will give you meat, and you shall eat. You shall eat not one day, not 2 days. I've told you, when God is responding to you like this, be careful when you do not go to him with gratitude, with appreciation. He's always complaining and murmuring, and he's answering you, responding to you. Trouble is coming. You shall eat not 1 day, not 2 days, not 5 days, not 10 days, not 20 days. But for a whole month, until it comes out of your nostrils and becomes loathsome to you, because you have despised the Lord who is among you, and have wept before him, saying, why did we ever come out of Egypt? If you're a student of the Bible, when they gave them that meat, it sent leanness into their soul. And what happened thereafter? As they were eating it, the strongest among them, he slew them. May that not be your portion. In the name of Jesus. Well, you will say, okay, with all this destruction and things that they have experienced, they should now say, oh Lord, we are sorry. No, they refused to enter Canaan. They told God to go look for somebody else. Numbers 14, 1-4. They refused to enter Canaan. They were now demanding for another captain, not Moses, to lead them back to Egypt. So all the congregation lifted up their voices. This was after the 12 spies came and 10 brought evil reports. So all the congregation lifted up their voices and cried. And the people wept that night. And all the children of Israel complained against Moses and Aaron. And the whole congregation said to them, if only we had died in the land of Egypt, or if only we had died in this wilderness. Why has the Lord brought us to this land to fall by the sword, that our wives and children should become victims? Will it not be better for us to return to Egypt? So they said to one another, let us select a leader and return where? When I see Moses in heaven, I will go next to him and say, tell me, how did you pastor these 600,000 rebels? No wonder they all perish in the wilderness except 2. If you were them, would you not have learned your lessons by now? No. They complained again. And God sent fiery serpents to bite them. Numbers 21. Sometimes things bite you, you don't know what is biting you. It's because of your crass rebellion against God. Anyone talking to you is wasting his time because you've made up your mind until you crash. Then they journeyed from Mount Hor by the way of the Red Sea to go around the land of Edom, and the soul of the people became very discouraged on the way. Why? And the people spoke against, they don't care anymore. It was against Aaron and Moses, but now it's God directly. They spoke against God and against Moses. Why have you brought us up out of Egypt to die in the wilderness? Don't you think these people are not well? And the people spoke against God and against Moses. Why have you brought us up out of Egypt to die in the wilderness? For there is no food, and no water, and our soul loads this worthless bread, angels' food. So the Lord sent fiery serpents among the people, and they bit the people, and many of the people of Israel died. Therefore the people came to Moses and said, we have sinned. We have sinned. We have spoken against the Lord and against you. Pray to the Lord that he take away the serpents from us. Why couldn't they pray? So Moses prayed for the people. Then the Lord said to Moses, make a fiery serpent and set it on a pole. And it shall be that God was preaching the gospel to them. Whoa, Kyrie. Make a fiery serpent and set it on a pole. And it shall be that everyone who is bitten, when he looks at it, he shall live. You remember Jesus said that to Nicodemus, as Moses lifted up the serpent in the wilderness, will the Son of Man be lifted up? So Moses made a bronze serpent and put it on a pole. And so it was, if a serpent had bitten anyone, when he looked at the bronze serpent, he lived. Is that magic? If God says that's the way to heal you, then don't look. Worst of all, because of time, worst of all, in their rebellion and defiance, they ultimately asked Aaron to make them other gods that will go before them. They renounced the leadership of Moses and credited the golden calf with their deliverance from Egypt. They didn't give credit to God. They gave credit partly to their pastor. As for this Moses who brought us out of Egypt, man of God, you better be careful. I've seen people on crusade grounds and, man of God, as we prayed, this man's eyes are open. Hallelujah, somebody, anointing. And then he will say, come close, come close. What color is this? He says, it's green. You know they are lying. If the man was blind before, how does he know color green? They were demanding for other gods to take them back to Egypt. And that simply means when you turn your back on the true living God, you're on your way back to your house of captivity. What's it called? House of bondage, an iron furnace. The moment you turn your back against God. Exodus 32, 1-6. Now, when the people saw that Moses delayed coming down from the mountain, the people gathered together to Aaron and said to him, come, make us how many? They asked for God, so he made them only one. The day is coming when Jeroboam will make two. The people gathered together to Aaron and said to him, come, make us gods that shall go before us. For as for this Moses, the man who brought, it was Moses who brought them out. The man who brought us up out of the land of Egypt, we do not know what has become of him. And you know the undertone there, and we don't care. And Aaron said to them, break off the golden earrings which are in the ears of your wives, your sons and your daughters, and bring them to me. So all the people broke off the golden earrings which were in their ears and brought them to Aaron. Is that what the purpose that God had for it? No, God was going to take that for the tabernacle. But they didn't realize that. They were just now going to make idols for themselves. And he received the gold from their hand and he fashioned it. He himself will lie. Because he said, as soon as they gave it to me, I threw it into fire and it came out. He fashioned it. When you are looking for what will make the people stay, you do all kinds of things. You give them comb, you give them staff, you give them water, you give them all kinds of things instead of connecting them to God. And he received the gold from their hand and he fashioned it with an engraving tool and made a molded calf. Then they said, this is your God, O Israel, that brought you out of the land of Egypt. So when Aaron saw it, he built an altar before it. Why? Attendance increased. You understand me? Many more people are coming. They build altar. Come and scatter. He built an altar before it, and Aaron made a proclamation and said, tomorrow is a feast to who? To the Lord, before an idol. All that Satan is asking you today is not to leave God alone. He said, worship before me. Then they rose early on the next day, offered burnt offerings and brought peace offerings, and the people sat down to eat and drink and rose up to play. You know the rest of the story. God said to Moses, your people, they have turned away from me. They are now worshiping idols. Moses was angry, he was coming down. He had a lot of music and sound in the camp. What did Joshua say? He said, there is war. Because that's the way he was wired. This is not celebration. This is idolatry. In one day, he broke all the 10 commandments because they have broken it all by worshiping other gods. Smashed everything. The summary of their evil choice and the limitations they placed on God, including the reason they did so, is captured by Asaph, one of the psalmists in his psalm titled, God's Kindness to Rebellious Israel. Despite their rebellion, God's kindness to rebellious Israel. Psalm 78, verse 1 to 8. Give ear, O my people, to my law. Incline your ears to the words of my mouth. I will open my mouth in a parable. I will utter dark sayings of old, which we have heard and known, and our fathers have told us. We will not hide them from their children, telling to the generation to come the praises of the Lord and his strength and his wonderful works that he has done. For he established his testimony in Jacob, appointed a law in Israel, which he commanded our fathers, that they should make them known to their children, that the generation to come might know them. If you don't tell them, they won't know. If you don't train them, you can't blame them. That the generation to come might know them, the children will be born, that they may arise and declare them to their children. That they may set their hope in who? In God, and not forget the works of God, but keep his commandments. Verse number 8. I may not be like their fathers, a stubborn and rebellious generation, a generation that did not set its heart aright, and whose spirit was not faithful to God. Verse 12, I'm going to take my time to read. Marvelous things he did in the sight of their fathers, in the land of Egypt, in the field of Zoan. He divided the sea and caused them to pass through. He made the water stand up like a heap. In the daytime also he led them with a cloud, and all the night with a light of fire. He split the rocks in the wilderness, gave them drink in abundance like the depths. He also brought streams out of the rock and caused waters to run down like rivers. But they sinned even more against him by rebelling against the Most High in the wilderness. And they tested God in their heart by asking for the food of their fancy. Yes, they spoke against God. They said, can God prepare a table in the wilderness? Behold, he struck the rock. We have seen that. So the waters gushed out and the streams overflowed. Can he give bread also? Can he provide meat for his people? Therefore the Lord heard this and was furious. So a fire was kindled against Jacob, and anger also came up against who? Israel. Because they did not believe in God and did not trust in his salvation. Yet he had commanded the clouds above and opened the doors of heaven, had rained down manna on them to eat, and give them of the bread of heaven. Men ate angels' food. He sent them food to the full. He caused an east wind to blow in the heavens, and by his power he brought in the south wind. He also rained meat on them like dust, feathered fowl like the sand of the seas. And he let them fall in the midst of their camp, all around their dwellings. So they ate and were well filled, for he gave them their own desire. May that not be your portion. In the mighty name of Jesus. They were not deprived of their craving, but while their food was still in their mouths, the wrath of God came against them and slew the stoutest of them and struck down the choice men of Israel. In spite of this, they still sinned and did not believe in his wondrous works. Therefore, their days he consumed in futility, and their years in fear. Do you know the scripture that says, if they obey me, they will spend their days in prosperity and their years in pleasure? This is the opposite. You spend your days in futility. God forbid that will be your portion. Verse 34 to 42. 34 to 42. When he slew them, then they sought him. And they returned and sought earnestly for God. Then they remember that God was their rock, and the Most High God their Redeemer. After he slew them. Nevertheless, they flattered him with their mouth. They lied to him with their tongues. For their heart was not steadfast with him, nor were they faithful in his covenant. God forbid that this will be your portion. God forbid that you will relate with God this way. That you are only seeking his hand and never seeking his face. And there's nothing he does for you that pleases you, because your life is governed and ruled almost to the point of ruining you by covetousness. Take heed. Covetousness is the sin of idolatry. You never thank God for what you have because you're always looking through the window for what your neighbor has. If only we can thank God for the gift of life and bless his holy name for what he has done for us, we will not be unhappy about things we don't have. Stand to your feet. You have done enough for me, Lord. Even if nothing is done today, you are still my God. You saved my soul. You healed my body. You provided for me. You have protected me. I'm alive because of your grace. Take heed, beware of covetousness, for the life of man does not consist of the abundance which he possesses. We bless your holy name, we glorify you, we magnify you. We thank you for what you have done in our lives. I want you to thank God for the salvation of your soul. The greatest gift that he has given you, the greatest blessing, is a blessing of repentance and that of salvation. It is the greatest blessing so that you will turn around to him and never look back to your Egypt. So that never again, like a dog, you return to your vomit. You insult God, you complain, you contend with God. How dare you? Thank you, Father, for the salvation of our souls. Thank you for the grace that we have received from you, we have found in you. For we are saved by grace through faith and not of our own. It is the gift of God, not of works, lest any man should boast. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you for taking us out of the miry clay. Thank you for planting us on the rock to stay. Thank you. Thank you for going out of your way to rescue us from the jaws of the wicked one, from the grip of Satan. We thank you, Father, in Jesus' mighty name. You may be seated. What are the 8 reasons that you and I, compelling reasons that we have from the Word of God, that will make us bid goodbye to Egypt and get Egypt completely out of our system? Reason number 1, life in Egypt, described as a house of bondage and the iron furnace, is not the same as life in the promised land that is described as the days of heaven above the earth. They're not the same. You're going to a land that flows with milk and honey. You're going to a land over which the eyes of the Lord are upon from the beginning of the year to the end of the year. It's a land of hills and valleys, but it drinks directly from the rain of heaven. You find that in Deuteronomy chapter 11, 18 to 21. Therefore you shall lay up these words of mine in your heart, in your soul, and bind them as a sign on your hand, and they shall be as frontlets between your eyes. Let them guide what you look at. Let them guide what you put your hands upon. You shall teach them to your children, speaking of them when you sit in your house, when you walk by the way, when you lie down, and when you rise up. And you shall write them on the doorposts of your house. Let them know what you stand for, and on your gates before they enter at all, that your days and the days of your children may be multiplied in the land of which the Lord swore to your fathers, to give them like what? Like the days of the heavens above the earth. In the same Deuteronomy chapter 11, he made clear distinction between the promised land and the land of Egypt from where the people were coming. Deuteronomy chapter 11, and look with me at verse number 10. Deuteronomy 11 verse 10. For the land which you go to possess is not like the land of Egypt, from which you have come, where you sowed your seed and watered it by foot as a vegetable garden. But the land which you cross over to possess is a land of hills and valleys, which drinks water from the rain of heaven. You don't have to carry jerry can to be going about. God rains upon it, whether it's a valley, whether it's high, it doesn't matter to God. A land for which the Lord your God cares. The eyes of the Lord your God are always on it from the beginning of the year to the very end of the year. Would you like to leave this land and stay in Egypt? Reason number 2, healing, health, and the general well-being of people in the promised land is considered children's bread, while horrible diseases and sicknesses are commonplace in Egypt. Exodus 15, 22 to 27. So Moses brought Israel from the Red Sea when they went out into the wilderness of Shur, and they went 3 days in the wilderness and found no water. Now when they came to Marah, they could not drink the waters of Marah, for they were bitter. Therefore the name of it was called Marah. And the people complained against Moses, saying, what shall we drink? So he cried out to the Lord, and the Lord showed him a tree. When he cast it into the waters were made sweet. There he made a statute and an ordinance for them, and there he tested them. And said, if you diligently heed the voice of the Lord your God, and do what is right in his sight, give ear to his commandments, and keep all his statutes, I will put none of the diseases on you which are brought on the Egyptians, for I am the Lord who heals you. Wow. I am the Lord who heals you. Then they came to Elim, where there were 12 wells of water and 70 palm trees. So they camped there by the waters. Each tribe had a well. And each of the 70 elders will have a palm tree to sit under. 70 is the number of nations. 12 is the number of government and disciples, apostles, what have you. Exodus 23, 25 to 26. Exodus 23, 25 to 26. So you shall serve the Lord your God, and he will do what? He will bless your bread and your water. And I will take sickness away from the midst of you. No one shall suffer miscarriage or be barren in your land. I will fulfill the number of your days. Can I hear amen? Amen. Deuteronomy 7, verse 12 and verse 15. Deuteronomy 7, 12 and 15. Then it shall come to pass, because you listen to these judgments and keep and do them, that the Lord your God will keep with you the covenant and the mercy which is swore to your fathers. Verse 15. And the Lord will take away from you how many? I don't think you are reading this well. Will take away from you all sickness and will afflict you with none of the terrible diseases of Egypt which you have known, but will lay them on all those who hate you. Let us compare the blessings of good health we have just read with the ill health prescribed for those who rebel against God and bring the curse of Egypt upon themselves. Deuteronomy 28:15. But it shall come to pass, if you do not obey the voice of the Lord your God, to observe carefully all his commandments and his statutes, which I command you today, that all these curses will come upon you and overtake you. Verse 27 to 29. Pay attention. The Lord will strike you with the boils of Egypt. They are special boils, though. This is not the one you put Vaseline on. The Lord will strike you with the boils of Egypt, with tumors, with the scab, with the itch from which you cannot be healed. The Lord will strike you with madness, and blindness, and confusion of heart. And you shall grow up at noonday as a blind man gropes in darkness. You shall not prosper in your ways. You shall be only oppressed and plundered continually, and no one shall save you. Verse 58 to 61. If you do not carefully observe all the words of this law that are written in this book, that you may fear this glorious and awesome name, the Lord your God, then the Lord will bring upon you and your descendants extraordinary plagues, great and prolonged plagues, and serious and prolonged sicknesses. Moreover, I will bring back on you all the diseases of Egypt of which you were afraid, and they shall cling to you. Listen to this. Also, every sickness and every plague which is not written in this book of the law will the Lord bring upon you until you are destroyed. Did they know about COVID-19 till he came? Stand to your feet. Lord, I cling to you. None of these sicknesses will cling to my life. In the mighty name of Jesus, I thank you. I will not live in Egypt. I thank you for bringing me to your promised land. Thank you, Father. Thank you, Lord. Thank you, Lord. I say bye-bye to Egypt forever. I cross over to the promised land. I'm a citizen of Zion. No sickness, no disease. We have a hiding place in my body. My body is the temple of the Holy Spirit. I give you glory and praise in Jesus' mighty name. Please be seated. Reason number 3. The power in operation in spiritual Egypt is that of darkness. And the power in operation in God's promised land is that of light. Colossians 1:12 to 13. Colossians 1:12 to 13. Giving thanks to the Father, who has qualified us to be partakers of the inheritance of the saints in the light. He has delivered us from the power of darkness and conveyed us into the kingdom of the Son of his love. Where are you living? In darkness or in light? I can't hear you. Reason number 4. The Lord Jesus is our healer. Can I hear amen? Amen. He made our healing and deliverance possible by his sacrifice on the cross of Calvary. I want you to pay attention to this. It's very important, because when no one is there with you and something strikes you suddenly, you must be able to stand toe-to-toe with the enemy and give it a kick. Isaiah 53:1 to 6. Who has believed our report? And to whom has the arm of the Lord been revealed? For he shall grow before him as a tender plant, and as a root out of dry ground. He has no form or comeliness, and when we see him, there is no beauty that we should desire him. He is despised and rejected by men, a man of sorrows, and acquainted with grief. And we hid, as it were, our faces from him. He was despised, and we did not esteem him. Surely he has. I can't hear you. If he has borne it, why are you still bearing it? He has borne our griefs and carried our sorrows. Yet we esteem him stricken, smitten by God, and afflicted. But he was wounded for our transgressions. He was bruised for our iniquities. The chastisement for our peace was upon him, and by his stripes we like sheep have gone astray. We have turned everyone to his own way, and the Lord has dealt on him the iniquity of us all. I want you to pay attention to Isaiah 53, verse number 5. It says, by his stripes we are healed. If you compare that with 1 Peter 2:24, Peter said, by his stripes we were healed. When Isaiah was speaking, Jesus was not wounded yet. It's a futuristic thing. But after he had been wounded for our transgression, bruised for our iniquities, the chastisement of our peace put on him, then from about that time, 2,000 years ago, we were healed. Our healing is in the past. Therefore, this day, I serve quick notice to any kind of sickness, any kind of disease that is trying to hide in my body. Use your mouth to deliver yourself today in the name of Jesus. Any form of sickness or disease in your body, command it to flee in Jesus' mighty name. He bore it, he bore it, he bore it. He bore it. You bore it, Lord. I will not have to bear what you bore. I'm free in the name of Jesus from any sickness or disease by whatsoever name or nomenclature in the mighty name of Jesus. Thank you, Father. Keep standing. 1 Peter 2:24. Let's read it one more time. 1 Peter 2:24. Who himself bore our sins where? In his own body on the tree, that we, I can't hear you. That we, does that include you? That we haven't died to sins, might live for righteousness, by whose stripes you are healed. That is the hidden condition. Haven't died to sin, might live for righteousness. What does that mean? When he was nailed on the cross, you were nailed together with him. We were crucified with Christ. He did not just die on our behalf. It was not just substitutionary sacrifice. We were nailed together with him. And because we died to sin, we now will live to righteousness. And it's when we begin to live in righteousness that by his stripes we were healed. Is that clear to you? So I want you to begin to thank God for the sacrifice on the cross of Calvary, that you are there with him. I am crucified with Christ, nevertheless I live. Yet not I, it is Christ who lives in me. The life I now live in the flesh, I live by the faith of the Son of God, who loved me and gave himself for me. Thank you, Father. In Jesus' name. Reason number 6. If indeed by Christ's death on the cross, we were deemed to have died to sins, so that we might live for righteousness, then our healing took place some 2,000 years ago when he died for our sins and rose for our justification. This is why Apostle Peter wrote with such confidence that by his stripes we were healed. In Isaiah 33:20 and 24, if you truly believe that you are nailed to the cross alongside with him and you are raised together, then you cross over into Zion, and the inhabitant of that city will not say, I am sick. Ask them at the Lateran assembly back then. I said, you will never send me a get well soon card. But I've been ill after that. I'm bouncing back. I'm not going to allow it, tolerate it at all. What an amazing time we just had in the presence of God. I hope you are richly blessed. My heartfelt desire is that you may light up your word with the illumination you have just received. May the immeasurable grace of God empower you to act on what you've heard and to walk in the revealed counsel of God. Always remember that it takes a transformed life to transform a family, a society, or a nation. So let God do his work in you so that he can do his work through you. And as you proceed on this journey of destiny, remember that our ultimate destination is God. I pray that God's footprint will become your pathway and that your path will be as a shining light that shines brighter and brighter to a perfect day. Till we meet again next week, remain sandwiched between the peace of God and the God of peace. Have an amazing week. Bye for now. Shalom.
Today, on the Justice Court, the plaintiff, Josephine Abimbola Akinriola, is asking the court to compel her husband to be responsible for the upkeep of their children.
All rise. Court in session. Honorable Judge Fumi Asaolu presiding. Please be seated. Your Honor, this case is between Abimbola and Ayola Akinriola at his son.
Thank you, Akin. Abimbola Akinriola.
Yes, ma'am.
You brought the defendant to court.
Yes.
Ayola.
Yes, Your Honor.
That's your husband.
Yes, Your Honor.
So, tell me why you are here.
Yes. When I met Ayola during my service here as a youth corper.
When was that?
That was in 2005. 2005. As a banker serving in the bank, I met him in the company of his mother. They came around to check his late father's account. So after attending to them, he met me, then he wooed me. Then after that, on several occasions, he was around to talk to me and all that. But because I'm an SS patient, I usually get I'm always very careful before going into any relationship. So at that time, I was going to 26 years. So then later I gave in to his request. He was not working, there was no job, he was not working. I asked him some questions. He was a dropout from about 2 different universities. I asked, why is this so and all that? So he said, maybe due to cultism or riot in this, as a violent person and all that. I said, okay. He now told me that he's now a changed person and he's ready to, he has turned a new leaf and he wants to live a good life now. So I tried helping him. I encouraged him to go back to school that he can start all over again, forgetting the age barrier. So he decided to look into that. Then I told him, that means you have to look for a job. You're a grown-up man. I think it was about 37 years, 36, 37 then. So
how old were you then?
I was 26, going to 27. So I told him to go back. So he said, okay, no problem. Then I told him that you can drive very well. Since you don't have any certificate to work with, you can start, maybe since you know how to drive, you can apply for a driver's job if you are not going to be shy taking up that kind of a job. It's not a dirty job, you can get a good one. Fortunately for him, he secured one with Oceanic Bank then. So he was lucky to have been put under Cecilia Ibru to work as one of his drivers. So he was working with her. Then I made him to know that, okay, I was still a virgin, but I need to go back to school. I want to sponsor myself after my youth service. I want to go back for my master's. And that means I may not be able to give you full attention at this time. So I have to go. You won't see me frequently anyway, that you may not be able to see me all the time. The mother too was aware of this before she died. So I went for my master's. Then, but after my service, I got secured with the bank I was working with. So then during that time, later he came around to my office. We met again. The relationship started again, fully again. So that was when we had an intercourse and he disflowered me. God knows why I got pregnant. So I had during the period of my pregnancy, when I was pregnant, he actually gave my parents, he tortured them because he denied, he didn't deny, but he said he was not ready for marriage. I made him to know that there's no problem, but considering my health, I can't terminate any pregnancy. You just have to keep this baby, and you know that I'm not a wayward person. So I kept the baby. Sometimes I would call him. He was already working, and he was earning good salary. He was even using the woman's car, as in the boss car often. It was okay, quite okay. So, but he was not supporting me in any way. So I accepted my fate. I went on. My parents supported, my aged parents, they supported me. They gave me all the support I needed. And I was able to pull through. But always going into the hospital on admission and coming out. But at the end of the day, I put to bed through cesarean section. So I had a CS. That was when he now showed up. Though during the first trimester, I called him. We were persuading him to at least do something. Your wife is pregnant. You know you are the owner of this pregnancy. Try and support this lady. He didn't even show up. The only time he showed up that I was able to speak with him when my boss ordered him to come around. My boss then in my branch he now came around. The woman called him. She spoke with him at length. When he left, the woman told me, this is not someone you can marry. She actually said that. But so when I put to bed, I called him. He said he was not in town. He came over that week. So he gave the baby name at the hospital. So I went back to my parents. They took care of me after being discharged. And I went ahead with taking care of the baby. 2 years after, going the third year, suddenly, before then, he was calling. At times I would pick. I said, what? He would ask of the baby. I said, the baby is fine. And my daughter is fine. She's doing well. She has even gone to school. Mommy and daddy.
Is he sending anything for upkeep of
when I was disturbing, he sent sometimes he would send 3,000, send 5,000. At maybe
it was sending
3 months. Not in 3 months or in 6 months, he may send 5,000 naira.
So it was not regular?
Not even about regular. If it is regular, maybe 3 months, that would have even been considered fair. But not maybe in a year, maybe 5,000 or 3,000 twice. So, but I was not bothered about that. I didn't bother myself. I just felt, okay, God is helping me. I have a job and I'll take care of this child. So I went on, I was taking care of my daughter. 3 years after, he started calling again. And came back pleading with my parents that he's so sorry. He's very sorry that he didn't know that my family is a good one. My mother, he actually thought my mother was a witch, that she's into witchcraft. He's a fetish person. So he went to an imam, he went to a prophet, he went to a babalawo, an herbalist. They told him that my mother is the one behind his predicament. I said, you don't have any predicament because you caused this for yourself. They rusticated you from 2 universities. And your life has been in disarray. And now, I've encouraged you to start all over again, and you are doing that. Take that away. There's no one attacking you or no one behind your problem. So let's just forge ahead. So later, my daddy is the minister of God, and he encouraged him, talked to him, he apologized, he cried. Then he now said he wants to come and marry me. The only thing I did was, before you touch me, we are going to go, because I've not seen you in the last more than 2 years. We have to go for medical tests. I took him to the lab. We had series of tests done. The STD, we did HIV, I did every other test, but I did not do genotype, because I saw the one he gave me when we met. Considering that, I accepted his proposal and we went in for the marriage. His family came around for the introduction. Then we went for the registry. My documents are here, the pictures, the wedding pictures and everything, and every other document they are here. So they came we did the registry, did the engagement and every other thing, and we went home. As in, we went with both of us. We contributed money. We rented apartments. So we went home. We're living together. Few months, let's say almost a year into the wedding, not even up to a year, some months after our wedding, as he started, when we are in the house, my husband would, you are limping. I was not having issue with my legs, but due to the complication of being a sickle cell, you may have a reason to limp or you have pain. So it was like, why are you limping? Is this is this how you'll be walking if we go out in public? I say, but you saw me and I explained everything to you before you got married to me. Any little thing, my husband will flare up. He will start arguing that to the extent that I will, before we sleep at night, my parents will call because they were so scared that this guy, I hope you are okay. Oh, is everything all right? I said, there's no problem. Daddy, just continue to pray with me. I will pray. I was also trying to make him too to be a gentleman. So, when we argue, he will threaten me. I was like, what? We are not fighting now. We are just explaining things to ourselves. Anyway, I'm sorry. Can we sleep? My daughter was still, he said my daughter should stay with my parents. Actually, my daughter was already in school before he came back to beg for my hand in marriage. When we got married, I was quick to get pregnant. Like 2 weeks after the wedding, I got pregnant again with the twins. So I started because of my health, I have to go back, I have to go for clinic, antenatal on time, so that I won't have problem. So my medicals, I was taking care of it, but at times I would tell him, what do you have to offer? Let's just do it. We'll be doing it together. I told him of the land I had. I told him, even if you cannot get your own, we can build on my own. Your name, everything. I was just trying to support it to make him just feel okay, so that we have a good life. So, whenever he argues with me like that, before I sleep, every night, I'll go to my kitchen, pick the knives, pick the fork, every other dangerous weapon, instrument. I'll just take them to my traveling bag, my box, and put them under it.
Why?
Because of the way he threatens me.
But did he ever use any of these weapons?
He did not, but I was always scared. He was not aware that I was doing that. He wasn't aware. He would beat me at times. I can recount like 3 to 4 times that he would beat me. I will call my dad. Daddy, look at what is happening. My daddy will call him. My dad is in the court right now. He's a witness. My daddy will call him, talk to him that you don't have to do this. He took him as a son. Even my daddy was helping him to submit his CV to his friends to secure a job for him. My daddy will talk to him, you don't do things like that. And please don't injure my daughter. Consider her situation. You to calm down. Let God take control of your life. We'll talk to him. So I was managing. I'm already into it. So I was managing. So when I got sick in the 5th month, the doctor insisted that I stay at the hospital till I put to bed, that I may not be able to survive it if I should go back home. I said, dear, I can't live here anymore until I put to bed. They said I can't even carry this baby to term again. He said, what do I mean by that? They said I can't carry it, that my energy is not enough to get to the 3rd trimester. Okay? When it got to the almost the 6th month, the doctor said, that week, they now checked me and said, now we have managed to push you to the 6th month. And the only thing we can do is to save your life and save the babies. But your life first, before we talk about the baby. But the baby too, we can save the babies. He said, okay. So they said we are going to do the CS. I called him, I said, they said we have to bring out the baby, so since I don't have energy again, I'm almost running out, passing out. So I now called him. He came to the hospital, and when he got to the hospital, he was like, don't even carry out any baby. Let her carry that pregnancy to term. The doctor said, Oga, this is 6 months, and this is January. The due date is April. She cannot survive it. So we have to do this to save her life and save the babies. So when he didn't sign, my mom was with me at the hospital. They were almost running into arguments. So I said, Mommy, just take it easy. Call Daddy. I was managing to talk, and they called my dad. That Daddy, he said he will not sign. He said he will not sign that I should carry pregnancy to term. And I can never, due to I can never put to bed on my own. It was aware of this. I can never put to bed on my own. It must always be CS. So he said I should carry. Daddy said, okay, if you know you will not sign, this is my daughter. This is my daughter. I will not wait and watch for me to lose her because I know how long it took me to raise her up to this level. So yours is just the baby. This pot here is my own. The water inside is yours. So I'm not going to watch you allow the pot to break and you lose the water also. So Daddy said they should go ahead and do the CS. They carried out the CS. And the baby were out. We had 2 boys, twins. So my husband left the moment he realized that they've done this CS and left us at the hospital. My parents didn't even tell me this until after the 3rd day when I was able to talk slightly, just faintly. So they told me, I said, where is Daddy Jadesola? My husband was Jadesola. So he said, we have not seen him. We have not seen him. Then he showed up that very day. When he now showed up... That's the 3rd day. The 3rd day. He was with you on the first day. The day you were put him to bed. Yes. Then he came on the 3rd day as well. 3rd day he came. Then when I saw him on that 3rd day, we spoke and all, because I was not having the energy to talk too much, so we only discussed briefly. And then on the 5th day, he showed up. When he showed up, he now told me he wants to go, and there's somebody that said he should supply stationery. He wants to go there to supply it. I said, very good, that's good. Well, maybe after we get back home, I'll take a loan from the bank. We'll use it to buy a bus. He said he even wants to have his own personal bus. He will drive it. He will be able to have control and make money easily. He doesn't want to hire someone to do the job. I said, there's no problem with that, as long as you do it intelligently. So that was the plan, that when I put to bed, that's what we'll do immediately. So we had that plan. While planning that, my dad was also talking to some of his friends to get a job for him, which he eventually did. He secured a job for him. So, but on the 5th day he showed up, he told me that he never showed up. Up to this very moment that I'm talking to him, that I'm here, apart from when he came around to maybe, I don't want to call it hypnotize, to take my daughter away from me last year, I didn't set my eyes on my husband. This is going to 11 years. I've not set eyes on him. I'm just seeing him today. Apart from that day, we did briefly for like 5 minutes when I insisted that you can't take my daughter away. This is the 2nd time. Like 2018, my leg issue started. So it was affecting my job. And I eventually got disengaged on health ground, though they donated that I should go for medical care. I wanted to do surgery. Though the bill was around 20 million to do it in India then, 20 million naira. But my company and my office, they couldn't give me all the money, but they tried their best. They gave me some millions, but I couldn't do the surgery. I was managing. They paid me off and all that. So when I called him again, then he blocked my line. He blocked me on Facebook, blocked me on WhatsApp, blocked me on all social media platforms. So, but at times, I will use another number to call you. I will send message. Please, I'm now out of job. I've been raising these kids. It's not been easy. Kindly support me. My parents have been the one using their money. He said, let them continue to use their pension to raise them for you. And you, didn't they pay you gratuity when you left job? Use your gratuity and raise them. Don't you ever disturb me again. During those times, I won't lie, he sent about 3,000 before I lost my job. Sent 3,000 like 2 occasions, sent another 5,000 once for 3 kids. Well, I was not complaining because I had the job. So, but when I lost my job, I called on him. That was his statement.
The plaintiff, Josephine Abimbola Akinriola, met and started dating the defendant as a virgin at age 26. Eventually, they got married and have 3 children. However, the defendant is denying the paternity of 2 out of 3 children. Josephine claims that she has been solely responsible for the upkeep of these children for over a decade, but now she has been out of job on health ground, being a sickle cell patient. She is finding it challenging to continue to cater for the 3 children all by herself. She is seeking court intervention on this matter.
When I needed to do my surgery, I can bring it out. I went on GoFundMe to raise funds for myself, but the money was not complete. They treated me at loot. It got to a time that I was almost running mad. My medical, this is at home anyway, but if you confirm from loot, they will tell you that they referred me to the psychiatric unit for them to check me for my mental health to be restored, to be okay. So they worked on my mental health. Then my daughter will be writing her WAEC. She's now promoted to SS3.
That's Jadesola.
Yes, ma. Now in
How old is she
GSS3,
now?
she's 14 going to 15. Then the twins, they are resuming GSS1, secondary school, next month. Jadesola will go to SS3 by next month. So I've been the only one taking care of them. All the receipts for the school fee, they are here. The pictures, their graduation and everything, they are here. So that is all I can say, ma.
You've not mentioned your claim.
Ma, my claim, yes, I emotionally traumatized. Then later, I'm sorry, I didn't chip that in. I got from we were using one phone. When he didn't have a phone, I used my phone, the BlackBerry phone then, he used it to do business. So he logged on to the Facebook account of his account. So when he now absconded, my phone got bad, then I repaired it, but his password was still on that phone. I opened it, I saw his Facebook chat with a girl. The girl got pregnant for him. When the girl got pregnant for him, I was following the chat tray till the girl put to bed. And the pregnancy was at the same time that I gave birth to my twins. We put to bed the same year. He has a son now called Daniel. The son and my twins, they are the same year. Their birth year, they are the same. Then, when my daughter was being bullied at school, so there was a time that she was feeling so bad. I said, relax your mind. There's nothing. I can be your father and mother. If it doesn't show up, you are okay. But you know children now. So there was a time he wanted to take her. He took her away, actually, to the house. When she got there, he has 5 children with that same girl that he was chatting with on Facebook that I saw. Then he personally explained to my daughter too that he had about 3 other ladies that got pregnant for him, that he has babies too. Apart from my 3 legal children, he has like 9 other children.
All right. You have not mentioned why you are
Well,
in court.
I'm here because he absconded, he abandoned me with 3 kids, and I want him to pay for all the almost 11 years that he has left me with these children. I have suffered enough. I want to do my surgery. I don't have any money. I've been taking care of myself and my kids single-handedly. My parents have been the one doing all this. I cannot go back to work until I'm okay, I'm fit. I need money.
You want him to be responsible for the children.
And if he can pay back all I've suffered for, I wouldn't mind.
Do you know what he does for a living now?
I know he has his certificate now, so, and...
Well, do you know what he does for a living?
I don't know, but my daughter said he's working, and he has so many children he's taking care of, but my children have never eaten a kobo from him.
Okay. Please, can you get a chair for him? For her? Let her have a seat.
Thank you.
Okay, can you respond to this?
Thank you, Your Honor. Thank you so much. I'm honored to have met you in person because I've seen you a lot. In the first place, my father never had, she worked with Wema Bank. My father never has
worked with
Wema Bank.
Okay.
That's what he has never, I don't think she has ever worked with any other bank before. If she has, she should say, but she works with Wema Bank, and my father had never had a Wema Bank account in his life. It was First Bank. My mother had never stepped into Wema Bank because she does not have account. My mother.
Do you have an account there?
Of course, I have an account in Wema Bank. That was how we got to meet her. My mother had never followed me to Wema Bank because I'm not a baby. She has no reason to follow me there. So she has never followed me to any bank or hold my hand to any bank to meet her.
Where did you meet?
We met at Wema Bank where she was working during her youth service, like she said.
All right, okay.
But my mother did not follow me.
Alone? You were alone the day you met?
Yes, I was alone. My father doesn't have an account. So those were lies. Can be proven. Like, we met quite all right, and I liked her. That's one thing with me. If I like someone, I talk to the person. It's a favor. I spoke to her, and she said okay. That was it.
Has the defendant, Ayola Akinriola, moved on with other women and continued to neglect the responsibility of his children from his marriage? This matter continues to unfold in the next episode as the defendant puts up his defense on the allegations.
If your baby daddy is denying paternity of the child to avoid upkeep, or you suspect misattributed paternity situations, submit your case online at www.thejusticescourt.com for a prompt resolution of the matter.
For upcoming artists to blow in Nigeria.
Welcome to Plus Trending. I am Bookie November, your host, saying thank you for joining us on today's episode.
Welcome back. It's tea time on Plus TV Africa.
Practice makes perfect. I'm not perfect yet, but I'm a lot better than I used to be.
He's a king. He's entitled to marry 100 if he wants to.
Comic Republic is a Nigerian startup where we tell African stories. We push the African narrative forward through a traditional art form that is popular all around the world, which is comic books.
We kind of write stories that everybody can find a bit of themselves somewhere in there. You know, when you read our books, you will always be able to find one book that you are able to connect with, even if you are not an African. It's not just for Africans alone, but it's the African narrative. That's really what we do.
We take the process of telling our stories, you know, making our comic books engaging. We do it professionally and we take it as a business. We're growing bigger every day.
You know, we try to make sure that all of our comics, all of our content has a positive message underlying them, even apart from all the action, all the punching, and all the superheroics.
Right now we have close to 48,000 downloads per comic book. We get between 5,000 to 7,000 unique visitors every week. Nigerians have been really excited to see people in Nigeria creating heroes from Nigerians, telling Nigerians that we can be everything we need to be if we only try. The comic business actually has a wide range.
One of the major things that actually helps us to move forward here is the fact that we are more than just a team, we are a family. And family is everything. We understand ourselves, we know what we're meant to do when we're meant to do, and we get them done.
The first and foremost vision for Comic Republic is to take control of the African narrative. Who are the biggest superheroes you know today? You're looking at Spider-Man, Captain America, and Superman. If you look at the colors of their uniform, they're all the colors of the American flag. If you look at where those people come from, they come from America. This is a way that a country has from generation to generation, you know, programmed their people to believe that they are strong and they are efficient. We want to do the same with Comic Republic. That's what we want to do at Comic Republic. That's our vision. And until we're number one at that in the world, we're not going to stop.
60 Minutes with Angela starts right now.
Executive Vice Chairman and Chief Executive Officer of the Federal Competition and Consumer Protection Commission, Babatunde Irukera, joins me on the program today. Start with one of the complaints about your commission, the slow reaction of the commission to complaints from the public. I mean, people saying that they're sending petitions, but they don't receive any response, and sometimes no updates at all. A lot of complaints about time. So people go online, file the complaint, they get the tracking number, but they don't get the feedback from the commission. What is your response to that?
I think generalizing response complaint is not entirely accurate. In the first place, the vast majority of lack of response that we receive as complaints are tweets, and mostly by people who would say, I tagged you on a tweet, or I slid into your DM. First, there are tweets that are addressed to us, and then there are multiple thousand more where we're just tagged. And so resource allocation, like anybody else, would be to focus on what has come to you. And so if you're complaining to MTN technical support and tagging us, the first expectation is MTN would sort the problem out. So imagine if we were both opening tickets to fix the same problem, it's not efficient. And we don't have that type of resource. And so significant, by far the vast majority of the feedback we've gotten about people who say, oh, you didn't respond to me, would be that, and we say, how, when did this happen? So, well, I tagged you. And then the next category, I sent you an email. And that email goes to a contact FCCPC email address, which is catch-all. Many people think that is a complaint portal. It's not. It receives all kinds of things, intel, even spam, junk, adverts, all kinds of things. Indeed, you're right that there are a few number of people who would say that even though they went on the appropriate CRM, which is the complaints resolution mechanism on our website or through the app, and say that they haven't received a timely response. And those would be the ones to say that, well, they do have a case ID, it's been ticketed, but they just haven't received the response. The way this thing works is that we're not sitting here and just literally determining what happens in each case. At the end of the day, the real resolutor of a complaint is the provider. And we don't have a warehouse or inventory of the things people are displeased with. And so the first thing is to engage. And what we've done is we engage the providers with the dissatisfaction of the consumer. Many times the provider quickly addresses the issue, agrees on the results. Sometimes the provider even disputes the issue, in which case there's some back and forth before you come to a resolution. And even in that back and forth, sometimes you might resolve in 30 days, some 60. Some haven't resolved in 180 days. Some haven't resolved in 9 months. And the reality and the truth is some will simply not resolve administratively. And so there are different buckets for that. Another reason sometimes for the delay is complaint resolution platform is something we created ourselves at our own cost. And over the years of using it, we've been able to onboard many, many companies. So the usual suspects are all onboarded, meaning that we give them a spur for them to plug in. For the companies that are on the platform, when the complaints come, we're able to quickly push out to them and say, we're waiting your response on this, and we're able to monitor that. But some of the complaints are against companies that are not on the platform. And so we're going to have to manually write the snail mail, use a courier to send it to them. They would manually respond. And so that takes time. And for those ones that are not on the platform, we don't have full visibility other than manual follow-up. For the ones on the platform, we have a dashboard. And so we can see what's going on and we can intervene if we think it's taking time, or we can take it over by ourselves. And so for the ones that are not, we just have to keep engaging. And you might ask, and in that case, why don't you have all the companies? It's not practicable to have all the companies.
Can you mandate companies to join the platform because it's a consumer issue?
We will get there, but it's also a tricky issue because there's a cost associated not to us, but to the company. Some of the companies are in business, they're small businesses, they don't have that whole infrastructure or technological apparatus to even be able to plug in to a system where the integration would work. And so it will take time for us to be able to get to a point where we can mandate companies of a certain cadre. Because what we want is to impose an obligation on companies to resolve the complaints, not impose an additional cost, which could end up hitting the consumers in prices also. And so it's very tricky, and we're managing it the best way we can, but we're monitoring it very closely to see how to use a regulatory framework to guide, even if not compel, more companies to be onboarded on the system. And to onboard more and more companies also is a cost implication for us, because there's a scaling up, and we have to continue to allocate resources to expanding the technology to scale up for the sheer traffic that comes with that.
All right, so I'm taking you back now to July this year, 2023. The elevator malfunction at a general hospital in Lagos, which resulted in a downward crash and the death of a female doctor who was undergoing, I understand, housemanship. What is your commission doing about that? You know, it's very worrisome that it appears that when events like this happen, we never really see the conclusion or the completion. You know, is it possible that your commission can hold someone responsible for that incident?
The nature of our work sometimes is catalyzing others to do things or improve systems or processes. So it's not every investigation that means there's a bunch of documents, a stack of information coming to the FCCPC, people sitting in hearings. Sometimes our investigation is just to even look at processes and assist other entities, especially government bodies, to optimize their own oversight. And for instance, in the example you make, we issued a joint statement with LASCOPA, which is the Lagos State Consumer Protection Agency. It would be duplicitous for us to keep an open file when we have a sister agency in the state working on it. And the state itself, including the governor, immediately took control of the process, identified the company, blacklisted the company, consequences for even the internal folks who are supposed to be responsible for monitoring. And so our role is to make sure that is happening and to monitor how that ends, to see if new SOPs with respect to, for instance, elevator installers and elevator maintenance and periodic checks. And so our own quality control of that is when I'm in Lagos, if I'm in an elevator, I'm looking at the elevator to see if there's now a sign that says last service on this day, and when the next service is. So that's our own surveillance to make sure that we're protecting people through the work of others. We've seen some process modifications that Lagos State has initiated, including transferring some of the responsibilities into a more integrated system where a facility manager is responsible to the installers and outside contractors are now responsible to a resident facility manager for public offices where you have things like elevators or other equipment that are supposed to ease the life of consumers, but they can also potentially be dangerous.
Because it's very scary. You know, in most of the hospitals, For instance, after surgery, people are moved through the elevators from theatre down to the wards.
Yes.
And you know, I can't even begin to fathom if that sort of thing happens with, you know, someone coming out of surgery.
I think that was an extremely unfortunate accident, and it's one of those accidents where globally it was needless and avoidable. Nigeria not being an exclusion, but we should be grateful that there were not many fatalities at the end of the day. Very sad loss to the country, to the family, to the government of Lagos State. But we should still be grateful.
Will anyone be held accountable?
Well, there's already an accountability framework that has kicked in. For instance, that business is not going to be able to do that type of work for perhaps an important client.
Again, yes.
And that blacklisting for any responsible private business would obviously be concerned.
Yes.
I mean, if I were a large building contractor and I have a contract to build a high-rise, I'll be very concerned about engaging that particular contractor to install the elevator. So there are already consequences. With respect to remedies for the injury sustained, the FCCPC is not the only, in fact, perhaps not even the primary mechanism for those types of remedies. There's tort law, there's rights to sue. We have an equivalent agency in Lagos State that is seized with that. And so our role here now is monitoring. And in the event that a resolution at the administrative level is unsatisfactory to a party, maybe the family of the deceased doctor, if they come to the FCCPC, would see there's still an administrative role we can play in ensuring a fair outcome. And of course, there's still the court system, which I believe is still the final arbiter anyway.
So we move now to the Federal Capital Territory, where we are in Maitama General Hospital. The Commission has begun a probe of the hospital for allegedly rejecting a lady who needed medical intervention after an incident where I think she was thrown out of a moving bus. They say that they rejected her for treatment at the hospital, resulting in loss of life. What are the salient facts that you can share with us regarding that case?
What we know so far from the information we've gathered is Miss Greatness Olorun Femi, who was a victim of criminal conduct. She is otherwise known as One Chance. We've seen evidence that she was, first of all, physically assaulted. The evidence of physical injury on her body, and she also sustained additional physical injury when she was purportedly thrown out of a moving vehicle. I think that those facts are well established. There is evidence that she was transported by Good Samaritans to the Maitama District Hospital, which is a public institution. There's evidence that there was some interaction there. And there's evidence that that's where she was declared deceased. There's evidence that the Federal Capital Territory, through the Office of the Secretary for Health and the Environment, got involved very quickly, and there's been some initial investigation based on its oversight and supervision of the public institution. There's evidence that there are others who have gotten involved, including the Leadership Association and the Personnel Management Association that Ms. Oluwafemi belonged to, who have also engaged in some information gathering at Maitama District Hospital. There's evidence that the police has opened an investigation also, and all of this evidence comes together. The mandate secretary for the Federal Capital Territories Secretariat for Health Services and the Environment issued a statement and noting that they were engaging with the FCCPC. We've since discovered that they've opened up a probe and there's a panel, and the FCCPC will be participating on that panel. We understand that there's been some discussion about an autopsy and then coroner's inquest. The FCCPC will participate in all of that. And so there's some leadership for key elements of all the relevant issues with respect to this incident. And so what the FCCPC will be doing is participating in all of this to ensure that, one, the key responsibilities of each of the entities conducting those investigations, they follow through that. And then secondly, what are really the key mandate and responsibilities from an FCCPC standpoint that might not be the subject of responsibility by those other entities. We bring it to that table to make sure that ultimately it's a very robust investigation and all the issues are addressed. It serves no purpose for multiple investigations to be going except in some very limited circumstances. This doesn't present one of those circumstances in our opinion with what we've seen. But if for any reason the totality of an existing investigation in terms of reference will not sufficiently address what is important to us, we will do a different investigation, which will at best be supplementary. But the fact that we will be participating in an investigation is already sufficient evidence that what is important to us will be addressed in that investigation.
That brings me to the main point for the question, which I would like you to clarify. Is there any law that prevents a suspect or an accused person from receiving medical treatment, even if he or she is a suspect in an armed robbery case?
Absolutely. There's a Victims of Crimes Act that was passed in 2017. The Healthcare Act states that, and in addition to hard law, which is this pieces of legislation, there are all kinds of protocols, including the Patient's Bill of Rights, which is something that was created by the FCCPC in collaboration with many stakeholders, professional associations in healthcare, the Ministry of Health, and it clearly states that. And the Patient's Bill of Health is something that has been domesticated in many hospitals across the country and was adopted by the federal government. And so there are more than enough instruments to hold anybody accountable, to at least make it abundantly clear that the requirement for emergency medical intervention is superior to any law enforcement investigation into the circumstances that led to injury. Even when it's a perpetrator of a crime that is brought to a hospital, there is an obligation for emergency intervention to save lives.
Because you really want to treat the perpetrator so that he can be punished later on. I mean, there's this perception that because he's an armed robber, he doesn't deserve treatment. I don't know if that's the perception you get too from what we read in the papers.
First, having a perpetrator alive is an important aspect of credible and successful investigation. And secondly, as a matter of law, you don't know for sure what bucket that person who's been injured would fall into. I mean, determining that someone committed a crime is a legal conclusion that follows very, for non-lawyers, a complicated pretty broad process.
Yes.
And so you must proceed from that assumption that somebody is injured. We do not know for sure what the criminal status would ultimately be or not. And so everybody deserves emergency medical attention.
Join us again after the break. Welcome back. And I'm glad you mentioned the Patient's Bill of Rights. What should every Nigerian know about this bill?
Well, every Nigerian should know that all the rights iterated in the Patient's Bill of Rights are an obligation that is owed between the patient and healthcare facilities. And that the Patient's Bill of Rights is not just one document that spells out the obligations both ways, but it's an aggregation. So at itself, it identifies the parameters of the interactions between healthcare providers and the patients, but it also is an aggregation. Each of those rights there, it's aggregation of each right that exists in other instruments, whether ethical codes, law, decided cases, legislation, subsidiary legislation or regulations. So it's not aspirational, it's not CSR, it's not a corporate social responsibility, it's mandatory obligations. However, the Patient's Bill of Rights also has some obligations for patients and their families also. Some of the experiences healthcare providers have had with respect to injury and even their own security in the place of work has been aggression or violence by patients or their families. And so there are obligations for patients and users of their families also in the Patient's Bill of Rights. And even though there are rights that say that emergency intervention must be provided without delay, there are also obligations of the patients that as soon as possible make arrangements to pay for the care you have received. So the Patient Bill of Rights is actually a balanced aggregation that secures patients, other users, their families, healthcare workers, for instance, even visitation rights. Because how one patient or families or friends of one patient behaves could impact the security, the safety, the satisfaction, the peace, and the comfort of another patient. And so all of these things come in the illustrated version of the Patient's Bill of Rights.
The Bill of Rights is displayed in the hospitals that have domesticated it.
Yes.
Will it be mandatory for every hospital, whether private or public, to domesticate this bill?
It is not mandatory at this point. Yes. There are many competing interests and questions, legal some of them, on whether you can make that mandatory, including the nature of government, the dichotomy between state and federal government, and what the constitutional provisions are about the role of the state, the local government, and the federal government, and what it can mandate and not mandate. But I think the traction that domestication is gaining would lead us to a point where we can build consensus between the federal, the state, and the local government, where we might be able to have some guidance that cascades all the way down to make it more compelling that the vast majority of healthcare facilities have it. One of the things we've discovered with the Patient Bill of Rights is that what we're now doing with domestication is that wherever we go for domestication, we go with a team. So the domestication is not just a ribbon or tape cutting event, it's now a training event. Because we're discovering that sometimes some people in the healthcare providing side are learning of these rights at the same time the patients are learning. And I'm not necessarily talking about the physicians, but other people who are in that value chain. The security personnel, and there are all kinds, even other types of healthcare professionals who their roles are critical to the fullest respect for the rights of a patient who are not aware of those rights.
I want to talk about loan applications now, and the Commission banning some and approving some. I was surprised to find that over 154 companies have been granted full approval. That's what it says on your website, which tells me that, is it that some may have provisional approval? Are there some with provisional and some with full? And what's the difference?
And so some apps are approved conditionally because they've complied with all the requirements as a matter of principle, but awaiting other approvals from other regulatory authorities, which is more a matter of administrative. So for instance, if your software has been analyzed and the security is fine, but you are awaiting the administrative write-up of that, and we have that evidence from the other regulator, then you have a conditional approval. And so to the extent anything that is not necessarily within the control of the applicant, if they've done everything within their control to be able to operate safely, then they could secure a conditional approval. Otherwise, full approval means everything has been checked out. Now, our approval is not a license as sector regulators issue licenses. So it's not a license like NCC would issue a license to telecommunications companies, or CBN issue a license to banks, or NRC issue a license to electricity companies, or NCA to airlines. Our approval is to check certain elements or parameters of consumer protection. One, that you have a policy that prohibits inappropriate loan recovery or balance repayment methods, which is critical, and that you have a framework, a feedback framework for your customers to even reach you and dispute whether it's a loan balance or whatever. Two, that the technology you're using now prohibits access to people's private information. Three, that the data management regulator is satisfied with your data policies, your storage mechanisms, your gathering mechanism, and your policy with respect to sharing and transfer. So that's not anything we do. You get that satisfaction from the Nigerian Data Protection Commission. Your software is not something we look at. That's for NIDDA to look at. Then you assure us that you do not compound interest. Now, with respect to the interest on your loan, we're not a prudential regulator. Yes. We do not have the expertise to manage interest rates. And so, essentially what we're saying is that the basic principles of fairness and ethics in lending, you've either made declarations to comply with that, or you've shown us material that shows you intend to comply with that. That's what our approval process is. And so people erroneously think that we have now become the regulator of the interest rates, the technology. No, we can't do that.
So since the Commission stepped in, has the Commission received reports of any more incidents of, those phone calls they make to friends of the person who lent money?
Yes. Now, I would say that that is probably from the successive interventions, starting, I'm going to say that was last year or maybe end of 2021 when we opened the investigation. Between then and now, I'd say this is reduced easily up to 90%. But there's still a 10% out there that we're battling and trying to resolve. I mean, it rose again about June, July, and then we engaged again and developed additional regulatory tools.
Yes. What caused it to rise again?
Several things. One of the things that the macroeconomic factors always increase borrowing. And so the very important policies that the government had to implement to rescue and even strengthen the economy, which the government has repeatedly said it recognizes, are hard decisions, had downstream effect on cash flow. So whether it's a removal of subsidy or a closing of the multiple foreign exchange windows, they have downstream impact on disposable income. And so whenever disposable income becomes impacted, people are likely to borrow more. And then there was also what I think rogue businesses who had started figuring ways to get around the new regulatory framework. And that's globally typical. Over a period of time, rogue businesses will find the gaps in the regulatory framework. And what the regulator must do is also step up and plug those gaps. And so between now we've been able to plug more gaps. We've seen a reduction. We continue to work to keep reducing this.
I'm sure advocacy is one of the things that the Commission does. And that's what brings me to this topic now of the tomato mix matter. It would seem to me that there is a lacuna. Retailers who think that they're doing the consumer a favor and that you ought to be grateful that they're manufacturing anything at all. And then buyers who think that the customer is always right, irrespective of the unreasonableness of their demands or whatever. How can we reconcile these two positions?
I think the dynamics of managing a successful, profitable, enduring, and most importantly, responsible business actually address the different pieces of what you've said. Now, the customer is not always right, but is king. And so when you say the customer is king, it's more about how you treat the customer. It's not about taking the validity of what the customer says as correct. I mean, if someone says to me, adding 5 and 5 is 11, it doesn't matter what they're buying. That doesn't make it right. But if someone who I should defer to says to me, adding 5 and 5 is 11, there is a method in which I will approach the engagement. And so that's when you say the customer is king. It's about how you treat people. It's not about taking their word for value.
Yes.
That's a very important differentiation. And you're right. I think successive years of military rule has affected the mindset of people. And so it's not even just in retail. Generally, people who are paid to perform a service, even in government, feel that what they have is power.
Yes.
And so how they exercise that power, even for the benefit of the beneficiaries or the focus of the power, is a matter of benevolence for them. And that's not the case. I mean, any business that sells anything, the purpose of that business is created to sell that thing. If people don't buy it, there's no need for that business. And so for any business that does that, to conceptually in any way consider itself as doing a favor to the consumers hasn't passed the test that I said for a business to be profitable and enduring. It must be responsible. And if the business is irresponsible, it's only a question of time. It may be sooner, it may be later. It cannot endure. It just cannot endure. And consumers must have the liberty for feedback.
So it is not against the law for a consumer to give a review of a product that they've purchased.
Not only is it not against the law, businesses and we regulators beg, beyond encourage, consumers to provide that feedback. I traveled and arrived last week. I've gotten one email from the hotel I stayed and multiple emails for the different segments of my travel from the airline, asking me to review my experience. That feedback is one of the most important components of any robust consumer protection or rights enforcement framework. As a regulator, not only do we encourage it, we must protect that channel. Consumers must feel comfortable. And that's the reason why we responded strongly that this could potentially chill the channel or diminish the channel or that platform. Secondly, it's important to businesses and to us as a regulator because that's where products come from. That's product development comes from feedback. Product modification and improvement comes from feedback. We as regulators have an interest in making sure product continues to be developed or improved for the satisfaction of consumers because that's our business, right?
Yes.
Okay. And safety, all of that comes from that. And so it is one of the most important things and businesses need it also. Regulators need it, businesses need it, consumers need it. And consumers need to help each other by reviewing products so that they can drive traffic to the good products so the products that are not good can get better. That's really how it's a complete ecosystem where review is at the heart of it. And so not only must we encourage it, we owe an obligation to protect it.
I'm so happy you said that because many people are confused about the role of the police in arresting someone who reviewed a product. I mean, when it's not a criminal case, and I know because you're a lawyer, you will understand what I'm saying. A person reviews something on social media and then the police are invited and the person is whisked away. Are there any remedies available to the reviewer who was so arrested?
I think we're not addressing the fundamentals of how society operates. I said this not now as a consumer protection regulator, as a lawyer and a litigator prior to this role. There is a court which is recognized as malicious prosecution.
Yes.
Okay. Now, malicious prosecution means something that's completely baseless. Now, malicious prosecution doesn't start and end with the fact that I'd been charged to court and it turned out to be baseless or malicious.
Yeah.
Now, malicious prosecution is not that you were tried in court and the court found the charges baseless or unsupported by evidence. No. Malicious prosecution is a specific determination or specific combination of facts that shows that this was pointless from day one. Now, the value chain of that doesn't start with whether somebody propounded a charge against you or not. Because at the end of the day, there's prosecutorial discretion and there's prosecutorial immunity for propounding charges when you believe that there's sufficient evidence. Now, the police are victims also in a society where we as citizens can act anyhow. If you can move the hand of the police by spurious, inappropriate allegations, then you are as much part of the problem as what people allege the police is. And there have been cases like that. I remember there was a case in the US for many years of some woman who drove her children into a pond and they died. And blamed it on someone else. And because this person had a record of crime, and just look at the sheer number of cases and the number of people who have been removed from death row because somebody lied. And somebody who's come back and said, yeah, you know what, I lied. That's where malicious prosecution started. And you can say the police acted irresponsibly, but the reality is they were triggered by somebody else's conduct. Now, does this mean that citizens, including brand owners, cannot report a matter to the police? No, it doesn't. But there must be subjective, true belief that criminal conduct has occurred. Now, I say subjective because what you think may be different from what I think. But even your subjective concern about criminal conduct occurring must be subjected to an objective standard. And is that objective standard that we would use to determine if this was a sensible alarm or a false alarm, or if you were just trying to suppress dissent or opinion, which are constitutional guarantees anyway. And so that's what we got involved in with respect to the tomato mix.
You were very quick to get involved. I read how quickly you moved to the police station to see or meet with the lady in question, to see what was happening. So what was the result of your involvement?
And so what we did was to immediately send a team to the police station, and she wasn't there, but we understood she was en route to Abuja. And so we opened the communication channel with the force headquarters, and in 24 hours, I think we must have even sent maybe 2 pieces of written correspondence. I spoke with the Commissioner of Police in Lagos. I spoke with the Principal Staff Officer of the Inspector General of Police, and continued the engagement. And for us, it wasn't about whether something had gone wrong or not. It wasn't about whether her post was fair comment or not.
Yes.
It was about all the information we had satisfies us sufficiently that this wasn't criminal conduct. And the fact that it wasn't criminal conduct doesn't mean that the manufacturer would not have any remedies in the event that this was inappropriate conduct.
Yes.
But it certainly was, we just didn't think that this was something that should end up in detention or prosecution. And so that was our own engagement, and we're grateful that at the end of the day, between that and other interventions, she was released from custody.
Do you think that her apology was appropriate? Do you think perhaps she apologized under duress?
Now, so I can't say, we don't have the information. They would be coming in. I mean, when I say they, her lawyer has expressed that he would be representing her as part of our own investigation about what she said.
Yes.
Because even she is a subject of investigation based on what she said. Yes. So I can't say that yet, but it's something that we would ask her questions about. Not that that's that important to our regulatory intervention, but it's an important finding for us to be able to provide feedback to law enforcement authorities about securing the space, but I can tell you something basically as a lawyer, that a negative review of a product, and especially when you attribute it to your own personal experience, means it's your opinion. Now, I would have said my first thing would have been her opinion was not factual if she was saying that there was any property or ingredient in the product that didn't exist. That didn't exist. Well, it's not about whether it ought not to be there or not. And so, for instance, if she said, well, she says, look, there's sugar in this product. Question is there sugar or not? If it turns out that there's absolutely no sugar in that product, then her allegation is baseless.
Yes.
But
if there's
sugar, and so a baseline fact. The next thing she says is it's too much. Now that's subjective. It might be too much for me and not too much for you. So it's difficult for that to ultimately become criminal conduct. But it might still be unfair or inappropriate. And so one of the things we did was to start polls and focus groups to gather information about people's opinion about the product and how they characterize the product, their views or expressions about whether there's sugar in it or how much sugar in it will form part of the objective standard by which we test her subjective opinion. And that's how the process would work. And it will end with a finding. Suffice to say, though, that to the extent that her criticism was about a product, it would be difficult to sustain a criminal defamation allegation. Because in criminal defamation, it must be the reputation of an individual. It must be a real victim, not a victim that's a brand. I mean, of course, the brand owner and all of that and the company are victims, but the law, defamation about the reputation of the company is a civil issue. It's not going to be criminal at all.
Join us again after the break. Welcome back to my concluding moments now with Babatunde Rukera. Does it make any difference that NAFDAC has actually come out to say that even though there's sugar in the product, it's not harmful? In fact, it's quite normal to have sugar as a preservative in some of these products.
Very good. Now, my worry with that is that I think NAFDAC has done the absolute right thing. And I don't think NAFDAC did it to defend a company.
No.
I think NAFDAC did it because it was important for consumers to know, and it could be misleading, people could be afraid, and to also validate this particular product that, listen guys, for those of you who are patrons of this product, don't be afraid. You're not consuming some dangerous product, and the manufacturer of this product is not engaging in illegal conduct. That was a very important message NAFDAC had to pass to both the patrons of the product and the rest of the community or society that use tomato mix. So that was an important thing. Put differently, what that also does is that it diminishes the case that the commenter's review was spurious allegation, because it validates the fact that there is sugar in the product.
Yes. All right, so the issue of tickets and trains and so many sharp practices going on. There are incidents now where people want to board the train, and when they seek tickets, they will say there are no tickets available. But you have members of the train, the staff at the railways now taking people in to the coaches and say, oh, come with me, I'll get you tickets. And then when they get there, the train starts to move, and then the staff are collecting cash from them. So, I was following this thread on my friend Shola Salako's page, and someone said, why would anyone want to pay cash well, the train has moved from the station. You feel obliged to pay. You don't want to be a troublemaker. You are there. You understand? So, what can people do about that?
I saw that for the first time, and what I did was to immediately contact the Minister of Transportation, who oversees the Nigerian Railway Corporation, and then we're engaging already. I'm very grateful that he has even already said that he actually is on it. He responded to me and says, we're on this. And in our usual role, what we will do is, once we've catalyzed action by a more focal regulator or solution provider, we just remain oversight to monitor and see the outcome. So we look to see how this plays out.
And the thing is, it would appear to me, and I'm trying to find the right words, sometimes when government brings these ways that things can improve, especially now that we're going more digital, go online and register, go online and do something, there's a resistance from the people who run the agencies. It's like they don't want these improvements because it reduces physical engagement, interaction with the potential clients.
Which promotes graft.
Yes, thereby limiting options and opportunities for graft. What is the way forward? Because they tell you go online and register. You find that you can never register. But when you get to the office, outside these offices, you'll see people there with laptops and you're able to register. And this is across board. Whether you're registering for NYC, you're registering for anything, it's always so difficult to access the website. But the people who run these things are still thriving on these physical interactions.
Technology is a disruptor, and we also have to, in seeking solutions, as citizens, we must seek solutions that are sustainable. For instance, where technology fails, what we should be looking for is how to make the technology work, not to return to the old alternative that didn't work. I remember very, very many years ago in the UK, when they were transitioning from the manual entry into the trains and the underground, people used to jump over the turnstiles and everything. Now it can't happen anymore. It's a sustained, tedious, but very pedantic and stubborn approach till technology ultimately eliminates the room for those interactions that promote craft. We're on the cusp of it rather late, so we're experiencing the associated teething problems as we must. Yes. What government and regulators must do is just remain determined, and what citizens must do is to understand that there are bad elements everywhere, whether in government or on the streets. There are bad elements everywhere, and those bad elements, who are sometimes not state actors, in fact just private actors also, will always seek to frustrate a system. But if we allow that to happen, that system won't sustain. And one of the threads I read, you had someone who insisted that no, I want to go and get a ticket. I don't want to approach the train through an entrance that is not. But of course, ultimately run into trouble. So that continuing insistence. Or if I were on that train, for instance, I would have declined to pay by cash if I have a card. So, you know what? If for any reason you put me on this train and you're going to take it off and you wanted me to pay on the train, you should have had a POS. Right. You should have an equipment that allows me to pay cashless. Mm-hmm. And when they put it in and the receipt comes out, look at the name on the receipt. If it says Babatunde Irukera and Coach, wait a minute, you can't take this away. This doesn't show that I've paid to the Railway Corporation. Yes. And so all of the policemen in Nigeria are what? How many thousand? Like 200 million of us. We must police ourselves too.
There is a tendency for people to view you as a troublemaker. You know, you're at the airport and everyone's queuing, and then someone comes and, you know, the airport staff are taking them to the front, and then you start to, you know, talk about it, and everyone initially looks at you. Sometimes, you know, when someone starts to react, then everyone joins in. But generally speaking, people look at you as the troublemaker. Are you not a Nigerian kind of thing?
And so a troublemaker you are. We must have a few troublemakers in any society. I mean, I'm considered a nuisance. I'm considered a troublemaker, a nuisance, an interloper, minding other people's business. Always, I mean, what's the greatest criticism about Hiroka? I would always, he goes beyond his mandate. Even what is not his business, he gets into it. So what? And so what? I mean, and many times, just making that trouble doesn't matter that you resolve that situation. It's also an advocacy tool. It also lets others, many times some people just don't even know. Many times those who say, look, aren't you a Nigerian, feel that, look, let's not run the boat because we don't have these rights. Yes. And so what you're doing each time you're making trouble is also sensitization. Educating people. Secondly, many times people have said to me that they've written to a company or an electronic store and written them a letter saying, I bought this washing machine from you, I bought this television, it's not working, I've been trying to get you to fix it, you haven't fixed it. Then CC, FCCPC, they get a call. They have not even sent out the copy. Yeah. No, they just copied me on the letter, they haven't even sent out the copy to me. To
you, okay.
Yet somebody sees it and says, oh no, why, it's no big deal, let's sort this out. And so, at the end of the day, we succeed when things go right, not when we resolve everything. And that's where we must head. We would never be able to hold every single person accountable. That's what an accountability framework is. The best framework is where everyone says, I do not want to even have to deal with this, so I'd rather not. And so making that trouble, somebody else is watching, just says, no, I'm not going to get involved in this. I mean, I've been at the airport where passengers were getting on rowdy and unruly with an airline operative because of a delay, and somebody sitting at the counter of the other airline goes to announce our own flight is going to be delayed also, and this is the reason, because they didn't want their own passengers to come and get rowdy. So say, look, let's just go make an announcement now.
Let them know.
Let them know. And so we're modifying behavior. I just believe that if what we consider making trouble is speaking up, but not violating the law, I mean becoming disruptive, then it's a good thing to speak up.
Well, thank you very much, Mr. Ayokera, for spending time with me today. Thank you.
Thank you.
And thank you for watching. I'm Angela Ajitomobi.
Being online has become a part of our every waking moment. From the moment we wake up in the morning till we hit the pillow at night, we are browsing, scrolling through social media, responding to messages. We live our lives online almost as much as we live it in reality. These anonymous interactions, like any other human interaction, comes with complexity and challenges. People get into civil discussions, debates, banter, and share with one another. With these interactions come disagreements, arguments, conflicts that can soon degenerate into trolling, bullying, and general unpleasantness. The discretion we employ in face-to-face interaction is further decreased online. In fact, according to Psychology 2004 said, the online disinhibition effect can cause people to act out in either a benign manner, wherein they overshare their personal information, or in a toxic manner, wherein they become abusive or threatening. "I am in my house, come and beat me" is a common saying online that alludes to the inaccessibility that emboldens even regular people to behave in less than civil ways online. Another factor responsible for this behavior, apart from anonymity and availability, is solipsistic introduction, a situation, according to Dr. Sula, where you don't have any physical cues associated with the person you're communicating with, and other person becomes just a voice in your head. As such,